This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Mastered by Maya Banks, performed by Jeremy York. One. Evangeline stared in the mirror, barely recognizing the wide-eyed woman staring back at her. She didn't react as her friends Lana, Nikki, and Steph hovered around her, putting the finishing touches on her makeup and hair, ensuring everything was perfect. "I can't do this," Evangeline muttered. "This is insane, and I can't believe I let you guys talk me into this." Nikki fixed her with a hard stare in the mirror. "You're going. No backing out now, girlfriend. I'd pay money to see the look on that jackass's face when he sees exactly what he's missing out on." The jackass in question being Evangeline's ex-boyfriend, Eddie. "I'd say he didn't miss anything at all," Evangeline said quietly, embarrassment washing over her all over again. Lana's eyes were fierce, and Steph's scowl was intimidating. Any other time, Evangeline would be heartened by their display of loyalty and friendship. But she regretted confiding in them the humiliating details of her breakup with Eddie. She should have just told them they'd decided to go separate ways. Except that Evangeline had already told her friends that she was a virgin, and that her last date with Eddie was the night. She was going to give him her virginity, confident that he was the one. What a hopeless, flaming idiot that made her. His words still rang in her ears. Every single one had been like a knife to the heart. Only he hadn't been content to simply plunge the blade. He'd twisted it, drawing out her pain as much as possible. "Eddie is an asshole," Steph hissed. "Hun, we all knew it. Don't you remember us trying to talk you out of giving it up for him that night, or any night for that matter? You have nothing to be ashamed of. Nothing. He's a dick." "Amen," said Nikki fervently. "Which is why you're going to march into Impulse like you fucking own the place. You look hot. And I don't say that as your best friend trying to make you feel better about yourself. I say that as another female who is aware that a much hotter female is in her territory, and I'd like to scratch her eyes out, because I know I don't have a chance in hell of looking as good as she does." Evangeline's head reared in surprise, and her startled gaze found Nikki's in the mirror. Lana shook her head and sighed. "You don't get it, Vanjie. And hell, I think that's half the turn-on for the guys. You have no clue how beautiful you are. You're all big eyes, gorgeous hair, a figure to die for, and you're good and sweet to your soul. If you had any hint of interest, you'd have men tripping over themselves to get next to you. They'd treat you like the queen you deserve to be treated as. But you honestly have no idea, and that just makes them want you even more." Evangeline shook her head, utterly baffled. "You guys are crazy. I'm a 23-year-old recently ex-virgin who's as gauche as they come. I'm barely off the farm and have a southern drawl that makes New Yorkers roll their eyes and want to pat me on the head and say, 'Well, bless your heart.' I'm a fish out of water here, and you all know it. I should have never come here. If it weren't for Mama and Papa, I'd go home and find work there." Lana threw up her hands. "One day someone is going to make you see you the way everyone else sees you. Eddie is a smug bastard and saw you as a conquest. He knows he's not good enough to lick your shoes, and he sucks in bed. But he'd never admit that, so he tears you down instead." Evangeline lifted her head. "Please, can we not talk about Eddie tonight? It's bad enough that I might see him, even though he may have changed his mind about going tonight. He could have lied about wanting to take me like he's lied about everything else. I'm not prepared for this. I'm scared to death, and I have no wish to be humiliated all over again." "Sweetie, the point of tonight is to see him. Or rather for him to see you so he can kick himself in the balls for what he could have had," Nikki reminded her. Steph shoved a VIP pass into Evangeline's hand, making sure she took it and didn't lay it aside. I could only score one, or one of us would go with you. But the line is long and people wait all night and never get in. With this pass, you walk straight to the front, show the bouncer manning the door the pass, and voila, you're in. And then, girlfriend, you work it. You walk in there, head high, like you don't need a man, and you give every man, including Eddie, a taste of what they could have but can't touch. You have a few drinks, and if Eddie looks your way, you do not cower. You do not lower your head. You stare him directly in the eye, and you smile. And then, you don't pay him another second of attention, like he doesn't exist. Dance if you want to. Flirt. Get your mojo back, your confidence. And when you're ready to go home, you call the number on the card I gave you. Wait 15 minutes and then go outside. Your ride will be there, and then you get your ass back here to us and give us the 411 on the entire evening. Lana touched her shoulder. And listen, if anything, and I mean anything, goes wrong, you call or text us. We can be there in no time flat, and we're not doing anything tonight. We'll be here for you when you get home, but if you need us before then, you let us know. I don't care how long that damn line is. I'll kick the bouncer's ass if he tries to keep us from rescuing one of my girls. A smile hovered on Evangeline's lips, and her eyes gleamed with amusement, not because she didn't believe Lana. She absolutely did. Her friends were fiercely protective of her, of each other, and Evangeline had no doubt that Lana would take on a 200-plus-pound bouncer, and win if she knew Evangeline needed her. She reached for Lana's hand and squeezed. Hard. Then she glanced up to include Steph and Nikki in her grateful gaze. You guys are the best. Y'all have done so much for me. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Nikki rolled her eyes, and Steph just snorted. Like you haven't been there for us every bit as much? You haven't nursed us through our share of broken hearts? Held our hair while we puked after getting shit-faced over some asshole guy who isn't good enough for us? Then told us that the douchebag who broke our heart wasn't fit to touch the hem of our shirts, much less anything else? Sound familiar? Steph's reproach made Evangeline grimace, because she was right. Everything they were doing now for her, she'd done for them. But she wasn't used to being the recipient. She didn't date much. Hadn't dated at all in the first 2 years after she'd moved to the city from the small town in the South she'd been born and raised in. She'd been too focused on working, taking extra shifts, saving as much money as possible to send back to her mama. It wasn't until Eddie had walked into the bar where Evangeline waitressed, and then kept coming back night after night until he had worn her down, that she'd agreed to go out with him. He'd come on hard and fast, but Evangeline had rebuffed him. Looking back, she could see that she'd been nothing more than a challenge to him, like waving a red flag in front of a bull's nose. By holding him off and not putting out, she'd only made him that much more determined to get into her pants. The fact that he was the first to do so just made his victory all the more sweet. Bastard. She nearly bared her teeth as anger made her cheeks go hot, but she didn't want to mess up her carefully applied lipstick or makeup. The girls had spent an hour making sure she was made up to perfection, and the entire time they'd hovered, offering their unconditional support, in between muttering threats that didn't bear repeating against Eddie, and boosting her non-existent confidence. And it was because of these 3 women that Evangeline was going to walk into the club that Eddie had been bragging about being a member of, even though the mere thought of it made her want to hide under her bed for a week, and she was going to pull it off. Bold, beautiful, confident. Give Eddie a taste of exactly what he could have had. Her mouth nearly turned down into a moo. He'd already had her. And by his accounts, it was nothing special. No, not even that. She, had been terrible. How the hell was she going to walk into a club and make a man regret fucking her over when he'd already had what her friends said he'd regret that he could have had? It was more likely he'd laugh in her face and ask her what man would ever want a frigid bitch like her. The confidence she'd spent the entire afternoon summoning fled in a heartbeat, and she glanced up at her friends in the mirror, her mouth opening to call the whole thing off, when all three of them pinned her with their fiercest glares. How did they do that? They knew exactly what she was about to say. But then they'd always been able to read her like a book. For that matter, according to Eddie, so could everyone else. He made it sound like a bad quality. Honesty. Not playing games or pretending to be something she wasn't. She didn't mind it with her girls because it made her feel special, like they were close enough friends to know what she was thinking at any given time. But it hadn't been remotely comforting to find out that apparently she was transparent to everyone else in the world as well. How the hell was she ever supposed to protect herself, guard herself, and keep from getting hurt if she couldn't disguise her thoughts and feelings? Don't even think about it, Lana warned. Nikki knelt down so she was eye level with Evangeline where she was perched on the vanity stool, where she'd spent the last hour being fussed over by her friends. Her sisters. Her expression was gentle and understanding. Listen to me, honey. You need to do this for yourself. Not for us. Sure as hell not for Eddie. Not for anyone else but you. He took something from you, and you need it back. If you let him get into your head, and you start believing that shit he fed you, then he wins. And you cannot let him get to you that way. Because what he said is bullshit. It is not true. And I won't have you believing it. So get it out of your head now. You have 15 minutes until the taxi gets here to take you to the club, so get yourself sorted out. Do whatever you have to do, but do it for you. Evangeline blinked furiously to keep tears at bay. Her friends would kill her if she ruined her makeup. They'd have to start all over, and she'd be way late to the club, and it would only give her added incentive to back out. And Nikki was right. This was something she needed to do for herself. Eddie had taken something from her, and not just her virginity, which, by the way, was vastly overrated. Sex was overrated. He'd stripped her of her dignity and what little confidence she possessed. He'd left her with nothing but humiliation and no sense of self-worth. No man was worth that, and it pissed her off that his words still stung. The sex? Completely unmemorable. But the words she'd never forget. They'd burned a hole in her brain and caused a wound she wasn't sure could ever be repaired. If tonight would give her any part of the spine she so desperately lacked, then it was worth walking into a crowded popular club alone and writing it out. Her friends hadn't wanted her to go by herself, not at all. But Steph had only been able to get her hands on one VIP pass, and VIP passes to Impulse were rare and precious, reserved for beautiful people, rich people, important people. Evangeline was none of those. But what would it hurt to pretend for one night that she did fit into that world? Why couldn't she be Cinderella for one night, and maybe get back a little of her own by flaunting in Eddie's face what he'd thrown away? Because Evangeline might not have had the most self-confidence in the world, but she did have confidence in her friend's abilities to make any woman look hot. Tomorrow she could go back to being boring, quiet, and mousy Evangeline, working late nights at a bar where the tips were good and the owner looked out for his girls, and she could put Eddie behind her for good. Not to mention swearing off men for good. She wasn't here to find a man, to date, or even to have a sex life. She was here because her family needed her support, and for them she could and would put her life on hold indefinitely. Sure, she had dreams and goals, things she wanted out of life that didn't include waitressing in a pub, wearing a skirt that barely covered her ass, and heels that had her feet screaming for relief at the end of the night. But for now, her job provided what she and her family needed. There was plenty of time to pursue her own path. She was only 23. She'd work 4, maybe 5 more years, stockpile enough money so that her mother didn't have to worry about finances. She'd made a promise to herself that by the time she turned 30, she'd do what she wanted. Make a life for herself. Have a life she could be proud of, and surround herself with good, solid friends like Steph, Nikki, and Lana. She wanted to go to school, learn a profession. She wanted to be more than a waitress barely scraping by. Her parents hadn't been able to afford to send her to college. She'd only managed to finish high school by gaining her GED because she'd been forced to get a job as soon as she was old enough to work so she could provide for her family. She had no regrets. She'd do anything for her mother and father. But that didn't mean she would live this life forever. Someday she'd have better. She wanted a husband and children, a stable relationship. Just not now. You ready? Nikki asked, bringing Evangeline abruptly back to the here and now. Evangeline huffed in a deep breath, squared her shoulders, and looked at herself in the mirror. She did look pretty. She wouldn't go as far as to say hot, as her friends had described her, but she wasn't ugly. She was even above average, even if she owed it all to her friend's magic touch with cosmetics and doing hair. Yeah, she murmured softly. I'm ready. 2. Drake Donovan pulled up to the entrance of the employee parking lot situated in the back of Impulse and quickly punched the security code into the console of his car, waiting impatiently for the gate to open so he could pull through. More often than not, his driver squired him everywhere, but when he went to the club, he drove himself, so he could leave at will without waiting for his driver to collect him. He pulled into the space marked Reserved, the closest spot to the entrance. There were many reserved spaces that spanned the front of the lot, all for his partners, but he refrained from ever putting his name, or theirs, not wanting to announce to everyone who exactly parked where. Collecting his briefcase, he climbed from the car and set a brisk pace to the back entrance, where again he'd have to enter the security code to gain access. But when he was mere steps away, a woman suddenly pushed her way in front of him, forcing him to take a hasty step backward or collide with her, something she evidently had no issue with. He gave her a cursory once-over and mentally cursed. She was scantily clad with a lot of makeup and an expensive hairstyle, and there was sultry invitation in her hazel eyes, though the color was hard to make out with all the smoky eye makeup that covered from eyebrows to eyelashes. "Mr. Donovan!" she gushed, reaching out to put her hand on his arm. He flinched away, his stare glacial. "You're trespassing on private property. Or did you not see all the signs, and the fact that the only way into this parking lot is via a security gate?" Her heavily painted lips turned down into a pout, but clear invitation still shone brightly in her eyes. "I was hoping you'd like some company tonight," she said breathlessly. "I can be very accommodating." Her look informed him that if he told her to drop to her knees right there on the pavement and suck him off, she'd do it with no hesitation, and in record time. Jesus. The only way she could have gotten in was to have climbed over the high fence surrounding the employee parking lot. Or someone had let her in. And if that was the case, heads were going to roll, and someone was going to get fired. As soon as he got upstairs, he'd review the surveillance footage to determine just how this woman had gotten past his security. He prided himself on impenetrable security. Even if she had attempted to climb over, she most certainly should have been detected and apprehended and escorted off the premises, long before Drake ever arrived. "Unfortunately for you, I'm not in a very accommodating mood tonight," he said in an icy tone. He immediately inserted the earpiece that would key him into all the activity going on in the club, his direct link to all his employees, and he barked a quick order. "I need security to the parking lot now." The woman's eyes widened in fear. "What are you going to do? I only wanted to please you. You're a very handsome man, Mr. Donovan. I think once you've had a taste of what I can offer you, you won't be disappointed." "I'm more disappointed that you're making me late for work and you're trespassing where you don't belong." The door burst open, and 2 of his bouncers ran toward Drake, tense, alert, and ready for action. "What's up, boss?" Colbin asked. Drake pointed at the now furious-looking woman. "Escort her out immediately, and from now on if anyone, and I mean anyone, gets into this lot who doesn't have clearance, I'll fire every single person in charge of surveillance." "You have no idea what you're passing up," the woman hissed, her fingers curling into claws. "Oh, I know damn well what I'm passing on," he drawled. "And I couldn't be any less interested in a skank who throws herself at me with promises to please me, when the very sight of you displeases me very much." She launched herself at Drake, her long painted nails aimed directly at his face. Matthews stepped between her and Drake immediately, and Colbin curled his arm around her waist, lifting her effortlessly as she let out a shriek of outrage and began kicking and thrashing, trying to lash those nails across his face. "Fuck!" Colbin bit out. "Get yourself together, bitch. You're making a fool of yourself. Mr. Donovan has no interest in you, and furthermore, he does not tolerate invasion of his privacy. If he wants you, he'll contact you. Don't ever come at him like this again, or you'll find yourself sitting inside a jail cell. Consider yourself lucky. He's letting you go with only a warning this time." "Bastard!" she threw out at Drake as Colbin hauled her to the gate. As he walked, Matthews radioed for a car to pull to the gate immediately to get rid of an unwanted guest, which only made the woman shriek louder in outrage. "I'm sorry, boss," Matthews said in a sober voice. "I have no idea how she got in, but I'm going to find out right away and make sure it never happens again." "You do that," Drake snapped. "And while you're at it, arrange to have barbed wire installed at the top of the fences. A few guard dogs wouldn't be amiss. You'll just have to take the time to acquaint all my employees with the dogs and ensure they don't mistake them as intruders. This is ridiculous." "I'm on it, boss. I won't fail you." Drake walked dismissively by Matthews and spoke into his comm. "Viper and Thane, pull surveillance from the employee parking lot for the previous 2 hours and have it set to play in my office. I want it ready to go as soon as I get to my office. I'm on my way up." "You got it," Thane replied immediately. Drake shook his head in disgust. The woman was no different from the women lined up down the block outside the entrance to Impulse, all eagerly awaiting the opportunity to get in. Some would, some wouldn't. There were a few couples, both one-nighters and steady relationships, but mostly women and men came here to hook up, be seen, up their status, and pretend to be what they weren't. He strode inside and merely nodded at the greetings from the employees he passed, in a hurry to get to his office, where he had a bird's-eye view of everything that went on in his club. He catered to exactly the clientele that Impulse attracted, but it didn't diminish his disgust or impatience with the type of people who frequented his establishment. He even indulged when it suited him, but he never kept a woman for more than one night, 2 at the absolute most. And there were 2 places he never brought a woman: his office at Impulse or his home. He had very exacting standards when it came to the women he took to his bed, the number 1 being absolute submission, and him being in complete control, just as he was in control of every aspect of his business and personal life. He'd created his world, his empire, by being ruthless and cutthroat when it was necessary. And he had no regrets, because he was a man who was feared by many and given absolute respect and deference. That fact served him well. He had no weaknesses to exploit. There was no way to penetrate his carefully guarded defenses and his top-of-the-line security. If it made him arrogant to consider himself God, so be it, because he was God, at least in his world. Maddox and Silas were waiting in his office, their expressions grim. "I hear you had a problem in the parking lot," Maddox said. Silas just stood there, his stare inquiring, but then he wasn't a man of many words. He didn't need words to get his point across. And people weren't exactly lining up to have a conversation with him, since a mere look usually scared the piss out of them. "Apparently," Drake said acidly. Even as he spoke, he reached for the remote and focused his attention on the screen where the surveillance footage of the parking lot would be displayed. Impatiently, he fast-forwarded until finally he discovered the source of the breach. "Son of a bitch," Maddox growled. Drake's expression was grim as he watched one of his newer employees pull in and park at the very back of the lot and get out as though he was merely showing up for work. It wasn't until he was well into the building that the back seat door opened and the woman who'd thrown herself at Drake crept surreptitiously from the vehicle, hunched down so as not to be seen. "Fire him," Drake snapped in Maddox's direction. "Escort him off the premises and then eliminate his security clearance to all entrances to the club." Maddox wasted no time departing to do Drake's bidding, leaving Silas alone with Drake. Drake took a seat at his desk and made sure all the monitors that covered every inch of the club were online. Then he turned his attention to Silas, the man who took care of any problems Drake encountered. He also cleaned up any unwanted messes. He did so with unflappable efficiency, and never failed. "I want you to pay Garner a visit and tell him he's behind in his payments, and he has precisely 48 hours to pay up or he loses my protection. Make it clear I'm not bluffing, and if he fails to come through, he's on his own, and he's a dead man." Silas nodded. "I'll leave now." Drake nodded. "Report back to me as soon as you've spoken to him and let me know the situation. He owes me a lot of money. You can also tell him that if he doesn't pay up, the least of his worries will be Vannucci, because I'll come after him myself, and I'll make whatever Vannucci will do to him look like child's play." "Consider it done," Silas said, even as he turned and disappeared into the far corner, where the darkness concealed another exit from the office. Drake clenched his jaw. Just another day at the office. Only the desperate woman throwing herself at him pissed him off more than Garner defaulting on past due payments. If he wanted a woman, he never had to look far. He damn sure didn't need some bitch clinging to him like a burr, expecting him to fall all over himself to take what she so vulgarly offered. Women didn't call the shots with him. Ever. If he saw something he wanted, he took it. He was in control. Always. No exceptions. Not a woman. Not anyone. And he planned to keep it that way. Evangeline stepped hesitantly from the cab after paying the fare, money given to her by the girls with a look in their eyes that said, "Don't even think about refusing." And for a moment, she stood there like an idiot, nervously surveying the line that extended down the sidewalk and wrapped around the block. Then realizing how conspicuous and out of place she looked standing there gawking like a moron, she started toward the entryway, where a burly, scary-looking bouncer stood in front of a roped-off area that led to the inside, his huge arms crossed over an even huger chest. She swallowed nervously as he caught sight of her and obviously saw her intention to walk in. His gaze narrowed and flitted up and down her, his lips thinning. Her back went up, as did her chin. She'd had enough of feeling unworthy, and she'd be damned if she was judged and found lacking by a freaking bouncer. A glance down the sidewalk told her why he was looking at her like she was nuts. Beautiful people stood, waiting for their opportunity to get in. Glitzy, glamorous. Women in expensive dresses, heels, jewelry draped from head to toe, hair that probably cost a fortune to have made up at the stylist. And then there were the men. Polished, preppy, rich-looking. Some alone, no doubt using impulse as hunting ground for a pickup and an easy lay. Others were there with their date for the evening, an arm wrapped securely around a gorgeous woman. She was so jealous that for a moment she couldn't breathe. What it must be like to be one of those beautiful people, to be able to take their looks and bodies for granted, to be able to get any man they wanted with a snap of their fingers. She noticed that she'd caught the attention of those at the front of the line. Women openly sneered at her, mocking glances thrown her way, as if to tell her, "As if you'll get in." She turned her attention back to the bouncer, who was now just a body space away, and he stepped forward, speaking before she could say or do anything. "Quota has been filled tonight," he said simply. "Sorry, but you'll have to go elsewhere. Or home," he added, after another sweep of her body. Her cheeks scorched hot at the judgment in his gaze. He hadn't even told her that the line formed at the rear. He hadn't even told her she'd have to wait. He'd dismissed her, told her she was unwelcome in a place like Impulse, and that just pissed her off. So she pulled out her trump card, snapping it angrily in front of his face, holding the VIP pass so it was impossible for him not to see. "I don't think so," she hissed between her teeth. He looked surprised, and then uneasy, hesitant even. And this was not a man she'd think was ever indecisive. Then she realized he was actually debating refusing her access, even though she had the golden ticket. A coveted VIP pass that allowed its owner to enter, no questions asked. He would know that someone important in the club had given it to her. He didn't have to know it hadn't been given directly to her. No one in their right mind ever gave away a VIP pass to this club, so his only logical conclusion was that it had been given to her personally, and she wasn't about to correct his assumption. Still, he didn't look happy at all as he reached down to unlatch the velvet rope that was strung between two metal poles just outside the doorway to the club. "Have a good time, miss," he said formally as he motioned her by. She glanced at the line from the corner of her eye, drawing smug satisfaction as she saw more than a few mouths drop open. Some expressions were openly outraged. She even heard someone protest that she had gotten in while they were still standing out on the sidewalk waiting. "VIP pass," the bouncer rumbled by way of explanation. Yep, that pretty much said it all. VIP meant an all-access ticket to everything in the club. Steph had been there before, and had brought her up to speed on the club, the layout, so she wouldn't make a complete fool of herself by not knowing what the hell she was doing once inside. Though Steph had told her about the front bar area, she was still surprised by how pleasantly quiet it was when she made her way into the lavishly decorated social area that was sectioned off from the dance floor and the huge bar in the center of the dance floor. It was a genius idea to have a quieter area with a bar so people could actually talk and hear one another, instead of yelling over the music. It would also give her time to have a drink in a quiet area, so she could work up her courage to venture onto the dance floor. Steph had explained that the dance floor was like a stadium with the bar in the center and the dance floor surrounding it on all sides. Then beyond the dance floor were the public places to sit. These were unenclosed areas with tables and chairs to rest after dancing and have a drink, although conversation was pretty much out. Above the public seating were the private boxes. These were enclosed rooms with a waiter or waitress assigned to each, and music could be heard or not heard with the flip of a switch. They were larger and more comfortable sitting areas than the public seating below, with couches, plush armchairs, and a large table for setting drinks and food on. The only thing it lacked, Evangeline had dryly remarked on, was a bed for people hooking up to have sex. She'd shut up quickly when Steph had seriously informed her that there were even more private rooms at the top of the club, access strictly monitored, which meant you had to be pretty damn important, or rich, to get in, and they were equipped with all the necessary comforts for couples to do as they wanted. How Steph knew all this, Evangeline didn't know, and she hadn't asked, though she'd seen Nikki and Lana's open curiosity and knew they would certainly ask at first opportunity. Evangeline figured if Steph had wanted them to know, she would have volunteered where she got her info, so she hadn't pursued the matter and had continued asking questions before either Nikki or Lana could pounce on the opportunity to grill their friend. Evangeline made her way to the bar, pondering how many drinks she could afford and how she should space them accordingly so it didn't look so obvious that she didn't belong. If she bought one, she could nurse it a long time and at least look like she was doing something other than standing around looking and feeling out of place. But then again, she needed at least one drink in her to fortify herself before venturing onto the dance floor, where she would likely see Eddie and whoever his latest conquest was. She glanced down, wondering if she was out of her mind for thinking, even for a moment, that Eddie would look at her and feel any regret for what he'd thrown away so callously. Even a freaking bouncer had found her lacking. So who was she kidding? She murmured her order to the bartender, and he smiled at her, his eyes twinkling. It was the first overt gesture of welcome she'd received since arriving at this place, so she smiled back. A genuine smile. One that said, "Thank you." He winked at her, and then began making her frou-frou girly drink, as the girls called them. Hey, she couldn't help it that she was a complete lightweight when it came to alcohol. Just because she served the stuff every night didn't mean she partook of it. Besides, she liked fruity drinks, and she especially appreciated that the bartender stuck one of those tropical umbrellas, along with a cherry, into the drink, just before sliding it over the bar to her. "On the house, babe," he said when she carefully pulled out one of the bills from her precious cash in the tiny clutch she had draped cross-body, so she didn't have to worry about dropping it or laying it down and forgetting about it. She lifted her startled gaze to him. "But you can't do that! You'll get into trouble!" He winked again and just shook his head before heading down to attend to another customer. Well, maybe not everyone found her a miserable failure. And he was pretty cute. No, not cute. There was one thing she was picking up on, even though she hadn't ventured far into the club yet. The men who worked here weren't pretty boys. They were guys who were buff and built, and looked like they could handle themselves in a fight. And the women were beautiful, classy-looking and elegant. There would be no looking down one's nose at one of the waitresses here, because they looked like high society chicks, who just happened to be serving drinks. Apparently being beautiful was not only a requirement of being allowed into the club, but also to work here. She was so out of place, it wasn't even funny. She turned around, bringing the glass to her mouth, noticing several glances thrown her way. She fidgeted uncomfortably. Was it that obvious she didn't belong? One could only take so much judgment, even if she had marched in here determined to get some of her own back. After observing yet another set of eyes flashing in her direction, she decided she'd had enough. This was absurd. What was she trying to prove, and why? She didn't have to prove anything to anyone but herself, and she knew she was better off without Eddie. She hadn't come in here so he'd drop to his knees and beg her to come back. Not that it wasn't an appealing image, if for no other reason she could kick him in the balls and tell him, "Over my dead body." An ache filtered into her chest. No, she'd simply come because she'd wanted him to know he was wrong, that she wasn't a mousy, passionless woman. She could be beautiful, even if none of it was real and was, instead, courtesy of her friend's skill with hair and makeup. Not to mention the dress and shoes they'd outfitted her in, the way too form-fitting dress that outlined every single curve and dip of her body. A dress she would have never dared to wear before, even if her friends forever despaired of her hiding what they called a hot mama body. Whatever. They were her friends, and they were entitled to be biased. But Evangeline knew the truth, just as Eddie also knew the truth, and she was a fool to come here and think for a moment he'd change his mind and regret anything. She was about to turn and place her drink back on the bar and then swiftly take her leave when she saw him from the corner of her eye. Oh shit, oh shit! She froze, not wanting to turn quickly to hide in case he had already seen her, because she would not make it obvious that she was trying to hide. Instead, she pretended interest in the dance floor through the wide, soundproof double doors to her left, as though she were just finishing up her drink before opting to make her way out onto it. Maybe he hadn't seen her. Maybe he was leaving. Laughter sounded close. Too damn close. Shit. All her maybes went right out of the door, where she wished Eddie had gone. "What the hell are you doing here, Evangeline?" Eddie asked, amusement thick in his voice. She slowly turned her cool gaze on him, purposely widening her eyes, as if surprised to see him. "Oh, hello, Eddie," she said. She nodded politely at the woman clinging like a burr to his arm, the woman who did not look pleased that Eddie was talking to Evangeline. "I would think it's obvious what I'm doing here. What does anyone do here? They have a few drinks and dance, which is precisely what I intend to do. If you'll excuse me, I'm heading onto the floor. Good to see you. Hope you all have a good night." She started to slip past Eddie, but his hand flew out and cut painfully into her arm. She whirled in shock, staring at him like he'd lost his mind. "Let go!" she said hoarsely. "Eddie, you're hurting me!" He laughed cruelly. "What's your game, Evangeline? Come to find me? Beg me to come back to you? Want to go another round with me after I kicked you out of my bed? Come on, sweetheart. No one is that desperate. Sticking my dick in your cunt was like fucking a snowdrift." Evangeline was shocked by his coarse language, and the fact that he was speaking loudly enough for the entire bar to hear. Her cheeks burned in mortification, and she staggered as though he'd struck her. "Let go of me," she hissed. But his grip only grew tighter, bruising her fair skin. She'd wear his fingerprints for days. The woman at his side laughed, the sound tinkly and abrasive, like ice cubes dropping into a glass. "Oh, this is the one you were telling me about," she said in a silky voice. She stared at Evangeline, fake pity in her eyes. "Too bad you weren't woman enough to keep him," she purred. "But you can bet I'll be woman enough to keep him satisfied." Evangeline was too shocked, too mortified to respond. She should have responded with cutting remarks of her own, not showing either of them how much they'd ripped her apart. Her only triumph was that she managed, barely, to keep the tears that burdened the edges of her eyes at bay, because that was more humiliation than even she could bear. He'd made her cry once. Never again would she allow him to do it. "What I think," she said, proud of her calm, even tone, "is that you and your little prostitute should skitter on out of here and back to the alley where you belong. And if you don't let go of my arm, I'll press assault charges." Eddie's eyes narrowed as fury washed over his features. His cheeks grew red and mottled as he advanced, pushing farther into her space until she could feel and smell his hot, fetid breath blasting her face. Menace burned brightly in his eyes, and she knew it was about to get even uglier. You little bitch! 3. Drake Donovan saw her the moment she walked into the club. He was sitting high above the dance floor in his private quarters, several surveillance monitors strategically placed for easy viewing of every inch of the club. He didn't just own the club and assume a hands-off approach. He owned many businesses, and he had a tight leash on them all. And he closely monitored the goings-on any time he was here. He quickly zoomed in on the curvy blonde who warily entered the front bar, her eyes wide as she took in her surroundings. A blistering curse flew from his lips, even as he continued to track her every movement. Someone was going to lose their goddamn job over this. Drake had a strict policy about who was and wasn't allowed in his club, and innocent, naive-looking girls like the one who just walked hesitantly into his bar without a man at her side to protect her was definitely not someone who should have ever gotten by his bouncer. Fucking Anthony knew better. What the hell was he thinking, allowing her in? Heads were going to roll. Just as soon as he got her the hell out of his club, with the understanding that she was never allowed back. And yet he hesitated, because she fascinated him. There was something about her, and he couldn't put his finger on what. He watched intently as she hesitantly made her way to the bar, where she was treated to a wink and a smile from Drew, his bartender. A man he suddenly had the strongest urge to fire, for no other reason than that he was flirting with the blue-eyed enchantress. Drew flirted with all the females. So why was Drake so up in arms over his harmless flirtation with a woman who would never be back in Drake's club, for fuck's sake? He let out his breath in a long exhale when she turned away from the bar and faced in the direction of the dance floor. He was treated to an up-close, full-frontal view, and it was spectacular. Everything about her did it for him, and yet she was the complete antithesis of the women he usually fucked. And judging by the many appreciative male gazes and the decidedly unfriendly looks from the women, he wasn't wrong in his assessment of her. Hell, she'd end up causing a damn riot if he didn't get her the hell out, and soon. A woman looking like her in a club like this, those big, wide eyes, a curvy body in a dress that left nothing to the imagination. A woman who screamed innocence and inspired a man to want to get her into bed as fast as he could, so he could teach her how to please him. Yeah, she was serious trouble with a capital T. But all he could think about was getting her out of the fucking club and into somewhere private, before some other guy made a play for her. He was so absorbed in his perusal of the unknown woman that he didn't notice the guy with a skank practically shrink-wrapped to his side, blazing a trail directly toward her. He saw the woman's head come up, and he zoomed in with the push of a button, focusing the camera directly on her. There was surprise in her eyes, but something else, too. Something Drake didn't like at all. Fear. The man spoke to her, and it was obvious that what he was saying wasn't at all nice or complimentary. The woman's face went white, and she teetered like her legs were about to go out from beneath her, and the man's fingers were wrapped around her arm. He saw her wince in pain, just as he also saw the man tighten his hold on her. Then the man advanced even farther, getting into her space. Drew, the bartender, was leaping over the bar just as Drake hit the button for Maddox. God damn it. God damn it! Maddox was there in 3 seconds. Drake pointed at the monitor. Go get her, now, he barked. Bring her to me and make damn sure the man accosting her is thrown out, taught a lesson, and never allowed back into any of my establishments. Maddox's eyes reflected shock, and Drake knew why. No one but his most trusted men were ever allowed in Drake's private quarters, and certainly no women had ever been here. But it was a testament to Maddox's training and loyalty. He didn't hesitate, didn't ask questions. He merely nodded and was gone in a flash. On the monitor, Drake saw Drew hold up, a pissed-off look on his face, his brow creased in annoyance. Maddox must have radioed him and told him that the man was his. All his employees wore earpieces so that he or his men could communicate with them at all times. Drew looked like he was about to disobey his directive from Maddox and lay the guy out anyway when Maddox appeared on the scene. Drake wouldn't chastise or discipline his employee as he would normally if a direct order was disobeyed. He well understood Drew's rage and why he couldn't stand for the woman to remain in that asshole's grasp another second. Drake watched, his eyes glittering with satisfaction, as Maddox pulled the guy up off the floor by his collar, after landing 3 lightning-fast punches that left the guy senseless, and tossed him toward a pissed-off Xander, another of Drake's men who'd instantly appeared at Maddox's command. Xander hauled him toward the door, the back door, where Silas and Jax would be waiting. They would all give the little asshole a dose of his own medicine by overcompensating the odds to teach the little bastard a lesson. A little 3-on-1 was exactly what a man deserved for abusing a defenseless woman, even though even one of Drake's men could have done more than a sufficient job against the fucking pussy. Evangeline sucked in her breath in fear and pain as Eddie got into her face, his expression murderous. His grip on her arm was crushing, and he'd flung off his girl du jour, which freed his other hand. Her glance skittered to that hand, which was now balled into a fist, and he lifted it. Oh my God! He was going to hit her, and there was nothing she could do about it. She tried to lift her knee and ram it into his balls, but her damn dress was so tight she couldn't raise her leg more than a few inches. She began struggling wildly, her eyes darting around the room, pleading for someone, anyone, to intervene. Were they all just going to stand by while he assaulted her in public? She managed to get one hand into his face, raking his cheek with her nails, a pitiful defense when she was so much smaller and wasn't nearly as strong. He roared, and she knew she'd made a very bad mistake. She saw his fist coming at her, tried to duck, but knew he'd hit her, knew he'd probably knock her out, leaving her completely helpless against God only knew whatever else he planned to do. But then, to her complete bewilderment, a hand, a really huge, beefy hand, lashed out and caught Eddie's fist as if it were nothing more than a child's. An enormous man loomed over Eddie, a killing rage flashing over his features. He squeezed Eddie's hand, and Evangeline could swear she heard bones snapping. Eddie let go of her completely and screamed. He actually screamed. She winced because, wow, it was pathetic. A grown man screaming like a girl. The man continued his assault, bending Eddie's arm until Eddie went to his knees, whimpering like a kicked puppy. Evangeline backed hastily away, wanting only to get out as fast as she could. She would have run if her legs hadn't been wobbling so badly. The man, seemingly unruffled by Eddie on his knees begging piteously, turned and pinned Evangeline with dark green eyes. She swallowed because, whoa. Not only was the man seriously hot, but he was extremely intimidating. In that moment, she didn't know if she was more terrified of Eddie or the guy who'd intervened on her behalf. You. Don't move, he clipped out. She locked her knees and nodded, wondering why she'd just obeyed this man. But then there was the fact that he looked like he could crush her like a bug. Hell, he'd just crushed Eddie like a bug, and Eddie was a lot bigger than Evangeline. That was the deciding factor in her compliance. Shit, shit, shit! What the hell had she gotten herself into? She knew this had been a bad idea, and that she should never have let her girlfriends talk her into this complete debacle. She needed to apologize fast, and then swear she'd never come back and get the hell out as fast as she could. Go home to her girls and eat a pint, no, a gallon of ice cream, and at least give them the satisfaction of hearing of Eddie's humiliation. Eddie was on the floor in a fetal position now, and Evangeline just now noticed that the bartender was just to her side, a look of disgust on his face. Had he intended to intervene? For that matter, a quick look around the room told her that everyone thought Eddie was a pathetic excuse for a man. She'd take what little satisfaction she could derive from that. A few bruises on her arm was a small price to pay to see him so humbled. She wasn't so nice and forgiving that she'd expend even a morsel of compassion or pity for Eddie's plight, because he deserved every single thing done to him tonight. Okay, so her arm would hurt like hell for a few days. But still. The man who'd commanded her to stay, like she was some trained dog, turned his attention back to Eddie and then roughly yanked him up by his collar and tossed, yes, tossed, Eddie like a rag doll to another man who was as big and as intimidating as he was. The new guy, someone she hadn't even noticed until now, simply turned, dragging Eddie behind him, away from the entrance where Evangeline had entered the club, as though he weighed absolutely nothing. How had she not noticed the new guy's arrival? He was every bit as impressive as the guy who'd intervened on her behalf and then ordered her not to move, and certainly not someone she'd ever overlook in any other circumstances. Geez, but suddenly the small front bar was filled with hot, badass-looking guys who had simply materialized in a matter of seconds and prevented Eddie from punching her directly in the face. He could have easily broken her jaw or her nose, and God only knew what other damage he would have inflicted if not for the men who'd effortlessly put a stop to his assault. No matter how badass and intimidating they looked, they hadn't once threatened her, or made her feel unsafe. Nervous? Yes, because she'd been commanded not to so much as move from where she stood, but as naive as it made her sound, she truly didn't believe these new men would lay a finger on her. Maybe that made her stupid and a complete moron, but given a choice between them and Eddie, who she knew meant her serious harm, she'd take the unknown without a second thought. And that gave her a measure of comfort and reassurance. How they pulled that off she would never know, because these men were not men who would ever go unnoticed even in a much, much larger crowd. They were big, tall men with broad shoulders, ripped muscles, and faces you could break a stone on. And they all looked pissed. At her? For her? It was hard to tell, although not one of them spared a glance in her direction. No, their anger and disgust was solely focused on Eddie and the pitiful sight he made, squirming around on the floor. Eddie was not a small man, but these guys, they made Eddie look like a scrawny boy. She swallowed, hard, and her hand automatically went to her arm as the man who'd intervened on her behalf turned his attention fully on her, now that Eddie was being dragged away. She idly wondered where exactly they were taking him, but then decided she needed to be more worried about how she was going to get out of here, or if they were taking her anywhere. Panic swamped her, and she could feel the beginnings of a full-scale mother-of-all-anxiety attacks. Not what she needed tonight. She just wanted to call the number her girlfriends had provided and be picked up and out of here as soon as humanly possible. Thank you, she stammered out. I'll just be going now. I shouldn't have come. The man's expression gentled, and he put his hand out to her shoulder. She flinched involuntarily, a natural reaction after being assaulted by another man. He frowned, his eyes narrowing, as though he'd been insulted by her response, intentional or not, but his displeasure wasn't in any way reflected in his touch. It was exceedingly gentle, and he gave her a reassuring squeeze, even as his frown disappeared, and he regarded her almost tenderly. Now Maddox understood all too well Drake's reaction and his instant call for Maddox, Xander, and Silas to intervene, because this was one mean son of a bitch taking out his rage and humiliation on a beautiful woman half his size. He also understood Drake's uncharacteristic response to this particular woman because she was a lone sheep in a pack of vicious, bloodletting wolves. "Are you okay?" he asked quietly in a very gentle tone, not wanting to frighten or intimidate her further. It was obvious to anyone that she was absolutely at her breaking point, and had fired all the protective instincts he'd seen reflected. She needed extremely gentle care, or she was going to fall apart at any moment. And fuck it all, but that pissed him off royally. He wanted to be outside, teaching the little bastard a lesson, even though the others were more than capable of beating the little bastard, a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. He just wished he could take part. But this woman needed very careful handling, and now he understood Drake's adamancy that Maddox take care of the woman and see her safely to Drake's quarters. If Drake hadn't already staked a claim, she would be coming home with him tonight and never have to worry about the asshole he'd gotten off her ever coming within a mile of her. "Yes. No. I will be. Just as soon as I leave," she muttered. Clearly Evangeline was losing her mind. Guys like him weren't sweet and caring. He'd probably be horrified if she ever voiced the opinion that his touch was gentle and his expression tender. He'd likely take it as an insult. He shook his head. She looked at him in panic. "What does that mean?" "I'm sorry, but I can't do that," he said softly. "The boss wouldn't like that, and he doesn't like to be kept waiting. Mr. Donovan wants to see you. He sent me to get you." Then his lips curled in disgust as he spared one quick glance over his shoulder, as if to reassure himself the matter with Eddie was fully resolved. "And to take out the trash." The last rumbled from deep within his chest, and she could tell he was pissed all over again. Then she really panicked. "But why? I didn't do anything. I was standing here minding my own business, and that asshole assaulted me," she sputtered. His gaze darkened as fury crept over his features, and she wished she'd just kept her mouth shut. Then, as if he'd realized he was scaring the crap out of her, his expression went bland, and then the gentleness was back in both touch and expression. "I truly am sorry," he said, his voice soothing. "But Mr. Donovan wants to see you. He sent me to get you, so that's what I'm going to do. I won't hurt you. I'm Maddox, by the way. And I'll tell you now, Drake is an intimidating son of a bitch, but he will not hurt you. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Don't act afraid. You will tell him what made that asshole act like a douchebag before he got thrown out of the club. Furthermore, that bastard will never be allowed back into any of Drake's establishments, but he'll take it one step further. He has contacts all over the city, and that dickhead will not only be banned from any business Drake owns, but he will be blackballed from any similar establishments." She sent him another startled look. He was introducing himself like this was some social thing when he was, in effect, holding her prisoner. Just not in so many words. Evangeline," she managed to get out. He smiled then, and, wow, he had a killer smile. Her knees went a little weak, and she was suddenly glad his hand was still curled around her shoulder. Otherwise she might have face-planted. "Very pretty," he murmured. "Now, if you'll come with me, I'll take you to Mr. Donovan." The panic was back. Fear skittered up her spine and flooded her face. Maddox had started to propel her in the direction of a set of stairs just outside the doorway leading to the dance floor, when he saw her face and immediately stopped, staring directly into her eyes. "He won't hurt you. No one will hurt you. You have my word." "Then why—" "I don't understand," she said in frustration. She wanted to ask more, but he stopped one more time and turned, gently cupping her cheek, in a very surprising motion, because he didn't look like a man who made affectionate or comforting gestures, and he'd been nothing but extremely gentle and compassionate toward her ever since he'd put a stop to Eddie's assault. "You didn't do anything, Evangeline. Now, please, come with me." She didn't get to finish her endless questions, because once more she found herself moving toward the stairs. She wasn't sure exactly how he managed it. Her feet certainly didn't want to obey. She didn't want to obey. And yet in a matter of moments, they were at the stairs. But then he bypassed them and entered a dark hall that did little to allay her fears. He obviously felt her tremble, because he gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze, and then suddenly he settled her against him, pulling her into the crook of his arm as he pushed the button to an elevator. An elevator? "Relax," he murmured. "I swore to you no one would hurt you, and I never break my word." "Never?" His eyes flashed with amusement as the elevator door whooshed open. "Never." "It's got to be a requirement," she muttered, as the elevator closed and then began its ascent. He looked at her in confusion. "For working here," she said patiently. "It has to be a requirement." "What is?" he asked, clearly puzzled. "Not breaking my word?" "Being hot. Everyone's hot here. Even the bouncers and the waitresses. And whatever you and those other guys are. It should be a crime." She said it like it was a crime, and, well, it was. No one should be this freaking gorgeous. Or nice. They all looked too badass to take the time to reassure a confused woman who was scared out of her mind. The bouncer at the front door. The bartender. Hot guy number 1, who'd crushed Eddie like a bug. Hot guy number 2, to whom hot guy number 1 had tossed Eddie. Not to mention the other hot guy who'd appeared, apparently to help hot guy number 2 escort Eddie out. The waitresses. And then there were the club-goers themselves. "And apparently only beautiful people are allowed here," she muttered under her breath, but apparently loud enough that Maddox could hear, judging by the laughter brimming in his eyes. "I knew it was a mistake to come. I don't belong here. I should have just stayed home." At that, he immediately sobered, and he had that scary look back. He stared fiercely at her. His eyes narrowed as he studied her, disbelief reflected in his beautiful eyes. "You don't think you're beautiful?" Her mouth gaped open. "Duh! I don't think. I know. You can't change what is." He didn't look at all happy with her statement, but before he could respond, the elevator opened directly into a darkened, spacious room. She had to blink to adjust to the lower lighting, and realized the only light illuminating the room came from video monitors placed on the wall. Surveillance. So that was why someone had ridden to the rescue. Well, thank God for that, because it wasn't as if any of the other customers were going to intervene. Maddox cursed softly, shaking his head as he propelled Evangeline into the room. He'd opened his mouth as if to speak or respond to her statement, but snapped it shut the minute the elevator opened. But he still looked pissed, which she was beginning to think was also a requirement of working here. Hot and perpetually pissed. She had to say, when not directed at her, the hot and pissed-off look was pretty damn hot. "Her name is Evangeline," Maddox said. "Leave us." A deep male voice sounded. She glanced around, trying to find the source of the voice. She turned back to Maddox, because suddenly Maddox didn't seem to be so bad. And Maddox had been nice to her. Well, except for the kidnapping and not allowing her to leave part. But Maddox had melted away, the elevator door already closing, leaving her alone with whoever the mysterious Mr. Donovan was. Shit. Realization struck her that she'd just jumped from the frying pan into the fire, and there was no one to save her this time. 4. Evangeline glanced nervously around the room, shivering as a feeling of power surrounded her. She could swear she smelled the man, and it was intoxicating. Mr. Donovan? Once again, she glanced anxiously, trying to pinpoint his location. And then she saw him. He stepped from the shadows of the far corner of the room, and her eyes widened in surprise and in pure female appreciation. Whoa. Now she got it. She understood the rules and who they were inspired by. If Mr. Donovan ran impulse, it certainly made sense that someone as beautiful as him would surround himself by equally beautiful people. She stared in fascination as he regarded her intently, his dark eyes raking over her, making her feel suddenly exposed and extremely vulnerable. She swallowed hard, because she could swear she saw a flash of interest in his arresting liquid brown eyes. Maybe Eddie had hit her, because clearly she was out of her mind. But it was a nice fantasy. He wore his hair short, and he had a polished, sophisticated look that screamed wealth and power. His features were sharply defined, with a hard set to his jaw. He had a broad, muscled chest and shoulders, and was a lot taller than she was. She'd have to stand on tiptoe just to reach his chin. Her gaze was drawn to his mouth. Over and over again, she came back. After checking out a different feature, her gaze flitted back to the hard line of his mouth, and she felt all tingly imagining what his mouth would feel like on her skin. Heat scorched over her body, followed swiftly by mortification for even entertaining such ludicrous thoughts. As if a man like him would even give her the time of day. Then, suddenly, he strode forward, a determined, pissed-off look on his face, and she braced for the inevitable confrontation. To her complete shock, he gently grasped the arm that Eddie had bruised and turned it so he could inspect the extent of her injury. Fury blazed in his eyes, but he didn't let go of her arm, though his hold was infinitely tender. Chill bumps erupted and raced across the arm he was touching, and a peculiar sensation welled in the pit of her stomach. Her vagina clenched, and her nipples tingled, suddenly hypersensitive, and became rigid points. She had the urge to cross her arms over her breasts, because she was sure he could see the imprint of the puckered ridges through the thin material of her dress. What the hell was happening here? Had she entered an alternate reality? This was so not her. She didn't spaz and become a walking hormone around a man, any man. She didn't have time for men, and the one time she'd made the time, well, it was obvious what that got her. And suddenly, the beast was unleashed, and she tried to take a hasty step back, but his firm yet gentle grip on her arm prevented her from doing so. "What the hell were you thinking coming into a place like this?" he demanded, fury lacing his every word. She immediately dropped her gaze, shame and mortification seizing her in a grip that rivaled Eddie's earlier assault on her arm. I know I don't belong, she said, in a voice barely above a whisper. I know I'm not good enough to be in a place like this, where only beautiful and rich people come. Her voice grew more resigned and subdued with every word. She could barely speak for the humiliation knotting her throat. I'll just go now. I'm sorry I was a bother. I caused a scene. I won't be back, I promise. You won't ever have to worry about me showing up here or anywhere again. She tensed in his hold, fully expecting him to let go and let her walk out. When his grasp remained intact, panic kicked in, and she looked frantically up at him, blanching at the rage in his eyes. Please, let me go. I swear to you I'll never come back. His expression was carved in stone, that hard jaw she'd observed earlier, much more noticeable now. Then why did you come? He asked bluntly, making her cringe at his crassness. Was he really going to make her spell it out to him? Give him a play-by-play of her lack of worthiness to grace the premises of his club? And damn her propensity for always blurting out the truth, no matter how painful. It was a flaw she would be thrilled to be rid of. But no. Before she was even cognizant of what she was saying, the whole ugly story came pouring out. The man who assaulted me is my ex, boyfriend, lover, whatever. Though I'd hardly consider us lovers, she said bitterly. I was a challenge to him. Was being the key word. He knew I was a virgin, and so he coaxed me and wined and dined me, pretending interest because he wanted to be my first, she stammered out, heat scorching her entire face. Drake cursed savagely, startling her with his vehemence, but she plunged ahead, only wanting to be done so that maybe he'd finally let her go. As soon as I finally gave in, stupidly thinking that he was someone special, he dumped me on the spot. He said I was a terrible lay. I overheard him complaining to his friends, people. I don't know who they were, she said painfully. He said that sticking his dick in my cunt. She broke off, mortified over her use of the offensive word. Then she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. He said it was like fucking a snowdrift. And it definitely wasn't worth the 3 months he had to wait for me to give it up. He repeated the sentiment tonight, to my face. So you came tonight to see him? Drake asked incredulously. Why the hell would you want to do that? For fuck's sake, did you want him back? Her head snapped up, her anger surging hot through her veins. No, she hissed. Not now, not ever. My girlfriends talked me into coming. Said I needed to get back some of my own. Steph had a VIP pass, and they spent an hour making me up. Shoes, killer heels, hair, makeup, the works. They thought I should let him see what he'd shit on, she said dully. I told them it was stupid. This place is for beautiful people. Even the people who work here are gorgeous. Everyone is freaking perfect. And then there was me, sticking out like a sore thumb. The people in line outside knew I didn't belong. The people inside knew I didn't belong. And you obviously knew I didn't belong because you sent your goon to get rid of me. So if you'll just let me be on my way, I'd appreciate it. I've already promised I'll never darken the door of your club again. This has been a humiliating enough night as it is, and I can only take so much. He gave her a look that was a combination of bewilderment and super pissed off. You don't think you fucking outshine every bitch out there and they don't know that? He clipped out angrily. You didn't see that the skank with your ex was ready to rip your hair out by the roots because she isn't as gorgeous as you and never will be? There isn't a bottle made that can duplicate the kind of beauty you have. And those bitches in there don't hold a candle to your kind of shine, and they hate you for it." She looked at him absolutely stunned, her eyes wide with shock. He swore viciously, causing her to flinch again. "No, it's obvious you don't see it," he said in a grim voice. "You don't see your own goddamn appeal, and that makes you even more attractive to men." "You don't have to say that to make me feel better," she said softly. "It's kind of you, but the truth is always better. I prefer to keep it real. I know what I am and what I'm not. I accept that." Before she could process what the ever-loving hell he was doing, he pulled her roughly into his arms, so she landed with a soft thud against his chest. He tilted her chin up, his hand nearly covering half her face, it was so large, and then he crushed his mouth to hers, devouring her lips, as though he were starving. It was the equivalent of being struck by lightning. Every nerve ending in her body promptly jolted, and she gasped, opening her mouth to his advancing tongue. He probed delicately, with patience that contradicted his impatient, seemingly angry movements. She let out a delicious sigh because that mouth. Oh, God. But she'd been so right about his mouth and lips. But now that she'd experienced his tongue, suddenly her attention wasn't quite as focused on his lips. He tasted and smelled divine, hot, alpha, badass male, arrogant, confident, and so yummy-looking she couldn't fathom that she was standing in his office while he was thoroughly kissing her in a way she'd never been kissed before. And she'd only known him for all of 5 minutes. She put her hands up to his chest, her intent to ward him off, but as soon as her palms made contact with the muscled wall, they stopped and simply absorbed his heat as she leaned further into his kiss with a soft sigh of surrender. Drake had heard all the not good enough, not beautiful, don't belong bullshit he was going to put up with for the night. Evangeline. Angel. Yes, her name suited her to perfection. She was the most beautiful woman in the entire goddamn club, and here she stood spouting shit that she truly believed. And in no way was he going to be able to change her mind with just a few words, so he did what he'd been dying to do ever since he'd seen her walk through the door of the front bar. He hauled her against his body so she landed against his chest, the plush softness of her breasts searing his flesh, even through 2 layers of clothing, his and hers. Then he crashed his mouth down on hers and feasted like a man long deprived of such beauty. His lips lightened, and he licked delicately over the full, plump bottom lip, nipping lightly with his teeth, a request for her to open her sweet mouth, so he could get inside, where it was even sweeter. With a stuttered gasp, she complied, though he wasn't sure if she'd actually made the cognizant decision to allow his tongue access, or whether she was merely starving for air, since she hadn't taken a single breath since his mouth had crashed down on hers. But he wasn't waiting around to find out. He thrust his tongue inward, nearly groaning aloud as she tentatively met his thrust with just the tip of her tongue. A brush so soft, it was like a butterfly's wings. God, if her mouth tasted this sweet, he could only imagine how sweet her pussy would taste. And he had a sudden urgency to find out. He wrapped his arms around her, hauling her body into his until there was no space between them, until her softness melted into his much harder frame and molded to his. He could feel her breasts, even the turgid points of her nipples, through what had to be a sheer, lacy bra for all the protection it offered. For that matter, she likely wasn't wearing one, since the dress didn't allow much in the way of the inner trappings. Just the thought of there being nothing between him and those beautiful breasts, those nipples thrusting against his chest, except the sheer dress she wore, had his dick roaring to life and surging against his pants like a randy teenager making it with his girlfriend for the first time. Mindful of his desire to taste her feminine nectar, he reached down and swept her into his arms, ignoring her sudden cry of alarm. She didn't fight him. If she had, he would have offered her reassurance that he damn sure wasn't going to hurt her. She merely lay rigid in his arms, her breaths coming in sporadic bursts, her cheeks a delectable shade of pink. She was flush with arousal, and he enjoyed savage satisfaction over the fact that she wanted him. Fucking a snowdrift. Her ex had to be out of his fucking mind. Drake didn't need to be balls deep inside her to know she'd have him going up in flames. He was about to come in his pants, and he hadn't even gotten her on his desk or her dress up to her waist. He set her ass on the edge of his desk, and with an impatient gesture, he swept the surface of his work area clean, knocking the contents to the floor. Shit scattered in all directions, and her eyes widened, her pupils dilated, so that only a thin ring of blue circled the black orbs as she stared warily at him. Not giving her any time to think, much less gather her scattered emotions, he eased her down until she lay flat on her back on the desk, and her legs dangled over the side of his desk. It made him a complete bastard, because he was absolutely taking advantage of a woman who was still reeling from the events of the night. But at the moment, he didn't give a fuck, because he was consumed by the need to taste her. To give her a taste of what her shithead ex hadn't bothered, or was unable to give her. She would leave here satisfied completely, and then she'd return to him. Oh yes, she would be his. She just didn't know that. Yet. He gently slipped her shoes off, hesitating just a second, because the idea of him being between her legs with only those shoes had his dick already leaking pre-cum. That was for later. He'd fuck her in those shoes and nothing else. He dropped the heels onto the floor and then shoved her dress up her legs and over her hips to gather around her belly. She was clad in lacy, sheer panties that covered golden curls at the V of her thighs. He tugged the thin band, sliding the sheer material down her thighs to her heels, and let them drop to the floor. Impatiently, he nudged her thighs apart and groaned when he got an unimpeded view of her glistening arousal. The pink lips of her pussy beckoned him, and he lowered his head, running his tongue between her lips from her slick entrance to her quivering clit. She cried out and arched violently upward, her legs shaking spasmodically. Clamping his hands on her hips, he held her firmly in place as he began sucking and licking in long strokes. Moisture surged onto his tongue, and to his satisfaction, he'd been right. She tasted every bit as delicious as he'd imagined. He could die a happy man between her legs, his tongue lightly fucking her, tasting her from the inside out. With light laps, he worked his way up to her clit and circled the taut bud until she let out a keening wail. Then he rimmed her entrance with the blunt tip of one fingertip, slipping only the slightest way in. As she got wetter around his finger, he grew bolder with both his hand and his tongue. He stroked her velvety walls, reaching deeper to the slightly rougher area of her G-spot. As soon as he exerted light pressure and suckled gently at her pulsing clitoris, she went wild, bucking, her breaths loud and forceful. "Oh my God," she said in awe, wonder in her voice. "I had no idea it could be this way, that it could feel so good, so perfect." Her words slid over his ears like the finest silk, and he experienced an ego boost like no other he'd ever felt. This woman deserved a man who could satisfy and please her in bed, and he had every intention of being that man. He was claiming her, putting his stamp on her, even if he didn't fully possess her tonight. Knowing he would have her fully, completely, gave him a surge of sheer male satisfaction. He gently sucked her pulsing clit between his lips as he added a second finger, stroking in and out. "Oh, oh," she gasped. "I don't want it to end. It's too perfect. Oh my God. What do I do? I feel like I'm coming apart." "Let it happen, Angel," he murmured. "Let yourself feel the pleasure and forget all about the past. This is how it should feel when a man takes care of his woman and isn't a selfish bastard out to please only himself." He stretched her more with his fingers and then began to stroke in and out, enjoying the silky walls of her pussy. He licked and sucked at her clit until her entire body was rigid, her bottom lifted entirely off the desk, as if desperate for his mouth. He felt the ripple of her pussy around his fingers, and cursed the fact that it wasn't his cock. He was so hard that it hurt, and his straining erection felt as though it were about to split apart. He'd never wanted a woman so badly in his life, and he'd damn sure never been this aroused. And unselfish. "Give it to me," he demanded. "Come in my mouth, Angel. Let me taste you." He withdrew his fingers and then moved his mouth down to her opening and slid his fingers up to her clit to caress as he licked and sucked her sweet juices. Her cry splintered the quiet, and she went wild, bucking and writhing as she exploded into his mouth, on his tongue, bathing his chin with her creamy nectar. He gentled his ministrations, knowing how hypersensitive she would be as she came down from her orgasm, but he continued to tongue her, lapping up every drop of her essence. And then she went utterly limp, and when he raised his head, he saw her dazed expression and the hazy, dreamy look in her eyes. She was the most beautiful sight he'd ever seen. Her gaze found his, and uncertainty, shame, and embarrassment replaced the look of euphoria that had been present. She looked away, her cheeks flushing. Drake gently lifted her to a sitting position, and then slipped her underwear back on, then eased her from his desk and straightened her dress, before bending to slide her heels back on her feet. He cupped her cheek, softly caressing her jaw with his thumb. "Maddox will take you home now, but he'll be back to pick you up at 7 sharp tomorrow night, to bring you back to me." She nodded numbly, obviously dazed and confused, bewilderment bright in her eyes. She didn't even register Drake summoning Maddox back to his office, and didn't react when Drake cupped her face with both hands and kissed her lingeringly. "Tomorrow, Angel. Until then, dream of me." 5. Evangeline sat in the back of the luxurious car, utterly still with shock. She should be shaking like a leaf and completely freaking out. Okay, so she was freaking out, but she wasn't broadcasting that to the big, silent man who'd been charged with seeing her home. The same man who'd intervened and prevented Eddie from hitting her. Did he know what had happened in Drake's office, or whatever the heck he called it? It seemed more his lair, and he was some brooding dark beast. A beast who had the most wicked mouth, and certainly knew how to use it to pleasure a woman. Mortification swept over her, nearly destroying her carefully constructed composure. She'd allowed herself to be escorted from Drake's office as if they'd simply had a conversation, and he was thoughtful enough to ensure she got home safely. But on the inside, she was a hot, writhing mess, still shaking from the aftermath of the most mind-blowing orgasm she could imagine. Not that she had anything to compare it to, but surely all orgasms weren't that earth-shattering. If they were, then all everyone would ever do is have sex. The world would revolve around down and dirty sex. If she had a man like Drake, it would certainly be all she ever wanted to do. If he was that talented with his mouth, then what about the other parts of his body? Imagining his cock deep inside her nearly made her orgasm all over again, and she glanced furtively at Maddox, praying she hadn't just given herself away with the betraying quiver that stole over her body and set all her girly parts to tingling all over again. She was still hypersensitive. The exquisite, sumptuous leather she sat on vibrated erotically over her swollen, throbbing clit as the car navigated through Brooklyn. It was the worst sort of torture, because it was a good distance from Impulse to the apartment she shared with her 3 roommates in Queens. She didn't chance staring at Maddox too long. She didn't want him aware of her scrutiny. That, and she was positive he'd take one look at her face and see her every thought reflected, and that would truly send her over the edge on a night where her nerves were already frazzled and frayed to mere threads. And she was barely hanging on to those fragile threads as it was. He was utterly unaware of her anyway, his gaze fixed ahead at a point over the driver's shoulder, as if studying the streets, alert at all times. Was he expecting them to be carjacked or something? She almost laughed, but knew that would give away her mounting hysteria. Surely escorting errant women from his boss's club wasn't in his usual list of duties. If she hadn't had the night from hell, and heaven, God, the last part had been pure bliss. She could almost summon sympathy for him and his job of babysitting her all the way to Queens. They continued the drive in silence, and when they were but minutes from her apartment, she breathed a sigh of relief. But then Maddox shocked her by turning his attention to her, the first time he'd even acknowledged her on the ride home. "Are you all right?" he asked gently. Then he shook his head, evidently irritated with his own question. "Of course you aren't all right. But will you be?" Her mouth fell open, because she'd gotten the distinct impression that she was a tedious job, an unwanted one at that. But now genuine concern, and worse, sympathy, was reflected in his eyes, making her wince. She didn't want this man's pity, or Drake's for that matter. The evening had been a disaster. Well, except for the bone-melting, oh my God orgasm Drake had given her, because it had been painfully obvious to everyone at that damn club that she didn't belong, no matter that Drake had tried to dissuade her of that notion. "I'm fine," she said quietly. He cast a doubtful look in her direction, one that told her he saw right past her obvious lie, but then she'd never been able to deceive anyone. She was everyone's version of Miss Goody Two-Shoes, which was why Eddie had seen her as a challenge, and wanted to be the one to shame and humiliate her, to conquer the Ice Queen and be smug over his victory. Some victory. He'd been terrible in bed, and it had only taken Drake's mouth and nothing else to reveal that much to her. Okay, she muttered. I will be fine. Happy? I'll get over it. I always do. He frowned at that, his eyes glittering with sudden anger. But he clamped his lips shut, thank God. She had no desire to bare her soul a second time to a complete stranger, as she'd done with Drake within 5 minutes in his presence. Her and her annoying, ridiculous habit of blurting out the truth, no matter how humiliating. She'd mentally kicked herself at least a dozen times for not telling him it wasn't any of his business. But then there was the fact that Drake didn't appear to her to be a man to ever be told to mind his business. She'd convinced herself that he scared the holy hell out of her, but then he'd been extraordinarily tender and sweet to her, and she hadn't been able to summon fear when he was making her mindless with his mouth. But after, when she'd partially regained her senses, he definitely terrified her. The driver rolled to a stop in front of the aging 7-story apartment building that was far older than she was. She and her girls lived on the top floor, and the elevator had stopped working a year ago, something the cheap asshole landlord hadn't ever seen fit to fix. It made carrying groceries, or even worse, walking up those 6 flights of stairs unbearable after a long night at work with aching, swollen feet. Evangeline didn't wait for the driver or Maddox to get out. She quickly opened her door and stepped onto the curb, hoping neither man would bother to get out and would be on their way, more than happy to be rid of her. No such luck. But then nothing about this night had gone right, so why would now be any different? Maddox climbed out on his side after checking for traffic, which wasn't much given the lateness of the night and the fact that for all practical purposes it was a one-way street, since vehicles were curbside parked on both sides, making it a tight squeeze for 2 cars to pass in opposite directions. He came around to stand beside Evangeline and stared up at her dilapidated building, a scowl forming on his face. "You live here?" She stiffened at the implied criticism and snobbery, and she fixed him with an icy glare of her own. "It's all I can afford, and I share it with 3 other roommates. We do fine. It has all we need." He shook his head and reached for her elbow, but she evaded his grasp. "Thank you for the ride home," she said, politely distant. He ignored the obvious dismissal, and his hand closed around her elbow as he herded her toward the entryway. "I'm walking you up to your apartment." There was a stubborn glint in his eyes that told her no amount of arguing was going to sway him on the matter. She sighed and threw up her free hand. "Whatever. Let's just get it over with. I've had a long night and I'm ready to faceplant on my bed." His mouth twitched ever so slightly. She could swear he was battling a smile, but then none of the men who worked for Drake that she'd seen tonight looked like they smiled. Ever. When he headed for the elevator, she pulled up and shook her head, directing him toward the stairs. "The elevator doesn't work. We'll have to take the stairs." He frowned. "What floor do you live on?" "Top," she said, already bracing herself for his reaction. "Jesus," he muttered. Then he simply bent down, gripping one of her hands and anchoring it on his shoulder. "Hold on to me." She had no time to question, and it was a good thing she was too befuddled and rattled to disobey his order, because he lifted one foot, causing her to teeter, and slipped one of her heels off. After her bare foot was solidly back on the floor, he repeated the action with her other shoe before easing her hand back down to her waist. Her shoes dangled from his fingertips, and with his free hand, he pressed his palm to her back and ushered her to the stairs. "What on earth are you doing?" she asked in a strangled tone, finally managing to find her voice. "You'll break your damn neck climbing 6 flights of stairs in those toothpicks you call shoes," he growled. She rolled her eyes as they began their climb. I'm very used to wearing heels like these. He cocked a mocking eyebrow at her. Can't say I'm convinced after tonight's fiasco. You damn near killed yourself. She uttered a growl of her own and pinned him with her most ferocious frown. Well, gee, excuse me to all heck. I was a little more concerned with getting out of the way of a fist trying to make contact with my face than I was about staying upright in my shoes. It was the wrong thing to remind him of. His expression went utterly glacial, and a murderous look entered his eyes. He won't fuck with you again. The conviction in his voice made her uneasy. She used sarcasm to avoid thinking too hard about the certainty with which he'd made that particular statement. She lifted one eyebrow. So you have a magic ball? You can see into the future, and you know he'll never come at me again? Trust me, he will never come within a mile of you. Her stomach quivered, and she swallowed the fear quickly forming a knot in her throat. He wasn't joking, and she did not want to know how he knew this, and why he was convinced that Eddie would never be a problem for her again. Some things were just left better unsaid. Ignorance was bliss, and it was a motto she'd adhered to her entire life. No reason to make any drastic changes now. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, her mama always said. This is it, she said in a hushed voice, when they reached the end of the hallway. Her apartment number was 716, but the 6 was turned sideways, and the 7 dangled precariously upside down. It would fall any time, and she'd been meaning to fix it herself since her landlord was a useless piece of crap who never bothered to grace the building with his presence unless someone was late on rent. Then he was Johnny on the spot and pounding on their door, threatening immediate eviction, even though it wasn't legal. Jesus, Maddox muttered again. Knowing that if he walked into her apartment with his badass protective routine, her roommates would never let her go to sleep until they pried out the entire soap opera that had been her night, she unlocked the door and opened it just enough so she could slide through. Then she turned back, putting her entire weight against the flimsy door, as if he'd have any problem pushing past her. For that matter, he could kick it down without breaking a sweat. 7, tomorrow, Maddox said crisply, suddenly all business. Don't come down. I don't want you waiting on the street. Stay inside until I come up for you. She barely managed to control her flinch. Barely. Even so, she was certain she'd gone completely pale. After giving her the best sexual experience of her life, Drake had calmly told her that his driver would be at her apartment the next night at 7, and she was going to spend the evening with him. Just like that. He didn't ask. He planned without consulting her about anything. And she was supposed to just meet his driver and go God only knew where with a scary-as-hell man who also happened to have a positively sinful mouth and an equally sinful body. She'd been too shattered by her orgasm to do anything but nod dumbly when he'd given her his crisp instructions, and then she'd been herded out of the club and into the car that drove her home. 7, she answered, nodding to reinforce the lie. And then she shut the door, thanking God the girls weren't all waiting in the tiny living room for all the gory details of her evening. She leaned back against it, closing her eyes, her control finally breaking, and she began shaking from head to toe. Even her teeth chattered as she relived every sinfully decadent moment of being sprawled across Drake's desk as he went down on her like a starving man. There was no way in hell she would be here at 7 tomorrow. She had work, rent to pay, and money to send home to her mother. And nothing, not even a very scary, very sexy man who made her tingle in places she'd never tingled in before was going to prevent her from taking care of her responsibilities. She hadn't moved so far away from her tiny southern town to a city with a bigger population than her home state to be a party girl, or even to have fun. She'd come to the city because her family needed her, and she wasn't going to let them down. 6. It was the height of cowardice, and Evangeline made no excuses, nor did she even attempt to offer any when she left her apartment well in advance of 7 o'clock the next evening. Though she'd been granted a temporary reprieve when she'd gotten home and her girlfriends weren't waiting up, much to Evangeline's utter astonishment, to make her spill all the gory details of her evening out at impulse, they had awakened her the next morning by all piling onto one of the twin beds in the room she shared with Steph and literally pounced on her. Evangeline had grumbled and whined about them waking her up when she had to work a late shift that night, but they'd ignored her and informed her she had time for a nap. After she gave them every single detail, word for word, of the ultimate payback they'd cajoled her into. As if she had a prayer of going back to sleep after recounting it. She hesitated for a long time, biting her bottom lip until her friends grew concerned, and Evangeline knew she would have to spill or they'd assume far worse than what had actually happened, and they would absolutely have no compunction about paying Eddie an unexpected visit and beating the ever-loving hell out of him. And one wimpy guy against her 3 ferocious, positively evil, their best quality in Evangeline's opinion, friends, wouldn't have a chance in hell. Then Evangeline would have spent the rest of her day figuring out how to afford to bail all 3 out of jail, when raising the funds to bail just one would have been impossible. Her friends were loyal and protective, and their friendship was unconditional. Evangeline wouldn't trade them for anything in the world. Which was why, despite her humiliation over the events of the night before, not to mention the oh my God ending and her leaving like a mute automaton, programmed to obey without question, she poured out the entire story. The first part involving Eddie was actually enjoyable, and now that she had distance and wasn't existing in that moment, she could actually find amusement in what a complete spineless wuss he was, and what a complete moron she'd been to have ever allowed him to have sex with her. Especially allowing him to be her first. Despite the amusement she was able to summon, the humiliation was still ever present in her mind, because how stupid and naive could she have been? She wasn't a stranger to hard life lessons, but this was one she would have been more than happy to take a pass on. Her friends found it vastly amusing as well, once they got over their rage at the way Eddie had humiliated her and had actually assaulted her in public. But Evangeline had assured them that he had thoroughly received his comeuppance, and he had ended up being far more humiliated than Evangeline. It was then Evangeline had paused in the retelling, and Steph, ever the astute bulldog who never let anything go, narrowed her eyes suspiciously as she stared Evangeline down. She had the uncanny ability to make Evangeline feel like a guilty schoolgirl caught cheating on a test. Okay, all of that went down within minutes of you getting there. I mean, you had only just arrived and gotten a drink when Eddie came up to you with his little tramp clinging to his arm. What he had to say couldn't have lasted more than a few minutes at most before the bouncer dude got involved and tossed Eddie and his floozy out. But you were gone a hell of a lot longer than that. So what else happened? At that, Nikki and Lana both clued into what Steph was getting at, and Nikki pinned Evangeline with a piercing stare that was almost as squirm-worthy as the one Steph was so famous for. "You're holding out on us," Nikki accused. "Yeah, no kidding," Lana muttered. "Spill, girlfriend. We mean everything. And don't leave a single detail out, or swear to God, me, Nikki, and Steph will all make a trip to Impulse, find this bouncer who took care of Eddie, and find out exactly what happened afterward." Evangeline groaned, because they absolutely would. The men who worked with or for Drake, she hadn't exactly been able to figure out the dynamics of that situation in the short time she'd been there, were all badasses. She hadn't needed more than a few seconds in their company to figure that much out. Anyone with eyes and any modicum of common sense could tell these were not men to fuck with. Ever. She nearly laughed at the mental image of Maddox being confronted with 3 petite but very stubborn, determined women who were like pit bulls latched onto a prime steak when it came to something they wanted. They wouldn't be intimidated or put off by Maddox, or any of the other badasses who worked at Impulse. The poor guy, or guys, would never know what hit them. Well, except for Drake. She very nearly shivered at the memory of him simply looking at her, like he was peeling her, layer by layer, and seeing every single thought, reaction, or emotion she so carefully tried to hide from the rest of the world. For all the good that did her. No, her girls wouldn't have a chance with him. And though her friends weren't intimidated by much, one look from Drake would likely send them scurrying in the opposite direction. Which was what Evangeline should have done, and she still questioned why she hadn't done just that. But she'd been in shock and utterly overwhelmed by the entire sequence of events. Nothing had gone according to her friend's carefully laid-out plan. But then Evangeline had never really truly believed it would, but foolishly, she'd allowed herself to be talked into the whole sordid mess. And what a mess it was. She bit into her bottom lip, a sure sign of agitation. Her tell, as her friends often told her, in an attempt to get her to quit it. Not that it did any good, because if she did relate what all happened after Maddox took care of Eddie, well, they would get it into their heads to go confront Drake. And that was the last thing she wanted. For a variety of reasons, the foremost being their safety. A close second was, well, it was humiliating enough already. To have her friends march down to Impulse and make a scene with Drake over it? She shuddered at the thought. She'd already come across as a complete wimp, incapable of taking care of herself, and having her friends go to bat for her would only further solidify that fact. Steph's narrowed eyes and deep frown softened, and a look of concern creased her pretty features, and she asked in a gentle voice, "Vanjie, what happened?" Evangeline swept them all with a glance. Not a look she gave her friends often, because she was too wimpy to cause conflict and she was the peacemaker of the group. She was a perpetual pleaser, much to her friends' dismay. They wanted to toughen her up, make her more of a bitch on wheels, what they considered themselves, and they were so not. They were the very best friends any woman could have. But Evangeline just wanted peace. She didn't want a chaotic existence. She liked her quiet life, her small group of friends, and her job at a local pub that wasn't even in the same stratosphere as a place like Impulse. But it was frequented by locals, except for Eddie, of course, who'd only been at the pub to seduce her. Policemen, firemen, and EMS personnel in particular, which made her feel safe. More evidence of her naivete, no doubt. The patrons were friendly and remembered her by name, and the tips were good, thanks to her gorgeous legs, fuck-me shoes, and sweeter-than-sunshine smile, according to her friends. Because she sure as hell didn't remotely regard herself in that manner. Their description of her made her hysterical with laughter. But she loved them dearly for their unconditional love and support, and for the effort they put into trying to convince her they knew her better than she did herself. The endless hours they spent bolstering her self-confidence, and the absolute conviction she saw in their eyes and heard in their voices, warmed her inside and out. Evangeline had merely rolled her eyes and informed them that any waitress who made the effort to remember their names and their preferences in drink and to make them feel welcome after a long shift would receive the same. Steph had snorted, and then pointed out that if that were the case, they'd all be making as much in tips as Evangeline did. With a sigh, Evangeline plunged ahead, because she was in a no-win situation. If she didn't tell them everything, they'd haul themselves down to Impulse, interrogate Maddox, and then God only knew who else, and likely end up in Drake's office. And if she did confess every single thing, who was to say the outcome would be any different? Only in this case, they might well skip Maddox and the other minions and go straight to Drake. So she did something she never did with them, because she trusted them absolutely. Never questioned them or their loyalty. But she also knew, once they gave her their word, that even if it killed them, and it would in this case, they'd keep it. She set conditions. I'll tell you the rest, but only if you swear to me that 1, it never leaves this room and remains between the 4 of us. And 2, you're to leave it alone. I mean completely alone, as in you forget it as soon as I tell you, and there will be no confronting anyone, no questioning anyone, no investigating anyone or being nosy. You have to swear it, Evangeline repeated emphatically. Or my lips are sealed. The 3 looked shocked, but each nodded in turn, though Steph didn't look at all happy at having to promise something before she even knew what Evangeline was going to reveal. Her lips twisted into a mutinous line, but Evangeline stared her down, never once averting her gaze, until finally Steph threw up her hands in surrender. Okay, she said in exasperation. I promise. She glanced at Lana and Nikki and then added, We all promise. Now will you just get on with it? We're dying of curiosity here. Satisfied that she had their consent, and knowing that they'd never go back on their word, Evangeline falteringly related everything that happened after Eddie had been tossed from the club. She left nothing out. No words that Drake had said to her. They were burned into her brain, so it wasn't as though she would ever forget them. By the time she finished, her cheeks were on fire, and no doubt so red that she looked like she was sunburned. The room felt way too hot, and she desperately needed a cold shower. Or even better, a bathtub full of ice she could submerge herself in until her flushed and aroused, traitorous body rid itself of the lingering after-effects of Drake's mouth, lips, tongue. His touch. God, just his touch had sent her up in flames. She didn't dare imagine if things had gone further and they'd had full-on sex, complete with penetration of more than just his tongue. She could feel yet another wave of heat invade her body, and every single one of her girly parts tingling in wild anticipation. She had to stop this. How on earth, hours later, could just remembering all the things he'd done turn her into a complete hormonal mess? She didn't even have the courage to hold her friends' gazes anymore, and had long since fixed her stare at a distant point, so she couldn't see their reactions. When she finally dared to sneak a glance at her friends' expressions from underneath her eyelashes, their mouths were agape, and their eyes wide with complete shock. And for once in their lives, particularly Steph's, who never had a shortage of anything to say, they were utterly speechless. Nikki's mouth popped open and shut several times in a row, while Steph just stared in stupefaction. Surprisingly, it was Lana, the quietest of the 3, who finally managed to squeak out, What? For real? Are you serious? And it was a squeak, barely audible due to the obvious disbelief cracking in her words. Seemingly Lana's breaking the stunned silence began a barrage of questions from all directions until Evangeline covered her ears and groaned, sinking back onto her pillow and closing her eyes. She reached for the second pillow and would have pulled it over her head to shut them out, but it was promptly snatched from her grasp, and Evangeline found herself staring up into Steph's outraged features. "Oh, hell no!" Steph huffed, her eyes flashing as her head hovered directly over Evangeline's face. "You are not getting out of this!" Then she stopped, clearly at a loss for words for a second time in mere moments. Twice in a matter of seconds? Her hand flew above her shoulder, palm up and fingers displayed wide in a universal gesture that screamed, "What?" Her expression said everything else her gesture didn't cover, like, "Why?" and "How?" and "Holy crap! Really?" If it weren't for the fact that the events were all too real, and they had happened to Evangeline, she would have found her friend's reactions comical, and would even now be holding her sides and laughing hysterically, as if she'd managed to successfully pull off the mother of all pranks, something she wasn't remotely capable of, because her girlfriends informed her she was too guileless and wouldn't even begin to know how to deceive someone. They made it sound like a crime, or at the very least a cardinal sin. Did people pride themselves on being deceitful, or worse, being convincing and successful at it? Evangeline sighed because, yes, she was indeed everything her friends accused her of, though accused was too strong a word. They despaired of her naivete and her inability to be catty and bitchy to those who deserved a good set-down. They were forever telling her she was too sweet, too innocent, too forgiving and trusting for her own good. They loved her dearly for the very things they considered shortcomings, but they worried that those characteristics would end up being her ultimate downfall. Maybe they were right, but Evangeline couldn't change who she was any more than she could change who she wasn't. Hadn't last night solidly proved that, beyond a shadow of a doubt? And, well, she didn't want to change. She liked herself just fine the way she was, shortcomings and all. No one was perfect. It just so happened she had more imperfections than most. So what? There was nothing she could do about it, so why waste time and energy she didn't have trying to be someone that not only could she never possibly be, but also that she had no desire to become? Put like that, last night hadn't been the disaster Evangeline had immediately labeled it, and peace settled over her, pushing away some of the still vivid and all too fresh humiliation cloaking her, even as her friends continued to stare her down, looking like they were ready to rip her hair out by the roots if she didn't further explain the shocking revelation she'd dropped on them, as though it had been a live explosive. "He actually went down on you in his office? On his desk?" Nikki asked in a hushed whisper, evidently having reached the breaking point of her patience and deciding Evangeline was going to have to be interrogated, since she still wasn't forthcoming with all the juicy details her friends craved. "God, you make it sound so sordid," Evangeline said with a soft groan. "I feel like I should be in church right now, or at least at confession." "Hun, I think one has to be Catholic to go to confession," Lana said dryly. "Stop distracting her!" Steph said in a near shriek, her agitation making her even more agitated. "And Vanjie, I hate to break it to you, but it was sordid, in a really delicious, oh my God, goosebump-inducing kind of way. I need to sign up for that kind of sordid, because nothing I've ever done has even come close to that kind of hedonistic delight." Evangeline lifted one eyebrow in surprise. She'd expected... She frowned, giving her head a light shake to clear the confusion. She wasn't entirely sure what she'd expected. Maybe condemnation? Disappointment? Judgment? But that wasn't at all what she saw reflected in her friends' gazes. There was a myriad of responses, almost too many to sort through, but nowhere did she see anything that made her feel ashamed, or even sorry for what she'd done. But then she hadn't done anything. She'd just been a completely clueless, participant, if she could actually call her response actual participation. She'd merely allowed him to happen, to take over and control every aspect of the shattering, life-altering sequence of events that had begun as simple, petty payback. There was no blaming shock, being overwhelmed, or even the fact that her senses had been so scattered that she wasn't even cognizant of what was happening. She knew who was to blame, and it wasn't Drake. It was her own damn fault for not having the fortitude and daring to put a stop to the entire farce. She didn't have a brave bone in her body, and last night had only proved that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Worse, she'd known exactly what he was doing, what he was going to do, and she'd quivered to her bones, shaking violently with suppressed need and longing. He'd awakened a fire that had long lay dormant within her, and God help her, she'd wanted it, craved it, and him, with every breath in her body, with wild desperation that still bewildered her, because the wanton woman she hadn't even known existed had responded with complete abandon to a man she'd known for all of a few minutes. For once in her life, she'd given in to spontaneity, done something completely out of character, grabbed onto the moment, and reveled in every single second of unimaginable pleasure. Like in her most erotic fantasies she'd never shared with anyone, not even her friends. Because they shamed her, and more than that, they frightened her, because in no way, in any of her wildest fantasies, was she in control of any aspect. She belonged to a man who cherished her, protected her, spoiled her endlessly, but in return he was demanding, ruthless even, with an edge of danger and mystery that clung to him like a second skin, one he wore with the comfort and ease of someone well acquainted with such a lifestyle. What kind of messed up person did that make her? She closed her eyes again, refusing to dwell on things better left in the past. If she had her way, she'd never see him again, because she sure as hell would never venture into places like Impulse, where even the hired help were seen in a more superior, deserving light than she was. It might make her the biggest coward on earth, but even if she wasn't scheduled for work that night, there was no way she would be here at 7 that evening, waiting to be collected like a possession and expected to do unimaginable things, even if the thought of those things sent her body up in flames. She gave a small sigh, ignoring the looks of growing impatience and irritation on her friends' faces. One taste was all she'd ever allow herself, and it would have to be enough. Because Drake Donovan was not a man to be trifled with. He demanded and expected unquestioning obedience. That much was obvious in his demeanor. She had to work tonight until closing, and no matter that her girls had told her she could always take a nap after giving them the scoop, Evangeline knew she didn't have a prayer of going back to sleep. Not with the vivid details from the night before still playing over and over in real time in her memory. No, she'd simply leave early and go on, get caught up on some of the things that had piled up over the last few weeks and had been largely ignored by the other workers. But first, she'd give her friends what they wanted, what they deserved, because they'd never held back from her, nor would they ever. Then she'd worry about what to do about Drake Donovan. Just as soon as she looked up every piece of information she could find about just who this man was and what he could possibly want with someone as insignificant as her. 7. Evangeline was exhausted when she stumbled out of the pub an hour after the official closing time. Her feet were killing her, swollen from the many busy hours rushing drinks to customers in very uncomfortable heels. She was sorely tempted to take them off and just walk barefooted home. She'd been so frazzled by all that had occurred the night before and the exhausting interrogation from her roommates that she'd forgotten the pair of comfortable flats she brought to work to walk home in. Now she was stuck walking 10 blocks in the wee hours of the morning in shoes she wanted to toss into the nearest trash can. At least she had an even larger amount than her already generous nightly tips stuffed into her pocket, so her misery was a little more bearable given that she could send more than usual back home to her mother. She was so dead on her feet and already dreaming of at least 12 hours of sleep that she didn't even see the man outside the pub until she nearly bumped into him. Her adrenaline spiked and her heart nearly pounded right out of her chest as she stumbled back, assuming a defensive position. A scream lodged in her throat as she frantically assessed the potential threat. Then she recognized the man, but realizing she knew him only ratcheted up her fear, and her first instinct was to run for her life. Maddox, Drake's minion, stood nonchalantly in front of her, effectively blocking her escape, his stance deceptively casual. She nearly allowed hysterical laughter to escape her mouth at the idea of having time to pry her too tight heels from her feet and run for her life, because this man would have her before she got the first shoe off. "My apologies for having frightened you, Evangeline," he said in the same gentle tone he'd used at Impulse when he'd rescued her. "Why are you here?" she stammered out. "How did you even know where to find me? What do you want?" She sounded desperate and frightened, but she didn't even bother trying to disguise that fact. What woman wouldn't be terrified in her situation? She was surprised she'd even be able to articulate the questions for him that had come out more of a squeak than any sort of actual coherent speech. Maddox's expression was bland, but there was a hint of warning in his eyes. "It's not a good idea to keep Drake waiting. You were to be at your place at 7 o'clock sharp, and I had strict instructions to take you straight to him. And he is a man who demands, obedience and compliance. In all matters." Her unease was fast paralyzing her as the last of his words sank in. All matters? He demanded obedience in all matters? Who did he think he was? God? What the hell had she gotten herself into by allowing herself to be coerced into going to that damn club? Damn it, but she should have just listened to herself and refused to set foot in that place. Where was her spine? Oh yeah, she didn't have one. He made a deliberate show of checking his watch before his gaze returned to hers, warning still clearly visible. "It's now 4 in the morning, which makes you 9 hours late, and Drake doesn't wait 9 hours for anyone." Evangeline bared her teeth. "Good. But if that's the case, then why are you here? By your own admission, Drake waits for no one, and it's been 9 hours. If he's not waiting for me, then why are you here scaring the crap out of me?" Amusement flashed in Maddox's eyes. "It would appear he's making an exception for you. My advice is not to make him wait any longer by standing here arguing at 4 in the morning." Evangeline's mouth dropped open. "Are you serious? What gives him the right to order me around or expect me to comply with his demands, like I'm some minion or one of his employees?" She shook her head, because this had gone way beyond creepy. Even more so than the bizarre events at the club, and in particular in Drake's office. "You're all crazy. Certifiable. Besides, I had to work. You know, that thing called a job, in return for which you receive a paycheck? Some of us don't have the luxury of taking off on a whim. I have bills to pay and a family to support. I need this job, and I'm sure as hell not blowing off work just because the almighty Drake Donovan decided he wants my presence for God only knows what reason. That would make me as insane as the rest of you." Once again, amusement flickered in Maddox's eyes, but there was also a gleam that looked suspiciously like respect at her defiance and bluntness. She was not a rude person, but nothing in her responses could possibly be construed as anything but rude. Not to mention dismissive, and although her association with Drake and his watchdogs had been brief, she knew they were not men who were ever dismissed, and certainly not by a meek, timid woman. When he didn't immediately respond, frustration made Evangeline lash out again. What could he possibly want from me? We exist in completely different stratospheres. I'm nothing. I'm average at best. Nothing to look at. The stereotypical plain Jane, who wouldn't even draw notice in a small group, much less a crowd. At that, Maddox's expression went from amused to pissed and mean in the blink of an eye, his gaze glittering dangerously. Bullshit, he snapped, not expounding further. Instead, he gently cupped her elbow, anchored his arm around her waist, and began walking her toward a parked car just a few feet away. The same car he'd taken her home in the night before. He ignored her sputtered protests and her attempts to break his hold on her, and merely tightened his grip, slowing his pace to ensure she didn't trip or stumble in the ridiculous heels she wore. How could such a badass, scary guy use such extreme care to ensure her safety when he was kidnapping her? It just didn't make sense, and her brain was already fried from the night at Impulse, and then an extra long shift she'd spent entirely on her feet. When they got to the car, and Maddox opened the back door, panic kicked in, and she immediately backed away, only to collide with a very large, muscled man who didn't so much as budge as she squirmed and began to fight. Instead, he very gently eased her back and began to solicitously seat her. "You can't just kidnap me!" she exclaimed, true fright nearly making the words she intended to scream come out more as a croak because her throat was rapidly closing in. "And yet you didn't protest overly much when I very gentlemanly handed you into the car," Maddox said dryly. "Define overly much," she snapped. "Because from my viewpoint, I certainly did not go meekly like a lamb to its slaughter. I'm sure it appeared that way to you because you could snap me in half with your fingers. But it doesn't mean I'm not here under protest." But then she looked down to see that she was indeed seated quite comfortably on the soft, expensive leather, wondering how on earth he'd managed to get her into the car with such minimal effort, despite her bravado about fighting and not being led meekly to slaughter. Self-disgust filled her because, yes, to a man like him, it most assuredly would look like she did his bidding without a single objection. "I was afraid you'd shoot me," she muttered under her breath. But Maddox heard, and his lips twitched suspiciously, though she suspected he rarely, if ever, smiled. That, too, seemed to be a requirement to work in Drake's establishments. Gorgeous, badass, well-built, intimidating, scary, and no smiling. Ever. He shut the door and started to walk around the back of the vehicle to get in on the other side. Evangeline immediately yanked at the handle, fully intending to be out and running as fast as her shoes allowed before he got in. But nothing happened. She tore at the handle, cursing under her breath, words that would have her mama washing her mouth out with soap, because no true lady ever even thought the words Evangeline was spitting out in rapid succession. Then a warm, comforting hand closed over the one not frantically grasping at the door handle. He squeezed, halting her futile attempts to open what amounted to a child lock that prevented opening the door from the inside. So now she was nothing more than a recalcitrant child, a nuisance Maddox had been sent on an errand to retrieve because she'd stepped out of line. A line she had no knowledge or understanding of. Things just didn't happen like this in her sheltered existence. She felt as though the night she'd been bullied into going to Impulse, she had crossed into an alternative reality that had an entirely different set of rules, and she had no idea what the hell they were. Evangeline. Though not forceful or intimidating sounding, there was still a command for her attention. For her to look at him. One she felt compelled to obey, despite the fact that she had no wish to face this man. She chastened herself for even contemplating obeying the order, and yet, to her dismay, She found herself complying. How screwed up was that? If she couldn't even stand up to one of Drake's underlings, then how on earth was she going to have a chance against Drake himself? She was beyond fright and panic at this point. She was fast entering meltdown stage, and wondered if somehow she could stealthily retrieve her cell phone from her bag and call 911. But she had no idea where Maddox was taking her, and no actual crime had been committed. Yet. Reluctantly, but unable to defy his command, she turned her head, her gaze lowered, eyes downcast as defeat settled over her. She sagged against the seat, exhausted both mentally and physically, tears burning the corners of her eyes. She inhaled sharply, calling on all her flagging reserves to pull herself together. This man would not see her cry, nor would he see her as a weak, helpless woman who'd accepted defeat. "Evangeline, look at me," Maddox said softly. His hand still gripped hers, but his thumb rubbed softly over her delicate skin, as though to comfort her. And the really stupid, screwed-up thing about it was that it did give her a small measure of comfort. Surely if he planned to murder her, he wouldn't be trying to offer her reassurance. She nearly groaned aloud because, again, her extreme naivete was taking over her brain. Serial killers were often normal, average men who gained the trust of their victims before viciously ending their lives. Knowing she was being a coward, and, well, she was a coward, she slowly lifted her eyes to meet Maddox's intense gaze. She hated conflict and any sort of confrontation, and yet here she was, on her way to the mother of all confrontations. She wanted to dig a very deep hole and bury herself in it. "You will not come to any harm," he said, in a tone that couldn't possibly be misunderstood as a lie. "Drake will not hurt you in any way, nor would he ever allow anyone else to hurt you. I know you have no reason to trust me, or Drake for that matter, but I swear to you on my life that you will be safe at all times. I will escort you personally to Drake, and once you are with him, no one, and I mean no one, will be able to get within a mile of you. And while he is most certainly capable of handling himself in any situation, he is surrounded at all times by a security team, and they are the absolute best at what they do. They are highly trained, and there isn't a single one of us who wouldn't give our life for Drake. And now, by proxy, you." She stared at him in utter bewilderment, trying to take in everything he'd just said. There were so many insane responses swirling in her head that she was dizzy from it. "You'll forgive my skepticism," she said, trying to keep the tremble from her voice that betrayed her fear. No, fear was too tame a word. She feared spiders and bugs. Drake terrified her. "But he sent you to kidnap me. No amount of pretty words or explanations changes the fact that I was taken against my will. You wouldn't take no for an answer. My absence at the 7 o'clock pickup time he commanded of me should have been signal enough that I had no desire to accept his dictate. And for that matter, he never asked me to meet him. He didn't offer me a choice. He told me to be at my apartment at 7 and that someone would be there to pick me up and bring me to him. And I was so freaked out and just wanted to get as far away from that place as possible that all I did was nod. Because if I told him no then, how was I supposed to know if he would have even let me leave? Now you tell me. What sane person wouldn't be scared out of her mind? And what sane person would blithely accept the assurances of a man who looks like he could break me in half with nothing more than a look, that I won't be harmed and I'll be safe? What about this entire freaky 4 in the morning stalk-fest would convince any woman that she's safe or that the man who gave the order for her to be kidnapped doesn't plan to hurt her?" Maddox's face softened, remorse reflected in his eyes, surprising her with how much it transformed his appearance, from a man not to be fucked with ever, to someone who actually possessed a conscience. He seemed to truly regret that he'd frightened and intimidated her, as if that had never been his intention, and he was appalled that she'd perceived his actions that way. Not to say that he was still not an extremely alpha badass man who could probably mow down an entire crowd of men without suffering a single injury. But then all the men at Impulse, even the freaking bartender, looked like they were former special forces, or Navy SEALs, or some equally ferocious military unit she'd never heard of. Where on earth had Drake found a veritable army of men who were built like concrete buildings? She'd be willing to bet that bullets bounced right off them, and that even a grenade wouldn't slow them down. Much. She reined in her crazy, hysterical thoughts before she got too carried away and forced herself back to the matter at hand. "I am sorry that you were frightened," he said gently. "That was never mine or Drake's intention. Drake—" He paused a moment, as if to say exactly the words that wouldn't further petrify her. "Drake is a law unto himself, and he is well used to compliance. He built an entire empire and amassed his fortune by hard work and never backing down. No one gave him anything. He was on his own at a very young age, and learned the hard way that life is what you make it, and if you stand around waiting for a handout or for someone to give you anything, then you'll never get anywhere." He paused, grimacing, as if what he was telling her was top-secret, classified military information, and that if Drake knew all he was telling her, Drake would probably have his balls. "He is a very private man," he continued, confirming Evangeline's suspicion that Maddox divulging anything remotely personal was a cardinal sin. "He didn't get to where he is by being soft or tolerating insubordination." Evangeline's eyes narrowed, and she held up a hand to stop Maddox, something he was likely unused to, judging by his narrowed eyes, but at the moment she didn't care. "That's all well and fine when it comes to his business and his employees," she said acidly. "How he conducts his business is of no concern of mine, and if his employees are willing to tolerate working for a dictator, that is their business. But I am not his employee. I do not work for him. I am nothing to him, and as such, I find his actions, his arrogant assumption that I have to fall in line and obey him or acquiesce to his demands, quite frankly, absurd. It's the height of arrogance. He can play God in his little corner of the universe all he wants, but I am not part of that universe, and he is completely crossing the line with his actions." Maddox sighed and looked like he wanted nothing more than to stop the car and toss her out. No doubt any number of women Drake had sent him to summon had flattened Maddox to get to Drake as fast as they could. But she'd also learned, in their very brief acquaintance, that Drake's employees were obviously very well trained and loyal to a fault. So no matter how much of a pain in the ass Evangeline was for Maddox, he wasn't going to show up and face his boss empty-handed. Which meant she had to resign herself to her fate, and hope to hell Maddox was telling the truth when he said no one would harm her. 8. Evangeline made a turtle look like a speed demon as she navigated the hallway to the now-closed club where her apparent meeting with Drake was to take place. Maddox simmered with impatience, but he reined it in and walked with her, one hand at the small of her back, the other stretched across his midsection to grasp her trembling arm. He likely thought if he didn't have a firm grasp on her, she'd faceplant. And, well, he wasn't wrong. When they'd pulled into a reserved parking space at the rear of the club, she'd sat rigid in her seat like a statue, her jaw clenched tight to prevent her teeth from clattering. The club? Really? At this hour? Had he been waiting for her here all night, only growing more annoyed when she didn't make an appearance? Or did he simply work late and tend to business matters, while his employees announced last call and cleared the place so cleanup could commence? Maddox had walked around to her side and opened the door, and then stood there several long minutes, before sighing and looking very much like he wanted to throttle her. Finally, he'd taken matters into his own hands and simply reached in, slid one arm beneath her thighs and the other behind her back, and plucked her from the seat and up against his chest, as effortlessly as if she were an infant. That had put a stop to her stillness and refusal to move. She smacked and shoved at his chest, demanding he put her down. She'd be damned if he had to carry her into the club like an unwilling captive, even if that was precisely what she was. Only when they'd gotten just inside the doorway had Maddox relinquished his hold on her and carefully set her back on her feet, both hands grasping her shoulders until she was steady enough to walk. More than once during the interminable walk to the elevator, she heard him mutter something about damn shoes and you're going to break your damn neck. By the time they were in the elevator and it began its ascent to Drake's office, Evangeline's chest was so tight she couldn't breathe. When she unsuccessfully tried to gasp and suck air into her starving lungs, panic completely took over, and she began to shake violently. Beside her, Maddox swore viciously, and then firmly grasped her shoulders, turning her to face him. He lowered his head until their eyes met, and his gaze was fierce. Breathe, damn it. Don't you dare pass out on me. Pull it together. You've stood up to your asshole ex, me, and Drake, and didn't back down despite your repeated claims that we could snap you like a twig. So don't go soft on me now, for fuck's sake. You have far too much pride to walk into Drake's office like this. Then he broke off, shaking his head. Forget that. You have too much pride for me to have to carry you into Drake's office, which is precisely what's going to happen if you don't snap out of it and calm down. His voice was whip-like and had the same effect as if someone had cracked one over her skin. Suddenly heat bloomed in her cold cheeks, and her throat relaxed, air rushing into and filling her lungs. She was weak with relief and fast approaching her wall after being carried this far by fear-induced adrenaline. Her knees wobbled and threatened to buckle, but she shoved off Maddox's attempts to steady her, opting instead to distance herself from him and prop herself up against the far side of the elevator. How freaking long did it take for the damn thing to rise what couldn't be more than a few floors? But then her meltdown and Maddox's sharp reprimand had lasted mere seconds, though it felt like an eternity. She was feeling so claustrophobic and humiliated by her ridiculous display of cowardice that she sighed in relief when the elevator halted and the doors swooshed open. And then she realized that she would now be facing a man far more scary and intimidating than Maddox, and after what little Maddox had divulged about his boss, Evangeline knew that Drake would not be pleased to have been kept waiting for over 9 hours now. Maddox had herded her from her position in the back of the elevator, but when she reached the threshold of Drake's office, she halted abruptly and tried to take a step back, only to collide with Maddox's massive chest. It took every ounce of pride and discipline she possessed not to groan out loud or do something even more humiliating, like burst into tears or have another epic meltdown and pass out at Maddox's feet. She took a steadying breath and then steeled herself, her spine going rigid. Her chin thrust upward in defiance, and she searched angrily for Drake's location, determined not to be cowed when their gazes eventually found each other's. She reached back instinctively, before she could stop herself, seeking the reassurance of Maddox's body with her hand, and found air. Damn it! The man was a veritable escape artist. This was the second time he'd escorted her up to Drake's lair and then disappeared into thin air. She hadn't even registered the elevator doors closing. And now she was trapped with a man Maddox had flat out told her did not like to be kept waiting and expected absolute compliance with his every order. Well, hell. She closed her eyes, giving up on the idea of boldly seeking out Drake, wherever he was lurking, and refusing to back down from his stare. "You're late," Drake said, allowing his displeasure to sound in his statement. But even as he issued the admonishment, He took in her appearance, and the fact that she was obviously exhausted and dead on her feet. She could barely remain upright in those ridiculous heels, and looked like she'd take a header at any second. He knew well why she hadn't been at her apartment at 7 as he'd instructed. She'd gone to work in a damn pub and had been on her feet for hours in shoes that amounted to an accident waiting to happen. She was pale, and fatigue was etched in every facet of her face. With a muttered curse, he stalked to her, gently took her arm, and then promptly guided her to the couch. He planted both hands on her shoulders and pushed her downward so she had no choice but to sit. "Lie back and relax," he said tersely. Then he went to one bended knee and removed her shoes, swearing again when he saw how swollen her feet were. She looked utterly bewildered, her eyes wide as though this were the last thing she'd expected. But then he hadn't exactly done much to convince her he wasn't a heartless, cold bastard, some kind of monster who'd pounce on her at the first opportunity. Without a word, he began to massage one foot, taking care not to hurt her or cause her discomfort. She emitted a soft moan, and for a moment, her eyes closed and she sagged, some of the tension evaporating from her body. He worked on the first foot, covering every inch and paying special attention to her tender arches. Then he turned his focus to the other, giving it equal care. He watched her intently, absorbing every reaction and the sheer pleasure reflected on her face. She was so fucking responsive. Absolutely honest, no faking. She was genuine to her toes, and so damn beautiful his balls ached. Last night had given him a hard-on he'd carried the entire night, making sleep impossible, because every time he closed his eyes, he tasted her, smelled her, could hear her soft cries of ecstasy, and he replayed having her spread out before him on his desk like a goddess being offered up as the most priceless of treasures. Certainly nothing money could buy, and nothing a man with his power could produce on command. And that was something rare and precious indeed. Something worth a thing he wasn't used to demonstrating. Patience. It had taken every ounce of his restraint not to tear his pants down and plunge so deeply into her that she would feel him to her soul. He still wondered why he hadn't. Only the nagging warning in the back of his mind telling him he had to tread carefully with her and not push her too hard, too fast, had kept him from slaking his hunger without regard for whether he scared the holy hell out of her. She'd been freaked out enough by him going down on her. It was equally obvious that her only lover, her dickhead ex, hadn't given her anything. He'd just taken. Her ex had let go of something most men would kill for. But Drake didn't spare an ounce of pity for the idiot. His loss was Drake's gain, and he intended to move in, take over, and make damn sure that from now on she was in his bed, under his command. And by God, she'd never go without anything in his power to provide her. He let his hands slide leisurely from her foot, and she murmured a light sound of protest. "Why the hell are you working yourself to death in that shithole bar every night?" he asked bluntly. She made a huffing noise and glared at him. "You could at least continue the fabulous foot massage if you're going to interrogate me," she said in a disgruntled voice. He nearly laughed before he caught himself. He didn't laugh often, and when he did, it wasn't usually out of amusement. People tended to get nervous when he laughed. Nor did he smile. But he was amused by her show of bravado. She was intimidated, and uncertainty was evident in her body language, but she was damned if she was going to show it. Good. The last thing he wanted was a meek doormat. Yes, he demanded obedience and submission, but that didn't equate to his woman being a mindless robot, programmed to do his bidding with no thoughts or opinions of her own. He liked her fire, and her pride. He liked that most of all, because it was a trait he was intimately familiar with, and respected. He closed his palms around the other foot, and resumed his gentle ministrations. "You going to answer my question now?" he asked in a deceptively mild tone. Sudden alarm replaced the look of languid pleasure, and her body went rigid when just moments earlier, as soon as he'd begun massaging her feet, she'd melted bonelessly against the back of the sofa. She bolted upright, her feet dropping from his hands to the floor with a thud. He cursed, his already fraying patience threatening to completely unravel, along with his anger. "What the hell is wrong now?" he demanded, his narrow gaze aimed at her. If he thought the not-so-subtle reprimand would make her back down, he was wrong. She stared up at him with wide eyes that were laced with worry, and he was seized by the need to allay any fear she had. God damn it, he didn't want her to be afraid of him, but she wasn't exactly making it very easy for him. "My girlfriends," she stammered out. "Oh my God, they're probably out of their minds with worry. They may have even already called the police. I was already late getting off work, and then I was dragged into a car by your henchmen and brought here. What time is it anyway?" Drake sighed and managed to rein in his simmering temper. Barely. He didn't give a rat's ass what her roommates thought. But he did care that Evangeline was in obvious distress, and he did care that the police could already be involved. If questioned, Evangeline would no doubt have any cop convinced that Drake had abducted her and was even now holding her against her will. Something he planned to rectify immediately. She would stay. There was no doubt about that. But it would certainly not be against her will. He was never going to get to that point, however, because of the incessant interruptions. He not only despised interruptions and inconveniences, he simply didn't tolerate either. So why the hell was he suddenly doing just that when it came to one infuriating, exasperating, stubborn woman? Because you want her as you've never wanted another woman. There was that. Even though the admission didn't sit well with him at all. Evangeline was a complication he didn't need. But damn if he didn't want her. Complications, frustration, inconveniences, and all. He almost shook his head. Hell of a thing to find himself in this predicament over an unwilling woman. His men, those closest to him, men he called brothers in every sense of the word, would laugh themselves silly if they even had a hint of the turmoil one small, fragile, infuriating female was causing him. "Can't you text them?" he asked mildly, even as he registered that she was frantically digging for her cell in her purse. Her gaze lifted, and she bit into her lip. "Yeah, I'm going to text them right now. I should have texted them the second your goon made me get in the car with him, but I wasn't exactly thinking straight at the moment. And to be honest, if I tell them where I am and why, me texting them isn't going to do any good. They'll definitely call the police and haul ass down here themselves." As she spoke, she was typing away on a very small, hopelessly outdated cell phone, murmuring each of the recipients' names as she added them to the group text. Drake shrugged. "So tell them you're somewhere else. You don't owe them an explanation, nor do you answer to them for your actions." She huffed impatiently. "Look, Drake, they know all about what happened here last night. They also know I am not the type of person to be somewhere else at almost 5 o'clock in the morning after working a long shift and being dead on my feet. I'm not a party girl, nor do I have men lining up to take me out on dates. So no matter what I tell them, they're going to smell a rat, and they're smart. They'll put 2 and 2 together, and here will be the very first place they'll look for me, whether I text them or not, whether I tell them I'm perfectly okay and not to worry, because that's what friends do.
They have each other's backs, and they worry about each other, and they're especially protective of me because they know I'm a naive twit who's incapable of recognizing a predator when I see one."
She glanced down at her phone, worry furrowing her brow.
"They haven't responded. I should call Steph. They're probably freaking out."
Drake sighed, not even attempting to hide his irritation and displeasure as she called and evidently didn't reach this supposedly worried-out-of-her-mind friend, because Evangeline rattled off a message saying she wouldn't be home and that she was sorry for not contacting them sooner. Her girlfriends seemed like gigantic pains in the ass, and she'd probably be much better off without them, because it sounded a hell of a lot like they smothered her, judged her, kept her in line, and expected her to gain their permission to so much as take a piss. He mentally winced because he was every bit as controlling, but his method of control and dominance was not even close to what her girlfriends apparently considered their way of managing her life, or rather, micromanaging her life. He would always have her best interests at heart. He was almost certain he couldn't say the same about her girls. Damn it all. If all Evangeline had said was true, and he had no reason not to believe her, then she was right. A text wasn't going to head off a potentially ugly confrontation and the cops showing up at his club and him having to answer to kidnapping and coercion charges. Since Evangeline hadn't received a response, and her phone call had gone unanswered, he was going to have to throw one of his men under the bus, and have him take care of the matter personally. "Maddox," he snapped, knowing his man would hear at his station outside Drake's door, the exit on the opposite end of the elevator that not many knew of, and judging by Evangeline's sudden look of wariness and her quick glance at the elevator, as if expecting him to appear from it, she hadn't noticed the other door in the far corner. She likely thought he was a paranoid, psychotic bastard, and, well, she'd have at least part of it right. He hadn't survived in his world this long without a healthy degree of paranoia and common sense not to offer his trust freely. Maddox entered in an instant, his expression wary, as he sent a scowl in Evangeline's direction. "Go assure Evangeline's roommates that she is perfectly all right, but she won't be coming home tonight, or any other night for that matter. Inform them that she's moving in with me, and will be in contact with them in the next day or two, and will explain everything to them then."
"What?"
Evangeline's shriek made Maddox wince. She didn't look frightened as one might expect. No, she looked outraged and indignant. Satisfied she wasn't about to become hysterical with fear, Drake ignored her reaction, instead picking her feet back up and resuming his ministrations, which forced her to recline back onto the couch. Because while she might not dissolve into hysteria, she might well punch him right in the face, so distraction was necessary immediately, and she definitely enjoyed the foot rub he'd already given her. Maddox clearly had no liking for the task Drake had assigned him. It was evident in his disgruntled expression. "What the hell did I do to deserve to be put on difficult and recalcitrant woman duty?" Maddox muttered. "Surely you can come up with more creative ways of punishing me, Drake. Defuse a bomb? Stop an assassination attempt? Be a substitute daycare worker for a week?" Evangeline sent Maddox a saccharine sweet smile at his acid sarcasm.
"I certainly didn't ask to be dragged from my workplace at 4 a.m. to face a man who is clearly out of his mind or has mistaken me for someone else entirely. And if I hadn't been dragged here, I would be home, and therefore my roommates wouldn't be out of their minds with worry, and you wouldn't have to deal with difficult recalcitrant women. Though I'd pay money to see you in a daycare with many spawns of Satan nagging you and pulling you in 40 different directions." Her smile was mockingly sweet, a definite smirk lurking on her lips, but her words were tart, with a distinct edge that amused Drake. Evidently, Maddox was as well. Maddox gave her a quirk of a smile, amusement glimmering in his eyes, and then, just before he turned to exit, he gave her a 2-finger salute, as if to say, "Touché." As soon as Maddox departed,
Evangeline aimed a ferocious, albeit cute, glare in Drake's direction, and opened her mouth, no doubt to blast him with both barrels. So Drake did the one thing guaranteed to silence her. He fused his mouth to hers in a hot, breathless kiss, though he wasn't sure who was the more breathless, him or her. A savage groan worked its way from his chest and into his throat, escaping into the sweetness of her mouth. He swallowed her gasp of surprise and dropped her feet, leaning forcefully into her, grasping her hands when they went to his chest to shove him away. Instead, he clasped them there over his chest, letting her feel the rapid beat of his heart, allowing her to feel her effect on him. Not something he would normally ever allow to happen, but damn it, he was treading in unfamiliar waters here. He'd never had to deal with a reluctant female when it came to his advances. He was well used to women tripping over themselves in their haste to get to him, to gain his attention, not try to run as fast and as hard in the other direction as possible. Reluctantly, he eased his lips from hers, noting the swollen, delectable bow of her mouth and that delicious little funny quirk in the corner. He couldn't help himself. He flicked his tongue out and licked at it, coaxing another tremble from her already quivering body. "Now I'd like an answer to my question," he said in a deceptively lazy manner, one that might fool someone else into thinking he was merely asking a simple question, one that could either be answered or not. Her eyes narrowed, telling him without words that she definitely hadn't missed the hint of command in his tone. "Why are you working in that place night after night, running yourself into the ground to complete exhaustion, where men touch you, put their hands on you, and God only knows what else?" he growled. He was becoming more pissed by the minute, and he was seething as he stared at her. The idea of those bastards putting their hands on what he'd already claimed, fondling her, disrespecting her, had his teeth on edge, and his temper, already bad enough, was fast becoming overwhelmingly foul. "It's not that bad," she said, immediately becoming defensive. "Bullshit," he barked, startling her with his vehemence. "I had men in the bar all night. They saw exactly the kind of shit you endure on a nightly basis. Remember the asshole who wouldn't take no for an answer when you oh so politely told him to get fucked?" She blushed. "I didn't say any such thing." "No, but you should have. Remember the man who intervened when it could have gotten ugly? And, Angel, it would have gotten ugly very fast, were it not for my man. The one who gave you $100 tip? He was one of mine. Now think about it for a minute. Did anyone else there offer to help you? What if my men hadn't been there?" Humiliation flashed in her eyes, and she turned her head sideways in an attempt to hide her reaction from him. But he caught the flash of tears, and it nearly ripped his insides out. "I'll give it back," she whispered. "I had no idea it was a setup. I didn't earn that. I refuse to take pity money." He flinched at the look in her eyes, the evident blow to her pride, the one thing she held fast to when it appeared she had nothing else. Damn it, that was not what he wanted. She dug into her pocket, several 20s and smaller bills falling out as she yanked. She retrieved the folded $100 bill and thrust it at him, as if she couldn't bear to touch it a second longer. "I don't want it. I won't take it," she said, revulsion twisting her lips, until he wanted to kiss them back to the sweet, luscious state they had been in mere seconds before. Drake swore, making her wince. Then he collected all of the scattered bills, folded them carefully, and stuffed them back into her pocket. "My men were there at my order to check the place out as a potential investment. It's for sale. Or did you not know that?" Her eyes widened in surprise.
No, I had no idea. What does that mean? Am I going to lose my job? Oh my God, Drake, what am I going to do? I know it doesn't look like much, but the tips are good, and I make more money working there than I did working 2 jobs back home.
The fear in her eyes was very nearly his undoing. The thought of her working 2 jobs made him want to smash something. He was sure her tips were very good, far more than the average waitress working there. Hell, on a good night, she probably pulled in as much as his girls did in his club. With that inherent innocence and bone-deep sweetness, a smile that lit up a city block, the fact that she was so fucking nice. And that wasn't even taking into account her looks, those big blue eyes, the long silken mass of hair that made a man itch to run his hands through it. And that ass. God, that ass. Delectable. Plump. Just enough jiggle when she walked to make a man lose his mind. And her tits. Fuck. He could recite all her good qualities all night and never get to the end. She was the total package, and when men looked at her, they did a double take, especially after talking to her for just a few minutes, because they were all wondering how the hell such a perfect woman existed. And then they set their sights on how to get next to her, in her bed, between her legs, and how to stay there, because who the fuck, other than her dumbass ex-boyfriend, would be stupid enough to ever let her go, once he'd had a taste of all she offered. Jesus, he had to stop, because she was staring at him oddly, obviously waiting for him to say whatever he had been about to say next, and he was too busy extolling her virtues and mentally covering her with no trespassing signs, because he was staking his claim, and he'd kill the man who tried to take what was his. "You're missing my point," he said as patiently as he was able when he wanted to smash something, dispense with the niceties, and drag her home and keep her there under lock and key. "Only Maddox knew about you, and he remained outside so you wouldn't see him and bolt. Whatever tip my man gave you was because he wanted to, and felt you earned it. He had no idea you belonged to me."
What?
I'll ask you a 3rd time, and Evangeline, I am not used to having to ask more than once. Ever. Why the hell are you working yourself to death in a place like that? Subjecting yourself to that kind of treatment from men who have no respect for you and treat you like an object, who harass you, put their hands on you, and disrespect you on a nightly basis. She sighed, closing her eyes, but not before a single tear slipped down one pale cheek.
"I have to have that job," she choked out. "I'm not from here. The city, I mean. As I'm sure you can tell. I come from a small town in the South. I've had to work my entire life. I had to drop out of high school and get my GED so I could work. College wasn't an option."
"Why?" he asked softly. She went on as if she hadn't heard.
"My father worked in a local factory and was injured and disabled as a result. Workman's comp refused to pay, citing some ridiculous, trumped-up loophole that I still don't understand. But he couldn't work as a result. My mother also has health issues. My father was our only means of support. I could have gone to college," she said wistfully. "I was a good student. I qualified for an academic scholarship to a state university before I had to drop out. But Mama and Papa needed me."
Drake's lips tightened as some of the pieces fell into place. It was suddenly making a lot more sense than it had a few minutes earlier.
"I was working 2 jobs at home, and they were barely making it," she said, shame shadowing her gaze.
Most notably absent from her statement was how she had made it, because he already knew enough about her present circumstances to know that she would have given every penny to her parents, only keeping enough for her bare necessities. And they were very bare.
"Steph, one of my current roommates, She and my other roommates, we all went to high school together, and we stayed in touch. They moved to the city. They wanted out of our small town, wanted bigger and better. I don't blame them. But I had a responsibility, she said, her chin notching upward, fire entering her eyes. My family is my only responsibility, my priority before all else. I will not fail them. Anyway, she called me and said they were a roommate short, and they could get me a job making better money, good tips, and they had a small apartment that wouldn't break the bank with my share of the rent. So I moved up here, and I send money back to my parents every week. I pay my portion of the rent, utilities, and groceries, but every spare penny goes to my mother, so she can care for my father.
Drake was growing angrier by the minute. His entire jaw ached because it was clamped shut against the tirade that was just waiting to be unleashed. He wanted to end this farce immediately and take over, but he needed to know just what he was up against. Every single detail.
When I can, I take extra shifts, she explained. If I'm lucky, during the holidays, I can get seasonal part-time work, which enables me to send all of that extra to my mom.
And in the meantime, you work yourself to the bone. You go without. You put yourself in unimaginable danger, not to mention work a demeaning job where men assume your body is theirs to do with as they please. Her gaze flew upward at the whip-like anger in his tone, and genuine puzzlement shone in her beautiful eyes. This shit is over, he bit out. You need a keeper, someone to take care of you for once in your life. You're moving in with me. You're finished working yourself to death in a place where men put their hands on you, maul you, say shit to you no man should ever say to another woman. Furthermore, your parents will have no financial worries any longer. And neither will you. Her mouth gaped open, and her gaze turned incredulous as she stared back at him as if to determine whether he was serious. He returned her gaze unflinchingly, telling her without words that he was as serious as a heart attack.
"Are you crazy?" she shouted. "You can't just tell me I'm moving in with you like it's a foregone conclusion."
"It is," he said calmly.
"The hell it is! You're out of your mind!" she sputtered, throwing her hands up like she wanted to yank her hair out with frustration. Then she shook her head adamantly. "You can't just keep me prisoner." He smiled and responded in a lazy drawl. "Can't I? But, Angel, I can assure you, as far as prisoners go, there will never exist a more pampered, spoiled, and indulged captive. And I can guarantee you, you won't be trying to escape after you've had a taste of all I can give you. And just a warning, Angel, I give a lot. Everything. But I take every bit as much as I give." "This is crazy," she whispered. "What exactly do I tell my friends, my girls, my family? I can't just disappear off the face of the earth. They'll go crazy, and I can't leave my roommates hanging. They can't afford the apartment without my share of the rent. I don't make much, but neither do they, and it's a stretch to afford a 2-bedroom even between 4 people. Your girls will be taken care of. Their rent will be paid, so your absence won't cause them any hardship." Her lips drew into a mutinous line. "No, I won't let you do that. You can't buy me, or my friends. You aren't paying me for sex. God, that would make me a whore, a prostitute. How could I look at myself in the mirror every morning knowing I'm some man's plaything? A paid plaything." He was getting pissed, and he made no effort to hide that from her. "I'm not paying for sex. I don't ever have to pay for sex. What I give to you, whatever I choose to give to you, are gifts. Gifts I expect you to accept and think of creative ways of expressing your gratitude. You're mine for as long as our arrangement lasts, and that puts your girls in a bind. And I'm responsible for that bind because I'm a selfish bastard who takes what he wants and won't accept no for an answer. So I'll cover their rent because me being selfish puts them in a bind, and I won't be responsible for 3 women losing their home because of my demands."
"Oh," she said softly. Then she shook her head.
"This is insane. This sort of thing doesn't happen."
"In my world it does," he said, amusement in his voice.
"There is only one world," she snapped, "and we all live in the same world."
"And that is where I intend to prove you wrong, Angel. My world, my rules. I answer to no one, and no one fucks with me, or what's mine."
"And is that what I am? Yours?"
"For the time being? Yes."
She looked instantly uneasy, her eyes worried and apprehensive. "And what happens to me when you figure out I'm not all that, and you don't want me anymore?" she asked quietly.
"You will always be taken care of, Angel. I'm not a complete bastard. If the day comes that we are no longer compatible, then you will be taken care of for the rest of your life. You needn't have any concerns that I'll cast you off and leave you to fend for yourself. That will never happen. You have my word on it."
Drake reached up to take one of her hands and gently pulled it down until it was completely encircled in his.
"You're a beautiful woman who deserves far more than what you're getting out of life, and I'm going to make you see that, no matter how long it takes. You're a woman any man would be on his knees to have. And you're as attracted to me as I'm attracted to you. I didn't imagine you coming all over my mouth last night."
Her face went beet red, and she hastily averted her gaze, but he reached with his free hand to cup her chin, gently forcing her to face him once more.
"You were so fucking beautiful and so wild, and I want to be the man who gently brings you to heel. I want to be the man who takes care of you, the man you ultimately answer to, the man who controls you."
"Controls?" she asked incredulously. "Do you even know how obscene that sounds? No one controls me."
"I do. I will. But you'll blossom under my care. Have no doubt there. There will not be a more spoiled, adored woman on this earth, because what is mine I take care of in all ways, and your happiness, your protection, your life comes before all else."
She looked at him in utter bewilderment. "Why would you do this for a woman like me? You could have any woman you wanted."
She broke off, blushing furiously, her eyes dropping in shame and God only knew what else. Fury rose inside him, and he was forced to loosen his grip on her hand or risk hurting her. "Explain what you mean by a woman like you. And be careful how you word it, Angel, and how you say it, or I'm not going to be very happy with you."
She swept her hand down the length of her, as if that explained it all. Then she sent him a helpless look that suggested she had no idea how to explain what in her mind was a very obvious fact.
"You have no reason to be ashamed or embarrassed," he said through clenched teeth. "And you will be neither with me, because that will not please me. Who you are, what you are, is what I want. Not your fucked up idea of who and what I want. I know when I see something whether I want it or not, and I wanted you the minute you walked into my club. Your not believing me or thinking otherwise is bullshit. But you'll figure that out in your own time."
"There's no way I can ever pay you back," she said desperately. "I'll never be your equal. I'll never be able to pay back the kind of money you're talking about."
"That's where you're wrong," he said, in a soft voice that made her shiver. In that moment, she looked very much like prey being stalked, and he was the predator closing in on his prey. Hunted. He could deny none of those things when that was well what he was doing. Nothing is ever free, he continued, taking advantage of her momentary silence, as she grappled with the things he had said and was saying. The price is you. All of you. I'll own you. Every inch of you. I'm a man who is always in control of everything in my world. My world, my rules. And you have to play by my rules. I especially demand control when it comes to the women in my bed. Do you understand what I am telling you?
No?
She stammered out, clearly not understanding. He swore softly. Such a fucking innocent. For a moment, he simply trailed a finger down the line of her cheek, and then brushed the pad of his thumb over the full curve of her lips. He could feel the sudden exhalation of her breaths as they sped up and the trembling increased. But it wasn't fear. She was aroused. Dominance, Angel. And your submission. Your complete and utter submission. In all things, but especially in my bed. You don't deny me anything. What I want, I take. What I choose to give, I give. You don't have a choice, and you don't get to tell me no. Ever.
You're talking about rape, she said in a horrified voice. About taking my choices completely away from me.
Drake scowled, allowing her to see how angry her response made him. Now you're just pissing me off. You'll be willing. I guarantee you'll love every single thing I choose to do to you. You'll beg me for more. You won't even think about saying no. When you step into my world, I own you. I possess you. There isn't a single inch of your beautiful skin that will go untouched, unworshipped. No part of you I won't fuck. You went up in flames on my desk, all laid out like a gift, and never once did you say no. You lit up the minute I touched you. You were wild, uninhibited, and you held nothing back. Her eyes became dull, shame and embarrassment crowding into their depths. God damn it, Angel. You will not be ashamed of anything that occurred between you and me. Ever. You will not take something that fucking beautiful and twist it into something shameful and ugly. That motherfucker who did a number on you and made you feel like you were nothing was a fucking idiot. He had something that men would kill for, and he pissed it away. He's an inept bastard who wouldn't know what to do with a woman. He's the inferior fuckwad, and he knows it, so he lashes out to make himself more than the fucking coward he is. He gets off on belittling others so he can feel better about himself. He knows he's a piece of shit, and the only way he can deal with that knowledge is to knock down everyone around him, especially women. It's a high to him, because it's the only time he feels like anything other than the worthless piece of shit he and the rest of the world knows he is. Evangeline's look turned to one of absolute wonder, her eyes filling with something that made Drake uncomfortable. She looked at him like he was some fucking hero, and that made him wince. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't a good man. He was a selfish bastard, willing to go to any lengths to make this woman his.
I don't know what to say, she whispered.
Drake inhaled, realizing he was about to do something he never did. Ask. Give me a chance, Angel, he murmured. Give me a chance to prove to you all I've said, to do all I've said I will do.
Will you at least agree to give me a chance?" She studied him for a long moment, clear indecision warring with hope, fear, and curiosity. Finally, she closed her eyes, but when they reopened, resolve shone like a beacon. "Yes," she replied softly. "I think I must be crazy, but yes. I'll give you a chance." "Us," he corrected. "You're giving us a chance." But there was still an air of hesitancy about her, as if she regretted her impulsive response. And Drake knew he had to get her out of here and to his apartment fast, before she came to her senses and ran like hell. 9. Drake was no fool, nor did he feel an ounce of remorse for hustling Evangeline out of impulse and into his waiting car before she had time to second-guess her hesitant acquiescence. He had also issued a sharp command to his driver to get them to his apartment building with no delay, an order Brady immediately complied with, and to Drake's immense satisfaction, the car pulled to the front of the skyscraper housing his penthouse apartment in record time. Evangeline had sat beside him, motionless and quiet, seemingly frozen in place. Her eyes were wide, almost as if she were struggling to take it all in. Or perhaps she was just coming to grips with the enormity of her decision. Not that he'd given her much in the way of an option. His request was hardly worded as one. But again, he hadn't become successful in business, or in personal matters, by hesitating when an opportunity presented itself. When, not if, Evangeline gathered her shaken senses, he wanted it to be on his turf, where she couldn't run from him. No escape. He couldn't very well pull out every weapon of persuasion in his arsenal if he was persuading thin air, which was where she would have vanished if he hadn't taken swift advantage of her shock and momentary loss of her wits. If that made him a bastard, well, he'd certainly been called, and for that matter was, a hell of a lot worse. In the end, what mattered was that he got what he wanted. Evangeline. Angel. His angel. In his apartment. His bed. Under his firm hand and protection. For as long as he wished her to be there. For the first time, he hadn't already put a finite time on a liaison. Hell, he wasn't even considering this anything so casual. The days of one-night stands, or even the occasional weekend, when he kept the same woman and sated his desires until Monday morning, when his work week began, and the rare weekend he took off, were over. All he knew was that she was here, with him, about to enter his home, a place he never took a woman, any woman, and he had no intention of letting her go any time soon. He frowned, uncertain of what to make of that particular revelation. For the time being, he shoved it firmly away and compartmentalized it in his mind to reflect on later. Much later. After Evangeline was taken care of, and the matter of their relationship settled. He opened the door, reaching for Evangeline's hand, even knowing she couldn't open the opposing door into the street. She didn't resist when he stepped onto the sidewalk, carefully pulling her with him. He anchored his arm around her waist as she too stepped from the car, and he ushered her quickly to the entrance and into the lobby where the elevator doors had already been opened by the doorman who worked the night shift. The doorman courteously extended his arm toward the inside of the elevator and murmured a respectful, "Good night, Mr. Donovan." But Drake didn't miss the quick lift of one eyebrow as the doorman's gaze swept over Evangeline, huddled against Drake. Drake sent him an icy look that had the man retreating as Drake inserted his key card for his floor. He was well aware of the doorman's surprise, given that Drake never brought women to his home,
But the man should have had more discipline than to allow his thoughts to be broadcast through his body language. As the elevator began its ascent, Evangeline wobbled slightly against him, and he silently cursed those damn shoes he'd been forced to put back on her swollen feet. Then he simply bent and wrapped his fingers around one delicate ankle, ignoring her gasp of surprise, as he lifted first one foot to remove the offending heel, and then the other. She was forced to hold onto his arm to maintain her balance. When she reached to take them, he simply shoved them underneath his other arm, before once more curling his free arm around her waist, solidly anchoring her back to him. "You won't be working in these again," he said bluntly. "You won't be working at all. The only time you'll be wearing heels is if you're out with me, or I want to fuck you in them." She stiffened, and her eyes sparked when she tilted her head up so their gazes met. She opened her mouth, but the elevator stopped, the doors opening immediately, and Drake took advantage by pulling her forward and into his foyer. They had only walked a few steps when Evangeline abruptly halted. He glanced down, bracing for the inevitable protest, the regaining of her senses, or perhaps she'd finally figured out exactly what she wanted to say, but had been too overwhelmed to do so before. But she merely stared wide-eyed, not at him. She wasn't paying him the slightest bit of attention. Her gaze swept the sprawling, spacious, open-concept apartment, a dazed expression on her face. And then she finally swung it up to meet his, puzzlement and awe swirling in her eyes.
"This is your apartment?"
she barely managed to whisper.
"I didn't think they made apartments this large in New York."
He wanted to kick himself in the head. His wanting to get her to his apartment as quickly as possible was because he didn't want her too overwhelmed. If anything, seeing and being in his apartment had tipped her the rest of the way off the ledge. Not knowing what else to do or say at just that moment, he started to pull her into the shelter of his arms, to offer her comfort. But just as his fingertips brushed over her arms to take hold, his intercom buzzed. Evangeline jumped and turned as though she expected someone to be behind her. Drake, however, was pissed. He strode the few steps to the wall where the speaker was mounted and slammed his thumb over the button. "What?" he barked. There was a slight hesitation, and then Thane's voice bled into the room. Drake, you might want to come down here. We have a situation." "What situation?" Drake asked in an icy tone. "I distinctly left orders with all my men that under no circumstances was I to be disturbed." Thane sighed loudly. "This woman showed up at the club right after you left and demanded to see you. She then said that if I didn't produce you immediately, she was calling the cops. I brought her here so whatever burr she has up her ass can be removed and we don't incur unnecessary trouble." There was another slight pause as Drake mentally ran through every curse word in his dictionary, and then some. "And Drake, it might be a good idea to bring Evangeline with you." Before Drake could respond to that absurdity, a screech blasted through the intercom that made him wince.
"Damn right Evangeline better be with him, so I can see for myself she's okay, or swear to God I'll call the cops and report Drake Donovan for kidnapping, and I'll tear this whole damn building apart to find her if I have to."
Evangeline let out a sound of dismay, and Drake turned to see her stricken, mortified expression. She closed her eyes, but bristled with humiliation, which made Drake want to put his fist through the wall. This was not how things were supposed to have gone, and this wasn't going to do anything to settle Evangeline's fears. When Evangeline opened her eyes, Drake lifted one eyebrow in question. She promptly sagged like a deflating balloon. She covered her face with both hands, as if wishing to be anywhere but where she was. Drake could already feel Evangeline slipping from his grasp, and something akin to panic skated up his spine. He never panicked, nor did he fear. What would be, would be. And yet he found himself holding his breath in dread. "It's Steph," she said quietly, as she let her hands slide slowly from her eyes. "She's one of my roommates. And Drake, she's serious. You don't know her. She will absolutely call the police, and God only knows who else. I have to go down there." "Not without me," Drake said, his tone carrying a bite he hadn't intended. He shoved the button on the intercom. "Sit on her, Thane. I'm coming down with Evangeline, and by God, Steph better be there when we arrive." He turned to Evangeline and extended his hand, waiting for her to slide her much smaller hand over his. He experienced a fierce sense of satisfaction when her flesh met his, but as his grip tightened in preparation to take her into the elevator, he could feel her trembling. Doing his best not to frown and scare her to death, he instead pulled her close to him and slid his knuckle under her chin, gently nudging it upward. "You aren't alone, Angel," he murmured. "I'll be with you the entire time. You just have to inform your friend of your choice." Left unsaid was that he too would have to be informed of her choice, because he was no longer certain she would choose him. Her friend might very well coax Evangeline away. His jaw tightened just thinking about the possibility. Under no circumstances would he let her go. She was worth fighting for. With that in mind, he sent her a questioning look. She correctly interpreted the silent question as to whether she was ready, and she nodded. Drake pulled her to his side, tucking her beneath his shoulder as they entered the elevator. The ride down was silent, and Evangeline's gaze remained fixed on the floor the entire time. Damn it! He just needed time, a few days, so he could show Evangeline the world she was entering. Instead, as soon as they had walked inside his home, her friend had arrived, effectively dragging Evangeline crashing back to Earth. As soon as they exited the elevator, Drake saw a very determined-looking redhead stalk forward, Thane behind her looking pissed. Well, that made two of them. "Evangeline, thank God!" Steph said as she barreled toward them. To Drake's surprise, Evangeline nestled closer to his body, as if seeking comfort or support. "To what do we owe this interruption at this hour?" Drake demanded. Steph's eyes narrowed. "I had to make sure Evangeline was okay. When she didn't come home, we thought something horrible had happened." "Well, as you can see, she's just fine," he drawled. "Now, if you'll excuse us, it's been a long day." Steph's frown deepened, and her eyes shot daggers at him. "Evangeline is perfectly capable of speaking for herself," she said acidly. "I'd like to know what she wants, preferably from her." Drake felt Evangeline stiffen, her features drawn in mortification. Shame dulled her eyes, no hint of the vibrancy that made staring at her so entrancing. He swore viciously under his breath and started to put an end to this shit right now. But Evangeline drew in a deep breath and stepped from the protective refuge of his body. His pulse ratcheted up, and he had to fight to maintain an air of indifference. He'd never allow anyone to see his pain if she left with her friend. "As you can see, I'm fine, Steph," Evangeline said in a soft voice. "I'm sorry to have worried you, but I did call you and left a voicemail saying I wouldn't be home tonight. I texted you, Nikki, and Lana as well. And then Drake sent Maddox over to personally reassure you that I was okay." "Yeah, a hired goon who looks like he just got out of Rikers," Steph said, anger still seething in her voice. Evangeline's earlier look of shame and defeat evaporated, and her spine went rigid. She stared back at Steph, her gaze unflinching as her face flushed. But not in embarrassment. No, his angel was pissed. He fought to hide his reaction, his surprise, and forced himself to remain a bystander and allow Evangeline to fight her own battle unless it became apparent she was backing down. She further surprised him by walking up to Steph and getting right in her face so there was no possibility of misunderstanding. She pointed her finger directly into Steph's chest, eliciting a look of complete shock on her friend's face, as if Evangeline had never stood up to her, or any of her so-called friends.
"You will not talk about Maddox that way," Evangeline snapped. "He has been nothing but kind and patient with me. He intervened at impulse when Eddie would have likely put me in the hospital. He was kind, respectful, and gentle. He took me home, made certain the apartment was safe, and told me he would be there the next night at 7 because Drake wanted to see me. But I had to work, and so Maddox waited for me at the pub until I got off and drove me to Impulse to meet Drake, where we agreed on a personal matter that will remain personal. You have no right to judge Maddox or Drake, or Thane for that matter, who went out of his way to let you know I was okay when you know nothing about them. And furthermore, you are clearly questioning my judgment, my wants and my needs, which, I remind you, are my concern, not yours. I don't tell you how to run your life, Steph, and I expect the same respect in return." Her hand swept toward Thane, who was wearing a look of shock, mixed with approval. Pride, even. Thane lifted his gaze to Drake, as if to say, "You picked a good one." Drake merely nodded his agreement. "And Steph, you showed up at Impulse after being told I was fine and what my plans were for the night, and threatened Thane unless he brought you to wherever Drake and I were. Has he hurt you? Has he threatened you in any way? Because the way I see it, he has treated you with far more respect than you've afforded him. I expected more from you, Steph. I expected your faith and trust in me to make my own decisions. I don't need your, Lana's, or Nikki's approval or permission to do anything. I don't interfere in your personal lives, and yet you interfere with mine at every turn. And just to remind you, I never wanted to go to Impulse. It was the last place I wanted to go. But the three of you railroaded me into going, and the result was a night of humiliation I'll never be able to forget." She shuddered and clasped her hands over her upper arms, as if she were suddenly cold. Drake could contain himself no longer. He stepped forward and wrapped her securely in his arm, replacing her hand on the arm facing away from his body, and rubbed up and down both for warmth and comfort, and to let her know he had her back. Thane looked completely bewildered and discomfited by Evangeline's defense of him and Maddox. There was a different look to his eyes when he gazed at Evangeline now, one that held a glimmer of respect, and Thane didn't respect many people. Drake's admiration grew even more because he'd been right, or rather his gut instinct about his angel had been dead on. Her sweet, soft, delicate feminine appearance, in fact, disguised a woman with an iron will and determination that wouldn't allow anyone, even himself, to run over her. No matter that she thought the opposite. She clearly thought she was timid and weak and hated conflict, and she likely did. But it didn't mean she couldn't hold her own and stand up for what she thought was right. His arm tightened around her, giving her a gentle squeeze of approval, as pride settled over him. As did peace. He'd chosen well. He hadn't been wrong about her at all. Steph looked taken aback, her mouth falling open at Evangeline's outburst. She glanced between Thane and Drake like she was sizing up two serial killers. Then her gaze drifted back to Evangeline, clear disbelief reflected on her face. Before she had time to respond to Evangeline's blunt, impassioned statement, Evangeline pressed while she had the advantage. "I'm fine, Steph. You were told I wouldn't be home tonight, or today, or whatever it is. There was no reason for you to come here and cause a scene. I'll call you, Lana, and Nikki in the next day or two and explain everything. Until then, I would appreciate privacy and no more embarrassing scenes at this hour of the morning."
Steph pinned Evangeline with a ferocious stare, one Drake imagined worked to intimidate Evangeline most of the time. Only this time, his angel didn't seem in the least fazed.
"You better do just that," Steph snapped. "Because if I don't hear from you personally in the next 24 hours, I'm coming back with the police."
Then she shifted her furious stare at Drake, who merely looked at her as though she were a nuisance.
"There isn't a place in this damn city you can hide from me, and so help me God, if you hurt Evangeline in any way, I'll cut off your balls and make you eat them."
"Since that's not ever going to happen, your threat is completely hollow," Drake said in a dismissive tone, one that said it was time for her to leave. Now. He lifted his gaze to Thane and sent him a silent look of apology. Thane mouthed his words, but Drake could clearly see what he'd said, and only barely managed to hold back his laughter. Thane had said, "Fuck me." "Thane will see you home now," Drake said in a formal voice, remaining cold and aloof toward the woman who'd nearly ruined the entire evening. For that matter, she might well have for all he knew, because he had no idea what was going on in Evangeline's mind. Not waiting for any more drama or theatrics, Drake drew Evangeline to his side and guided her back to the elevator. Her eyes were closed the entire way up, her features still frozen with mortification. He gently escorted her into his apartment, this time giving her no time to ponder the size and elegance of it. He ushered her into the bedroom, and she immediately began to tremble against him. Something went soft inside his heart. It was an alien, uncomfortable feeling, one he was not used to at all. But she looked exhausted, lost, and so confused that all he could do was pull her into his arms, as he'd wanted to do before they were interrupted by her roommate. At first she was tense against him, but as he did nothing more than hold her against him and stroke a hand through her hair in a soothing motion, her own arms crept around his waist, and she relaxed. She laid her cheek against his chest, and he felt her soft sigh all the way to his bones. It was a sound that would make a man do anything to make this woman happy. "Get ready for bed, Angel," he said gruffly. "You're tired, your feet hurt, and you've had a very long couple of days. The thing you need most right now is sleep. However, you sleep with me, in my bed, every night, no exception." Slowly she nodded, her cheek rubbing up and down his chest. "Don't get me wrong, Angel," he murmured. "There's nothing I'd love more than to make love to you all night, so that when you wake up you'll know exactly who you belong to. But you're dead on your feet, and for now, just having you in my bed, in my arms, is more than I could have dreamed of." 10. When Evangeline awoke, two things immediately registered. 1, Drake was no longer in bed with her, and 2, it was well into the morning, likely approaching noon, and yet exhaustion still weighed her down, and all she wanted to do was snuggle deeper into the covers and go back to sleep. As she shifted to a more comfortable spot, turning to where Drake had slept, her hand instinctively reaching for any lingering warmth or evidence that it hadn't been a dream, her gaze lit on a folded piece of paper with her name scrawled across it. Forcing herself to a sitting position, she crossed her legs and reached for the note, hesitantly opening it, unsure of what it would say. Then her brow furrowed as she took in the contents. "Your things are in the living room to put wherever you like. But just so you are aware, only your personal keepsakes and mementos were brought over. Your clothing, shoes, and accessories were thrown out. One of my men will be there waiting to take you shopping for anything you require, and I expect you to buy everything you need. My man will have a list of the necessary accoutrements, and the salespeople at the shops you will be escorted to have already been given my instructions, as well as your measurements, and will have appropriate selections for your viewing when you arrive. Her measurements? And for that matter, what was wrong with her clothes? Why would he just throw them out without even consulting her? How wasteful was that? The clothes certainly weren't expensive by his standards, but she'd had to save to buy each and every item, and she'd never been able to go and buy an entire wardrobe or anything. She bought a pair of jeans or a t-shirt or a pair of shoes, when she had the means to do so. Sending money to her parents was her first priority. Her comfort was a far second on her list. It stung that he'd so thoughtlessly discarded clothing that she'd worked damn hard for. So what if they were bought in a thrift store or on the clearance rack of a bargain shopping center? She'd paid for every single thing with her own money. No one had given her anything, and she took pride in that. Never once did one of her roommates have to cover her share of the rent, because she made sure that after sending money to her family, she had enough to cover her part of their living arrangement and pitch in on groceries. She also did most of the cooking, so they didn't spend money eating out, which meant she saved more money for the necessities. Drake was obviously ashamed of her, and that ate at her. She had her pride. She knew she wasn't anything to look at, and she still couldn't fathom what she was doing here in his apartment, with instructions to go shopping for an entire new wardrobe where one outfit would likely cost more than all the things Drake had so blithely tossed out. She felt humiliated. She jumped, her pulse accelerating, when a phone rang next to her on the bed. She glanced warily, looking for the source, to see an expensive high-tech cell phone that would take her a year to save for, and was definitely a frivolous expenditure. She glanced back at the note to read further, and saw that Drake had informed her the phone was hers, and that he would be calling her later in the morning. She tentatively picked up the phone, hoping she was hitting the right button, and murmured a hesitant hello. His answer was crisp, businesslike. "Justice is on his way. He may already be there. He's taking you shopping." She felt an unexpected sense of disappointment that it wasn't Maddox. He had been the nicest to her, and wasn't quite as intimidating as some of the other men Drake worked with. And then she shook her head, because she was crazy. They were all dangerous and complete strangers to her, and yet she was to trust them because Drake instructed her to. She hesitated and bit into her bottom lip, bothered that she was even required to go on a shopping trip. If she wasn't good enough for him as she was, then she sure as hell wasn't going to change everything about her just so she met his standards. Whatever the hell they were, since he hadn't exactly been forthcoming on those yet. He seemed to pick up on her sudden silence, and she wondered if she should add mind-reading to his growing list of accomplishments, though it appeared as though there was nothing he couldn't do or accomplish. But then money, or rather having money, lots of money, seemed to come with a completely different set of rules and parameters that favored the haves over the have-nots. "What's wrong, Angel?" he asked in a soft voice that suggested he would not be pleased, nor would he believe her if she simply said nothing or pretended that he was imagining things. It would be an insult to his superior intelligence. She flinched, not wanting to get into what was bothering her. In a subdued, quiet voice, she responded, "Why did you throw away all my clothing, even my underwear and my shoes? If I'm not good enough for you the way I am, then why would you want to change me into something I'm not? It wouldn't be real. Unless that's what you want and any woman would do. A woman you play dress-up with like a doll and make her good enough to be seen with you. I'm proud of who and what I am," she said fiercely. "I paid for every single item of clothing you thoughtlessly threw away. I liked them. More importantly, nobody bought them for me or gave them to me.
I worked for everything I have, and by throwing practically everything I own away, you sent the message loud and clear that I'm not good enough, and you're sending one of your minions shopping with me so I don't embarrass you in front of others."
The line went silent, and she tensed because she could practically feel his seething anger through the phone. She swallowed nervously and closed her eyes, thinking that maybe he would be just pissed off enough to wash his hands of her now and let her go back home. Instead, he sighed, and she imagined him running an agitated hand through his hair, his lips set into that firm grimace that made him look so intimidating. "Angel, the clothes you have are shit. Now don't get me wrong. You being you and as beautiful as you are, you rock that look. But other women would never be able to pull off your kind of shine in shit clothing. This has nothing to do with you embarrassing me, and it sure as fuck has nothing to do with you not being good enough for me. It has everything to do with the fact that you're mine now, and I take care of what belongs to me. Which means that what you wear, the shoes, the jeans or dresses, and especially the underwear, I pay for. I wanted to do something nice for you, and you need nicer clothing, not shit you had to walk into a fucking charity shop to buy. My woman will never wear anything that's been worn by another woman. Period. So get that fucked up shit about you not being good enough or you embarrassing me out of your head right now, or you're just going to piss me off. Because it's complete bullshit, and I won't have you thinking it every time you put on something I bought for you." Evangeline was stunned into silence and sat on the edge of the bed, mouth gaping open. This time, however, he didn't take her silence as her being upset or angry, as he'd picked up on her earlier silence. How the hell could the man tell when he needed to address something when he wasn't even within a mile of her, much less able to see her or gauge her body language or facial expressions? "I've got to go now. I have an important meeting. Justice should be there soon if he's not already, so you might want to make yourself presentable because I'll be damned if another man sees what's mine and mine alone to see. He's going to take you to eat and then shopping. I don't want you hungry." And she thought she couldn't get more flustered than she already was. "I need to know you get me," Drake said impatiently. "The words, Angel. Give me your acceptance."
"All right,"
she finally said in a near whisper. Good. And she could hear the satisfaction in his voice. "Now get a move on and get dressed so Justice doesn't see what he shouldn't, and then I have to beat his ass." She thought he'd already hung up when his last statement came through. "And Angel, just so you know, I will not be pleased if you refuse to accept any of the items I have arranged for you." Slowly she ended the call and let the phone fall to the bed, then glanced back at the note that she still hadn't finished reading. She started at the beginning again, quickly skimming to the parts she hadn't yet read. At the very bottom, in Drake's distinctive scrawl, was written, "And call your girls and give them your new number, so I don't have to have my men haul one or all of their asses out of my apartment again at 5 a.m. She laughed and then drew her knees up, hugging them to her body, as she looked around in wonder. Was this really happening to her? How on earth had she fallen down the proverbial rabbit hole into an alternate reality? She shook off the overwhelming sensation that she was fast spinning out of control and called Steph first, because the last thing Evangeline wanted was for the police to burst into Drake's apartment, determined to rescue a kidnapped woman. To her relief, all 3 girls were there at the apartment together, so they put her on speakerphone, which meant she wouldn't have to tell the same crazy story 3 times. In as level a tone as she could manage, she outlined the events ending with her coming back to Drake's apartment with him. Their reactions were explosive.
"Have you lost your mind?" Nikki squeaked. "Vanjie, what do you even know about this guy? What if you go missing and we never hear from you again?"
Evangeline sighed.
"Is it too much to ask for a little trust from my best friends?" "We just think you should give this a little more time, preferably away from him where you're not overwhelmed," Lana said diplomatically. "You have to admit, this is awfully sudden and completely out of character for you." "Yeah, well, so was going to Impulse, but y'all didn't mind coercing me into that," Evangeline snapped. Until now, Steph had been silent, and that should have told Evangeline the worst was to come. "And how long do you think it'll take this Drake guy to get tired of you and scrape you off? What the hell are you going to do then, Vanjie? You can't let yourself be solely dependent on any man, and especially not one with his kind of power."
Hurt splintered through Evangeline's heart, and her sudden intake of breath had to have been heard over the phone, judging by the ensuing silence. But what bothered Evangeline even more was that Steph had scored a direct hit and nipped at an already blooming insecurity over just how long this thing with Drake would last.
"That was uncalled for, Steph," Lana said angrily. "You're acting like a jealous bitch, and it's not very attractive on you. Leave Vanjie alone. As long as we've known her, she's never done a single thing for herself. Maybe it's high time she did, and lived a little."
"I need to go," Evangeline said quietly.
"I have to be dressed and ready to go in 10 minutes. "Wait, Vanjie, before you go," Nikki said in a rushed tone. "The landlord came by this morning to give us a receipt and a rent-controlled contract. The rent has been paid in advance for 2 years, with a contract guaranteeing no increase in rent for the next 10. How insane is that?"
"Drake didn't want my leaving to cause you financial problems," Evangeline said quietly. "Lucky for y'all, after he shakes me off, you'll still have a rent-free place to live and a guarantee of no increase for a long time." Then she quickly ended the call, still bothered by Steph's comment. 11. Evangeline was so out of her element that she wanted to crawl into the nearest hole and die. She was hopelessly gauche, and while Justice, her babysitter du jour, seemed rough around the edges, he certainly knew his way around upscale shops, either choosing or discarding appropriate items with ease. After the first time Evangeline had reached out to touch a shimmering dress right out of Cinderella's ball and felt the sumptuous material between her fingertips, she'd been in love. Until she looked at the price tag and yanked her hand away as if it had burned her. Oh, good God! Was everything in this place so exorbitantly expensive? One dress cost more than she made in a year. She turned away, her bottom lip between her teeth in consternation. She didn't belong here. This wasn't her world. She didn't fit, and she was fooling herself if for a minute she thought she could become a part of it, if only for a little while. Justice, however, saw her reaction to the dress and made eye contact with the sales lady, who was only too happy to wrap it and add it to the growing pile of purchases Justice was arranging for Evangeline. At first he'd wondered just what in the hell he'd done to piss Drake off, that he had drawn women's shopping duty with a woman who didn't seem to want or need anything. Hell, it wasn't as if he hadn't been wrangled into shopping with and for one of Drake's women in the past. But all he'd had to do was stand back and watch the woman march through the store, pointing indiscriminately, leaving Justice to pay the bill, and it was all over in a matter of minutes. But Evangeline? She seemed absolutely mortified and horrified, especially after she'd looked at the price tag of the dress she'd looked at so longingly, caressing the silk material. For God's sake, it wasn't even one of the more expensive dresses in the shop, which was why he was glad Drake had called ahead with a detailed list of what he wanted the salesperson to have already out and ready for purchase. Evangeline would likely have a stroke if she caught sight of the prices of those dresses. He sighed, because this had the look of being one long-ass day, and shopping for women's clothing was like a trip to hell. The things he did for the man he called partner and brother. But he couldn't quite summon irritation at Evangeline, because there was something different about her. Never before had Drake taken a woman like this, nor had he acted so forbiddingly possessive from the very first moment he'd laid eyes on her. And in a way, Justice could see why. There was something about Evangeline, and it took him a while to put his finger on it, but when it hit, he realized it immediately. This was no calculating, mercenary woman out to fleece Drake for all she could get in the short time he'd keep her around. Evangeline was innocent, naive, sweet to her bones, and as genuine as they came. She had a gentle disposition, and from all he'd heard from Thane, she was loyal and ferocious in her defense of others, even those she didn't know. She dressed her friend down over her disdain of Maddox and Thane, which upped his respect for her tenfold. Women like her did not defend men like him, especially to their best friends. But according to Thane, she'd acted like a lioness protecting her cubs, and had been furious at the judgment levied against Maddox and Thane by her friend. And she'd taken her down several notches, and let her know in no uncertain terms what she thought of her opinion. It was hard not to respect a sweet, gentle woman who looked like she could be easily intimidated, and yet breathed fire when defending people she felt were being unfairly judged. Justice hadn't been impressed with the women Drake associated with in the past, but had never concerned himself over the matter because he never kept a woman for more than a few days at most. But Evangeline seemed to be, from all appearances, someone Drake intended to keep around for far longer. Never had he outfitted one of his women from head to toe. He normally gave them an expensive gift, usually jewelry, and then sent them on their way. Justice felt an unfamiliar protective instinct arising in his chest, tightening to the point of discomfort at the idea of Drake callously discarding her when he tired of her. If the man couldn't tell the difference between Evangeline and the bitches he'd hooked up with in the past, then he was a stupid bastard. And if Drake tossed her, the thought crossed Justice's mind that he would be more than willing to step in and give her the respect and care she deserved. He'd taken her to one of his favorite restaurants before embarking on the shopping trip, and she'd seemed as uncomfortable in the expensive eatery as she had in the upscale designer shops. She'd studied the menu for several long minutes, concentrating so hard he thought her head might burst. When he realized she'd chosen the most inexpensive item on the menu, he'd ignored her request and ordered her a Wagyu steak. She'd immediately squeaked in horror and whispered that it cost $200 for a steak. He'd merely smiled and told the waiter to serve him the same, and then asked Evangeline how she liked her steak cooked. She looked so befuddled and appalled at the price that he'd gone the middle road and ordered medium for her and medium rare for himself. When the meals arrived, she'd stared at the small steak, shaking her head in disbelief. "Just try it," Justice coaxed. "It melts in your mouth. Best steak you'll ever taste. Guaranteed."
$200 good? She asked skeptically. $200 more than feeds me and my roommates for an entire month. He'd just grinned at her and cut into his own steak, silently observing her as she gingerly cut a small piece almost reverently, as if she hated the idea of consuming something that was exorbitant, to her, in price. But when she delicately chewed that first bite, her eyes closed and a low moan escaped her lips that had him clenching his jaw, his own steak forgotten, as he watched the sheer enjoyment on her face. "Oh my God," she said with a groan. "This is amazing."
"Told you," he said smugly.
"It's still not $200 amazing," she muttered. He merely grinned and resumed eating his steak, barely tasting it, which was a crime in itself because he was too absorbed in watching Evangeline's first experience with the decadent beef. After they'd finished, he'd announced they were going shopping, something that would delight most women.
Certainly all of Drake's previous women. Evangeline, however, had looked as if she'd just been told she had to clean toilets. Now they were nearly done. Only one more destination. He nearly grinned when she realized their next stop was a lingerie store. And not just any lingerie store. One that dealt with decadent, sexy, alluring garments meant to drive men insane with lust. Her cheeks flamed bright red, and she turned pleading eyes to Justice, and he had to rub his chest to alleviate the discomfort over her obvious embarrassment.
"You can wait outside," she whispered. "It's not necessary that you be here. Drake has arranged an assortment of stuff in every other store we visited, so I doubt this will be any different."
And then she promptly blushed, likely realizing that Drake had called and given the saleslady what he wanted in exacting detail. And Evangeline would have to face the woman, knowing that Drake had been explicit in his wishes. He smiled gently at her and palmed her shoulders. "Sweetheart, there's no reason to be embarrassed. You're right in that there is a pile of stuff waiting at the counter. And I tell you what, I'll go to the counter and wait while you look around and see if there's anything that catches your eye. Bring whatever you pick out to the checkout, and I promise not to give it a single glance. I'll pay for it and then turn my back. But I can't leave you in the store alone. Drake would have my balls for leaving you unprotected for one moment. He wants me with you at all times." Her flush deepened to the roots of her hair, and his heart softened when he thought he was incapable of such a feat. He briefly touched her cheek. "You don't have to be ashamed with me, Evangeline. You have nothing to be ashamed of. I'd like to consider us friends." He nearly choked on the words. Friends? Now he was certain he was losing his goddamn mind. He had no friends, save the men he called brothers, and he damn sure didn't consider women of any kind friends. He either wrote them off as grasping bitches, or he took them to bed and made damn sure they both had a good time. And now he was spouting bullshit about platonic friendship with a woman most men would have had in their bed before she could blink. Drake owed him. Big. "Now go do your shopping while I have the saleslady package what Drake has already arranged, and as I promised, when you are finished, I'll give the saleslady the credit card and turn my back. All I will do is carry the bags to the car. No peeking. I promise." She gifted him with a smile that momentarily robbed him of breath, and suddenly he could see even more why Drake was so fascinated with this woman. She was the real deal. A rarity in the circles they traveled. Not a fake bone in her body. He was stunned by that revelation, and not at all sure what to do about it. An unfamiliar emotion, jealousy, tightened his chest, and he swore violently to himself. Damn Drake and his luck to have found this one before any of the other men who ran Impulse with him. He watched as she hesitantly browsed the racks, watching closely for the items that she paid extra attention to, only to hastily drop when she looked at the price tag. He sent the saleslady a pointed look, and when Evangeline went to the next area, the saleslady promptly collected the items Evangeline had favored, but had not chosen because of the price. To the saleslady's credit, she bagged the things Evangeline had hastily put back, so she didn't know they'd been purchased, and then rang up the total, sliding the ticket in Justice's direction. Once finished, Justice collected all the bags and escorted Evangeline out to the waiting car.
"Are we finished?"
she asked in a wary tone. He smiled. "Yeah, sweetheart. I'm taking you home now." He ushered her into the car, and then walked around to the street side and slid into the back seat next to her. As they glided into traffic, she aimed her gaze out the window, seemingly fascinated with the city, almost as though she'd never been to New York. Her reaction seemed odd for someone who lived and worked here. As if sensing his scrutiny,
She glanced his way self-consciously and gave him a small smile. "I never get used to it," she confessed, her hand fluttering toward the window. "I'm not sure I ever will."
"What?" Justice asked curiously.
"All the hustle and bustle, the people, the skyscrapers, all the businesses and cars, the buildings stacked on top of one another. It reminds me of the anthills we had back home, when they get stirred up and all the ants run everywhere."
He laughed, noting the southern drawl he found charming. "Where are you from, Evangeline?"
"Mississippi," she said in a wistful tone.
"And what brought you to the city?"
Pain flashed in her eyes, making him instantly regret having asked a seemingly benign question. She turned her gaze back to the passing scenery as honks and the sound of traffic blared in the background. "I needed to make more money to help my parents," she said simply. The way she said it indicated the subject wasn't open to further discussion, so he didn't press, though now he was curious as to why she would have moved to New York because her parents needed money. From what he knew, she worked late shifts in a bar in Queens. Surely there were better jobs to be had in Mississippi. And the way she'd spoken of the city in comparison to her home, she sounded very much like she was homesick and unhappy here. He frowned, wanting to query Drake about her situation, but Drake wouldn't take well to that at all. Not that Drake would ever think one of his brothers would poach on his territory, but what was Drake's was Drake's, and he kept what was his to himself. Hell, they were all like that. Maybe it was why the group of men who worked with and for Drake had such a strong bond. They had too much in common and understood one another's needs. Privacy being uppermost, and not being questioned, and especially not answering to anyone except one another. It was an arrangement that worked well, and was extremely profitable. A sudden thought occurred to him. If Evangeline knew everything about Drake's business matters, she'd likely bolt like a bat out of hell. His previous women didn't give a shit, as long as they got what they wanted out of the arrangement. Evangeline, on the other hand, didn't appear to him to be a woman who could be bought. She was too honest, and he couldn't imagine her looking the other way on any unlawful activity. The very qualities that put her miles above any other woman Drake had ever taken could well be what made him lose her. But then, Drake's track record suggested Evangeline wouldn't be around that long. Longer than the others, Justice was confident of that, but likely not long enough to ever have a clue about the things Drake, and the rest of them, dealt in. And she certainly wouldn't condone their brand of justice. Hell, if she knew her ex-boyfriend was even now recovering from a well-deserved ass-kicking, she'd be horrified, no matter how much she hated the bastard. Justice sighed. Drake had stepped in it this time. Evangeline just wasn't like the other women, and that was going to cause Drake a lot of trouble, provided he kept her long enough for it to become an issue. Evangeline kept casting furtive looks in Justice's direction. He didn't turn to face her, not wanting to cause awkwardness. Instead, he continued to study her from his periphery. Several times, she inhaled and opened her mouth, only to promptly shut it and turn back to the window. She obviously wanted to ask or say something, but was too shy to do so. Why he found that so charming he had no idea, but at the same time, the thought of her being afraid of him didn't sit well at all. And that thought was even more ludicrous because he, like his brothers, cultivated healthy fear and respect from others. But the idea of Drake's woman being afraid to say something to him, it turned his stomach. Evangeline. She whirled her head around guiltily and met his gaze a split second before lowering her lashes and nervously fixing her stare on the space between them on the seat. Impulsively,
He reached over and covered her hand with his, feeling her jump beneath his touch. Controlling his frown, he squeezed comfortingly. "Look at me, Evangeline." Though it was a command, his voice was soft and encouraging. Cautiously, she raised her chin so that her deep blue eyes, fringed in dark eyelashes, met his. "There's something you want to ask me? I don't bite. Well, unless you ask me politely," he finished with a grin. She blinked, startled by the teasing remark, and then to his surprise, she burst out laughing. Dear God. In that moment, he was so fucking envious of Drake that he was tempted to instruct the driver to take them to his place, and he'd do his best to make her forget all about Drake Donovan. He'd just tell Drake that the lady changed her mind. He mentally smacked himself on the head and shut down that train of thought. Drake was his brother, as were all the men closest to him. But if Drake stayed true to form, and this was a short-lived affair, then justice would be waiting. Although something told him Evangeline was going to be a game-changer for Drake, whether he knew it or not. "Evangeline," he prompted when she remained quiet, though her eyes still sparkled with mirth.
Mr.
She looked at him in sudden confusion. "Justice," he said gently. "My name is Justice, no Mr. I imagine we'll be seeing one another frequently, so there's no need for formality." She seemed to ponder his statement, the laughter fading from her eyes, replaced by unease and confusion. This was a woman who had no idea of her place in Drake's life. Drake had better rectify that soon, or she'd be gone in a flash.
Justice, then. What time will Mr. Drake, be home? Back to his apartment?"
Her uncertainty was killing him. Damn, but he wanted to hug her just to comfort and reassure her. But if he did that, there was no guarantee she'd ever get to Drake's apartment, and then Drake would kill him. Or try. He'd always adhered to the creed of a woman never coming between brothers, but at the moment, he considered that some women might just be worth it. He mentally shook his head at the rueful thought and promptly stopped dwelling on what would never happen. "Drake will be home at 6, and he doesn't want you to worry about dressing for dinner. He plans for the two of you to eat in tonight." Panic flared in her eyes, and she yanked her hand from him, putting it with her other one, squeezing in agitation. She bit into her bottom lip, her mind obviously going a mile a minute.
"I need to stop at the nearest market," she blurted. "Please?"
He stared at her, perplexed by the unexpected request and the fact that she was obviously upset about something. He shrugged. His orders had been to make Evangeline happy and allow her what she wanted, as long as it was safe and justice never left her side. He pressed the button to the intercom and instructed the driver to stop at the nearest grocery, and took in Evangeline's relief from the corner of his eye. Who knew what had set her off? A few minutes later, they pulled to the front of a gourmet grocery store that was popular for its selection of the finest products and a wide variety of ethnic foods. Evangeline immediately popped out of the car before Justice could get out and go around to open her door, and she hurried toward the entrance, leaving Justice striding to catch up with her. He caught her at the door, and she regarded him with a frown.
"It's not necessary for you to go in with me. I'll only be a few minutes. You can wait in the car. I'm sure you've had your fill of shopping for the day."
Justice frowned back at her, his jaw set in a stubborn line. "It's necessary." She rolled her eyes, clearly disgruntled.
"Whatever," she muttered, as she proceeded inside the market. She grabbed one of the small baskets to put her groceries in, which he promptly confiscated, eliciting another frown from her. Then, muttering to herself, she hurriedly made her way down each of the aisles, her face a study in intense concentration. He wondered what the hell had prompted this unexpected grocery shopping expedition, but a quick look at her told him she was about to melt down, and the last thing he wanted on his hands was a hysterical female. So he kept quiet and followed her down the aisles, taking the things she picked and putting them into the basket he carried. To his surprise, she didn't opt for the less expensive items. She chose the most expensive brand names, comparing them meticulously before making her final selection. At the meat counter, she stared at the offerings, and he could almost see the wheels turning in her head as she pensively chewed her bottom lip. Finally, she opted for fresh fish, and after handing him the wrapped fillets, she immediately turned and hurried to the section where wine was sold. It was here she took the longest, staring and studying, muttering under her breath. Maybe the morning shopping trip had been too much, because clearly she'd lost her mind. In the end, she chose 2 bottles, one an expensive red wine, the other an equally expensive and excellent quality white. After that, he thought she might well have lost her mind, because she spent another 15 minutes in the baking aisle, although he couldn't help peeking at the assortment of ingredients she put into the basket, his mouth watering at the possibilities of the delectable desserts that could be made with the things she'd purchased. "I'm done," she said, though a frown creased her brow as she stared at the items in the basket, almost as if she were trying to think of anything she'd missed. After a moment, she strode toward the checkout, where Justice plopped the basket down. After the clerk rang up the purchases, Justice saw Evangeline's visible wince, and then she reached into her pocket and pulled out a wad of carefully folded 20s. She looked anxiously at the total reflected on the cashier machine, and back at the cash in her hand, as if worried she wouldn't have enough to cover it. She slowly counted it out, and heaved a sigh of relief when she reached the correct amount, with 120 to spare. He frowned and caught her wrist, just before she handed the clerk the cash. He sent her a look of reprimand, and then swiped Drake's credit card to complete the purchase. Evangeline didn't look happy with him, but hell if he was going to be the one to tell Drake that his woman had tried to pay for several $100s worth of groceries when she was, or rather had been, living in a shit apartment, working a shit job, struggling to make ends meet. He understood pride. All his brothers did. He and they respected it. But Drake would be one mean, pissed-off son of a bitch if he knew Evangeline had forked out money she so obviously needed to buy Drake food. He grabbed the bags, refusing Evangeline's offer to help carry them, and headed to the entrance. "Hard-headed, too," she muttered. "All these damn rules." At the car, the driver was there to take the bags from Justice, and Justice turned to her, looking at her in obvious question. "What are you talking about?" She blushed as if she'd been caught. Evidently she hadn't intended him to hear what she'd said. "I was just adding another requirement to work at Impulse," she said. One eyebrow went up. "Oh? What requirements are you referring to?" "Obviously you have to be hot and a badass to work at Impulse. I mean, there's not a single person working there who isn't beautiful or a total badass. And just now I realized that there's obviously one more requirement. Hard-headedness." Justice threw back his head and laughed. He was still chuckling when he escorted Evangeline around the car so she could get in. He was shaking his head as he slid in next to her. "Well, there went one of the so-called rules," she muttered. "Do I even want to know?" he asked. "I left out never smiling as a requirement, along with being a hot, hard-headed badass, but you just blew that rule, so I guess it's okay to smile occasionally." He chuckled and shook his head. "Now can we go back to the apartment?" he asked in exasperation. She sent him a disgruntled look. If I had time, I'd make you shop for another few hours, just to watch you suffer."
He tried to choke back his laughter, but it escaped. He liked this woman, and he respected the hell out of her for remaining cool under pressure. It hadn't escaped him that the day had been an exercise in hell for her, nor the fact that she was mortified that someone else was paying for her things. "You'll do, Evangeline," he said affectionately. "You'll do."
"Well, thank God for that," she grumbled. "I'd hate to get on the bad side of a hard-headed, hot badass."
He chuckled again and directed the driver to take them to Drake's apartment. As soon as he issued the order, the light-hearted mood was over, and Evangeline became quiet and brooding. And rigid as hell. The entire ride to Drake's apartment, she looked like someone going to her execution. 12. Drake's car pulled into the alleyway of his apartment building, adjacent to the side entrance, and he quickly got out and strode inside. As he rode the elevator up, he loosened the neck of his buttoned-up shirt and divested himself of his suit coat, throwing it over one arm. He realized he was restless. He'd been that way all day since leaving Evangeline in his bed this morning. There was an edginess to him that defied explanation, an urge to cement his relationship with Evangeline and outline his expectations so there would be no question of his intentions. Tonight, he would have her. But first, they'd have the discussion that had been brewing in his mind all day, followed by a casual, relaxed dinner, which would give her time to digest all he would say to her. And then he would take her, possess her. He would show her to whom she belonged now. Fierce satisfaction gripped him, and he realized he hadn't anticipated the company of a woman so much in his life. For that matter, for the first time ever, he wasn't already deciding how long his affair would last. He never began an affair without knowing when it would end, and yet he hadn't even considered anything beyond securing Evangeline and making sure she didn't go anywhere for a damn long time. Hell, was he contemplating an actual relationship as opposed to a quick fuck or a fling? Maybe he was losing his goddamn mind. He was certain his men thought so. And maybe he was, because his world had tilted on its axis the moment he'd seen Evangeline walk into his club, and nothing had been the same since. When the elevator opened, he stepped into his apartment and immediately swung his head toward the kitchen, frowning. A delicious aroma wafted through his nostrils. He checked his watch, certain he wasn't mistaken on the time. He'd left his office so he would arrive sharply at 6, as he'd informed Justice. Surely the delivery service wouldn't have made such a mistake and delivered the food before the requested time. He had the entire evening meticulously planned, and he didn't like interruptions or unexpected twists. He tossed his suit coat over the coat hanger by the elevator and walked into the kitchen only to pull up abruptly when he saw Evangeline at his stove manning 4 different skillets. He was a blunt man and not prone to putting much thought into how things were worded. Not when his words were sufficient to get results. "What the hell are you doing?" he demanded. Evangeline jumped, nearly dropping the spatula she held. She turned her head in his direction, her eyes huge in her face, as she gazed anxiously at him. Clear confusion was reflected in her vivid blue eyes, and then she cast him a puzzled look that suggested he was in error for asking what she was doing.
"Justice told me you would be here at 6 for me not to dress and that we were having dinner in. I assumed that meant you wanted me to cook. He did say we were eating in," she repeated, as though reassuring herself she hadn't misunderstood what Justice had told her. There was a tremble to her voice, and Drake sighed, realizing how it could well have been misconstrued on her part. The edge of fear and uncertainty in her eyes made his response instinctively gentle. He didn't want to start the evening out on a bad note.
Not when so much was riding on it. I have no intention of turning you into a domestic slave, nor do I expect you to cook for me. I have a delivery service that brings in the finest meals when I want to eat in. They come in, set the table, and quietly make an exit. I had a delivery scheduled for 7. I had planned for us to talk before we ate.
Oh, Evangeline murmured. She looked down at the meal she was preparing, color rising in her cheeks, embarrassment dulling her usually brilliant blue eyes. It was like a physical blow to his stomach, and made him feel like the worst sort of ass for being so blunt and making his statement sound like a reprimand. As though she had done something wrong. When actually, the fact that she had prepared a home-cooked meal for him touched him absurdly. His own mother, what he could remember of the bitch, certainly hadn't ever cooked him anything. "I'm sorry," she said in a hushed whisper. "I can throw it out. I misunderstood. I'm sorry," she said again. He felt like he'd just kicked a puppy, and it wasn't a pleasant experience. He in no way wanted to hurt her feelings when she'd obviously gone to great effort to prepare what appeared to be a sumptuous dinner. "Absolutely not," he said firmly. "It smells delicious, and good food should never go to waste. I'll just call the delivery service and cancel our order. How long before dinner will be ready?" She still wouldn't meet his gaze, and she picked up a large spoon and stirred the ingredients in one of the pans. "It's ready now. I was just keeping it warm so I could serve it as soon as you got here," she said softly. He realized their talk was going to have to wait until after dinner, but he wasn't about to start out by hurting Evangeline's feelings and giving her reason to erect a wall between them. No matter if it tasted like shit, he'd eat it and compliment her on it, because he wouldn't humiliate her in any way. And he reminded himself again that she'd cooked for him. It was a simple thing, but no woman had ever offered to cook for him, much less made the effort to have dinner ready as soon as he walked in the door from work. He walked over to where she stood and slid his arms around her body, molding her back to his chest. He leaned down and brushed his lips over the bare expanse of her neck, smiling when he elicited a shiver from her. "If it tastes even half as good as it smells, then it will be excellent." She relaxed against him, the tension escaping her body. "Why don't you go change into something more comfortable, and I'll get dinner on the table," she said in a shy voice. He kissed her neck one more time, this time nibbling at the silky skin before disengaging himself from her and heading to his bedroom. Okay, so the talk would have to come after dinner, but the fact that she'd cooked for him said something. She wasn't fighting, and apparently she hadn't had a change of heart. He'd fully expected Justice to call him and bitch and moan about playing babysitter all day, but to his surprise, all Justice had said after he'd dropped Evangeline back at Drake's apartment was, "You've got a good one, Drake. Don't fuck it up." He frowned. He'd already seen Maddox's reaction to her, as well as Thane's, and now Justice had evidently fallen victim to her charm as well. He wasn't at all certain he liked the impact she was having on his men. She'd have them all eating out of her hand, and he had a suspicion that if Evangeline did get cold feet and bail, one or all 3 of the men would make a play for her. Like hell that was going to happen. After changing into a pair of comfortable jeans and a t-shirt, he returned to the kitchen to find Evangeline arranging the plates on the dining room table. When she heard him, she turned, a grimace on her lips. "I wasn't certain of your preference in wine, so I bought red and white." "I like both, so I'll have whatever you're having," he said. She opened a bottle and poured 2 glasses, then stood nervously, watching him as if unsure what to do next. "Sit," he said. "We don't want the food to get cold." He pulled back the chair for her, and she slid into it, and then he took the one across from her so he could watch her and see into her eyes.
He hadn't even paid attention to what she'd been cooking. But now that he examined the artfully arranged plate before him, he realized she'd blackened a fish fillet with a sauce drizzled over it. There was a baked potato and 2 side dishes he didn't recognize. But it looked and smelled good. The presentation was worthy of any restaurant he frequented. He was accustomed to fine dining, an indulgence he didn't deny himself now that he had the means to do so. Growing up dirt poor and always hungry had a way of carving a man's soul. He'd made a vow on his mother's grave when he was 11 years old that her life would not be his, that he would do and have more. And above all, he'd sworn he'd never be hungry again. While he was miserly with his fortune when it came to business matters, causing his partners to poke fun at his tight purse strings, he had no qualms about indulging in personal luxuries, fine dining being uppermost. So he knew a professional presentation when he saw one. And Evangeline's dish looked every bit as skillful and masterful as those served in his favorite and most exclusive restaurants. It remained to be seen whether the taste matched the appearance, but so far he was impressed. His angel was full of surprises, it would seem. Suddenly he was eager to ferret out her secrets. What made her tick? What lay beneath the veil of sweet innocence and a shine that was impossible to go unnoticed by any living, breathing person within 100 yards of her? She fiddled with her fork, peeking up at him from beneath her eyelashes. He dug into the fish and took a bite, and then halted. He chewed and then quickly took another bite, not believing what he'd just experienced. Now motivated to taste the other offerings, he forked into the 2 unknown sides, and then leaned back with a groan. She looked apprehensive, and he noticed she hadn't taken a single bite of her own meal. "This is amazing, Evangeline. It tastes magnificent. You cooked this. Are you sure you haven't pulled one over on me and ordered in?" he teased. Her face colored, but her eyes shone with delight at his compliment, and she ducked her head self-consciously, then nodded. "I love to cook," she said softly. Then she lifted her head, so their gazes met, and her cheeks went pink all over again. "I'm pretty good at it, actually. I did all the cooking when I lived back home, and I cook for my roommates to save money, so we don't eat out all the time. When I was young, I would go to the library and check out cookbooks and copy the recipes. We couldn't afford cable or satellite television, so I couldn't watch cooking channels, so I learned by trial and error. It's amazing the wonderful tasting meals you can make with inexpensive ingredients. The secret is in the seasoning. Eating out was a luxury we couldn't afford. Not even fast food, and, well, when I got better at cooking, to be honest, I much preferred my own cooking over greasy takeout food." He barely managed to stifle the frown forming. When had Evangeline ever had time to live her own life? To have a life of her own, for that matter? From the bits and pieces he'd been able to put together, she'd sacrificed everything for her family, even leaving home so she could make more money, but lived in squalor in order to support her parents. And he still had no idea why her parents couldn't do for themselves. She'd told him her father had been injured on the job, and workman's comp found a way out of paying. But what was the mother's story? It made him angry that a beautiful young girl on the cusp of womanhood had put everything on hold to work herself to the bone, setting aside her own wants and desires for others. But then it also made her special, head and shoulders above others, for her sheer generosity and selflessness. "How old were you when you started teaching yourself to cook?" he asked, already knowing he wasn't going to like the answer. 9, she said, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Mom helped as much as she could, but it was more important for her to be with Dad, so I took over the kitchen, and they pretended not to notice when smoke filled the kitchen and I ran through the house opening all the doors and windows. She finished with a laugh. But Drake wasn't laughing. He was furious. 9. She'd been 9 years old when she'd assumed the role as primary caregiver for her adult parents. He had to put his hands down below the table, so she didn't see the tight fists that formed. And her attitude said it all. She didn't see anything abnormal about a mere child being forced into adulthood and taking on a mountain of responsibility. Never having a childhood. Much like himself, though their circumstances were vastly different. She at least had food to eat, and she hadn't voiced a single complaint about the way her parents treated her. In fact, every time she spoke of her family, her face softened, and her eyes went warm with love. But it didn't change the fact that she'd been cheated of things most children took for granted. Did she ever plan to live her own life? To do something solely for herself? Hell yes. He would see to that. He couldn't change the past for either of them, but he could damn sure change Evangeline's future, and her days of putting her own needs aside for the people she loved were over. He couldn't make her many promises, but he could at least make her that one. Never again would she be in servitude, willingly or not, to others. They continued to eat in silence, as he pondered the puzzle that was Evangeline Hawthorne. And more, he came to the realization that she was unlike any other woman he'd ever known, and he wasn't sure what to do with that. Or with her. He was finding himself in a predicament he'd never before experienced. He handled all the women he'd taken up with, no matter how short of a time it was, with practiced ease. Never missing a step. He performed by rote, and his efforts were greatly appreciated, and met with delight. For the first time in his life, he felt doubt over how to handle a woman. The irony wasn't lost on him. It was obvious that he couldn't employ the usual strategy with Evangeline because she wasn't like any of his past women. It might have annoyed another man, but it filled Drake with an eagerness he hadn't ever felt. She was perhaps going to be his greatest challenge, and he thrived on challenges. He would have to figure out just how to handle her. What pleased her. Because the last thing he wanted to do was insult her or damage her pride. And pride was something she had in abundance. He admired and respected that, because he understood pride all too well. His thoughts drifted to his earlier acknowledgement that he hadn't already set a time limit on his relationship. Yes, relationship, a word he'd never before used when referring to time he spent with a woman, with Evangeline. Because one thing he knew for sure, it would take more than a few days, weeks, or even months to fully learn everything there was to know about his angel. And he looked forward to every moment. Realizing his plate was completely cleaned, he leaned back in his chair and settled his gaze on what was his. That was wonderful, Evangeline. You were wrong when you said you were pretty good at cooking, though. Her eyes widened, but before she could draw the wrong conclusion, he continued. You're an amazing cook. I've eaten in more five-star restaurants than I can count, and that was the best meal I've ever eaten. And the fact that you made it for me only makes it more special. Thank you. She blushed furiously, but her eyes shone with happiness at his compliment. Her entire face lit up, and he was momentarily robbed of breath at how radiant she looked. Good God. How had the woman gotten to the age of 23 before losing her virginity to an asshole? Men had to have been trying to get into her pants since she was a teenager. But then he already had his answer to that question. Men hadn't figured into Evangeline's plans or goals. She'd been too busy taking care of her family and working all hours of the day to entertain thoughts of a relationship. He frowned to himself, as he also remembered one very important reason Evangeline wasn't experienced. She had no clue how beautiful she was. She thought she was nothing and nobody. If it was the last thing he did, he was going to damn well make her see herself the way he, and the rest of the world, did.
"There's dessert, too," she said. "No good meal ends without dessert. I only had time to whip up something simple given time constraints. But you have your choice of homemade chocolate mousse with whipped cream topping or cupcakes."
"Both," he said, without a single moment of hesitation, prompting her to laugh.
"Somehow I didn't see you as a cupcake person," she said with amusement.
"If it's got sugar, I like it."
"Wait until you try my caramel Heath bar pie," she said in a dreamy voice. "It's sinful."
"I can't wait," he said in a husky voice that suggested there were other things he couldn't wait for as well. She smiled and hurried away, returning with an elegant sterling silver tray bearing 2 cupcakes and 2 artfully prepared crystal serving dishes of the chocolate mousse. He eyed both, knowing that if dessert lived up to dinner, he was going to be groaning afterward. He was not disappointed. "You're already spoiling me," he said, as she slid the dishes away and took his dinner napkin to dab at the crumbs that were no doubt clinging to his mouth.
"Certainly not as much as you are me," she said pointedly.
"Good." Evangeline rose, a smile still shining on her lips, and began collecting the empty plates. Drake frowned and then wrapped his fingers around her wrist, effectively halting her. "Leave them," he said. "The cleaning lady will be in tomorrow morning. That's what I pay her to do. You and I have things to discuss." Her instant look of uncertainty made his chest tighten to the point of discomfort. He purposely dropped her wrist, and then rose and held out his hand to hers, waiting for her to make the choice of whether to take his hand. He was shocked over his actions. He never allowed others to dictate matters, or allowed someone else to take the initiative. He was a take-charge man, ruthless even. And yet here he waited for one small woman to trust him enough to decide to take his hand. But when her silky, soft fingers slid trustingly into his, he was suddenly glad he had waited and not taken the choice from her. Somehow it meant so much more that she'd come to him willingly, no longer any hint of apprehension in her eyes. He guided her into the living room and settled her on the couch. Suddenly remembering the small box in his pants pocket, he reached for it, still holding on to her hand with his other. He held it out to her wordlessly. He wasn't a mushy, sentimental guy by any stretch, and he always let the gifts do their own talking. It had always worked for him in the past. But she stared at the wrapped package in stupefaction, and then lifted her surprised gaze to his.
"Drake, what is this?"
The corners of his mouth quirked into a half-smile. "Open it and find out. Isn't that what one usually does?" Instead of tearing into it, as most women of his acquaintance tended to do, she stared at it in awe, touching the ribbon and the colored paper reverently. Jesus, had no one ever given her a gift before? No, he didn't want to know the answer to that. It would only piss him off more.
"I'm afraid to ruin it," she said huskily. "It's too pretty."
She was threatening to turn him into knots, and he hadn't even cemented that she was his and his alone yet. What this said about the future he wasn't sure, but he wasn't entirely certain he liked it. But he smiled indulgently, feeling something remarkably like relaxation settling into his chest. His cell was turned off, something he never did, and all his men had strict instructions, under threat of dismemberment this time, that he was not to be disturbed, as he'd been last night. By God, he'd have things between him and Evangeline settled tonight, come hell or high water. Tentatively, she began to unwrap it, careful not to make a single tear in the paper.
She slid her fingernail under the tape and lifted until she was able to free the box with the paper completely intact. She fingered the ribbon a moment, as if savoring the satiny texture, much as he had savored the same satiny feel of her skin. With the box now sitting on her lap, she stared at it as if she had no idea what to do next. He could see her sudden inhale, and the fact that she didn't immediately exhale. "Open it, Angel," he said in a husky voice he didn't recognize. Her fingers trembling, she slipped the lid off and bit her lip in consternation when she found yet another box, this one a velvet jeweler's box inside the other. She turned it over and gently shook until the velvet box fell into her palm, and then she turned it over, her thumb clumsily opening the front. "Oh, Drake," she whispered. Tears sparkled in her eyes as she looked up at him, and there was clear distress. "What the hell?" "You shouldn't have. It's too expensive," she said in a panicked tone. And yet her finger trailed over the delicate angel pendant on the gold necklace nestled in the box. "Do you like it?" he asked pointedly. "I love it," she said without hesitation. "It's the most beautiful thing anyone has ever given me." The ache in her voice gave him an answering ache in his chest. "Then it wasn't too expensive." "But Drake, you barely know me," she protested. "You didn't need to buy me a gift." "And you didn't need to cook me dinner," he challenged. "And yet you did." She looked flustered, as if she had no idea what to say to that. He knew if he waited for her to take the necklace out and put it on, they'd be there all night. So he took the box from her lap, removed the necklace from the trappings, and then instructed her to turn around. She shifted immediately, and once again, he was assailed by satisfaction that she heeded his commands without thought. This wasn't a woman who could or would be just anyone's submissive, and that made her all the more desirable to him. No, she was his submissive. He didn't fool himself into thinking she was a natural submissive and would react this way with just any man. That she had chosen him, whether she consciously realized it yet or not, was something he would not take for granted, and he would most certainly cherish it for the precious gift it was. When she turned back around, her gaze and her fingers lowered to the necklace that rested in the hollow of her breasts. He'd nearly laughed when she'd shockingly said it was too expensive. This was the least expensive gift he'd ever given a woman, and yet it was so appropriate that he couldn't pass it up. And there was also the fact that he knew he had to tread carefully with Evangeline. She wasn't a woman to be draped with gaudy jewelry and clothing from head to toe. She wasn't a woman who needed those accessories to shine or enhance her beauty. Her beauty needed no such embellishments or distractions. He slid his hand into hers and picked it up, shifting himself until they were closer, their thighs touching, their hands resting on his leg. "There are several things we need to discuss tonight, my angel. But first, I want to know what upset you this morning." Her eyes flew up, startled, as she stared at him in obvious confusion. "Something was bothering you when you left to go shopping," he said patiently. "And it had nothing to do with our phone conversation. I'd like to know what it was." Her eyes dropped and she fidgeted, her shoulders slumping as he watched her lips turn down into an unhappy frown. Justice had been right, and Drake suspected he knew precisely the source of her unhappiness. "Did the call to your girls have anything to do with your quietness and the lack of sparkle in your eyes this morning? Because, baby, you shine. You just being you. You shine. Unless something is bothering you or has upset you." He cursed beneath his breath when Evangeline flushed and her lips trembled. She turned her head to try to hide her reaction,
as if such a thing were possible. She was a woman with no artifice. One only had to look at her to know what she was thinking or feeling. It was a good thing she was inherently honest, because she'd make a terrible liar. He gently cupped her chin and turned her back to look at him, feeling like someone had punched him in the stomach when he saw the tears welling in her beautiful blue eyes. "Tell me," he said. "They think I've lost my mind," she said in a weary voice. "They're worried. I don't blame them for that." "And?" Drake prompted, knowing there was far more to it than just this. "Steph told me I was a fool to depend on a man so much, and asked me how long I thought it might take for you to get tired of me and scrape me off, and then where would I be?" There was an edge of bitterness in her voice that suggested her friend's caustic words had hit an already ingrained source of insecurity within Evangeline. If he could get his hands around Steph's neck right now, he'd wring it. Damn woman had already caused enough trouble the night before. And she called herself Evangeline's friend. Hell, with friends like her, who the hell needed enemies? "I shouldn't be so sensitive," she hurriedly said, her worried eyes tracking back to Drake's, as if she thought he would assume she was fishing for assurances or guarantees. "It was more the way she said it that bothered me, I guess. She sounded angry, sarcastic. I don't know. Maybe even bitter. Like I betrayed them somehow by just up and leaving. And—" She trailed off, dropping her gaze, color once again flooding her face. She bit into her lip, and it was obvious she hadn't intended to say so much. But he already knew how open Evangeline was, and that she was honest to a fault. "And what?" he gently prompted. She sighed. "The night I went to the club, she, Lana, and Nikki were all about how gorgeous I was, and what a fool Eddie was, and how he didn't know a good thing when he saw it, blah, blah. They told me I don't see that I'm gorgeous. So if Steph really believed all that, then why would she automatically assume that a man like you wouldn't want a woman like me, and would scrape me off at the first opportunity?" Drake had to breathe deeply to compose himself and control the blistering curse words that burned to spill out. Instead, he reached out and framed Evangeline's tear-streaked face in his palms, and looked directly into those gorgeous, innocent eyes. "I imagine there were a lot of things behind that statement, Angel. I'm sure they were all taken off guard and weren't prepared for you to suddenly move out when you've always been their constant source of emotional support. I'm right, aren't I? It's likely you they seek out when they get their hearts broken or someone's pissed them off, or they just had a bad day." Her expression said it all. There was no need for her to respond, so he continued on. "And I'm sure she is worried about you. But baby, listen to me and listen closely, because you won't like what I'm about to tell you, but it doesn't make it any less true." Her eyes locked with his, clear question reflected. "She's a jealous bitch." Evangeline gasped and would have responded, no doubt denying any such thing, but Drake slid one hand over so his thumb pressed against her lips, silencing any outburst. "She wasn't lying when she told you how beautiful you are, and that you have no clue how beautiful you are. But you aren't a threat when you don't know that fact and don't act on that fact. Don't think for a minute that she isn't eaten up with envy that you're where you are right now, and she's where she is right now, and she's jealous as hell that it's you and not her, and I'd bet my last dollar that she wishes she'd never given you that VIP pass to Impulse." Evangeline looked stricken, but he also saw that his words made an impact. He could see her turning what he'd said over and over in her mind, replaying the conversation, and coming to the same conclusion he had. Then she closed her eyes as more tears silently leaked down her cheeks, colliding with his hands. He leaned forward and, starting from the bottom up, kissed the lines away, first one cheek and then the other. "It doesn't mean she hates you," he said softly. "I imagine she already regrets her outburst, and you'll probably get an apology from her, and you, being you, will accept it and put it behind you, and you'll remain friends. Everyone is guilty of jealousy at some point or another. And everyone is guilty of saying things they don't mean or lashing out at someone they love. But it doesn't mean she doesn't love you."
"Thank you," she whispered.
He stroked her cheeks with his fingers, enjoying the simple act of touching her. The conversation wasn't over by far, because despite Steph's intent, she had planted a seed of doubt in Evangeline's mind. One he needed to get rid of before it festered and ruined something beautiful. "Now, there's something else about that conversation I want to address, and I need you to listen to me," he said, making sure she knew how serious he was being. "You will never go without. You will always be taken care of. If it makes you feel more secure, I'll see to it right away so you aren't without means even when we're together. I'll buy you an apartment if you want to stay in the city. Or if you prefer to live outside the city, I'll buy you a house. Either will be in your name, of course. In addition, tomorrow I'll start a bank account for you, unless you already have one of your own, and I'll deposit $2 million. However, when you're with me, you aren't to spend a fucking penny of your money. What you wear, what you eat, what you drink, and anything else will be bought and paid for by me. Understand?" Evangeline looked utterly appalled. Her expression was so horrified that she looked as if he'd just threatened her with murder. She clapped her hands over her ears.
"Stop! Oh, God, just stop! I don't want an apartment or a house, and especially not your money. Are you just trying to make me feel worse?"
A shudder of revulsion rolled over her body, and she looked as though she would burst into tears all over again.
"That sounds so cheap and tawdry," she choked out. "Like I'm some paid prostitute. I'm here because I wanted to be here, Drake, not because of what I could extort from you, or because you have money. I only wanted you. That you would think that—" She broke off and covered her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Drake cursed Steph, himself, and this entire fucked-up situation. He knew Evangeline wasn't like the other women he'd had, and yet he'd just treated her like them. His attempt to assure her that she would never be put in a desperate situation if they were no longer together had gone horribly awry. He wasn't used to women like Evangeline, and he had no idea how to act. He pulled her into his arms and held her tightly against his chest, deeply shaken at her impassioned outburst. "I only wanted you." When had anyone ever wanted him, the man? For himself, and not what came with him. He was so stunned that he didn't even know how to react. "I'm sorry, Angel," he said gruffly. "That's not how I intended that to sound. All I want you to know is that you're safe with me, and that you will never go without. I swear that I meant no offense. It was a shitty thing to say, especially when I know damn well you aren't a gold digger out to fleece me. I just didn't think before I put it out there. I only want you to know, to believe, that I will always ensure you are taken care of. Do you trust me enough to accept my word on that?" Slowly, she pulled away from his chest, her eyes glossy with tears. But she stared him in the eye, as if studying his sincerity or intent. He'd never felt so scrutinized in his life. Nor had he ever felt himself so lacking.
There wasn't a person in the world who could stare Drake Donovan down and make him feel an ounce of remorse or compassion. Except, apparently, a small, beautiful angel who he knew was a far better person than him, but he wasn't a good enough man to let her go.
You explained what me being with you would mean. That I would be submissive to you. That you control me, all of me. And that I don't get a choice and I don't get to say no. And that scares me, Drake. I won't lie. I've never depended on anyone else. Only myself. It's safer that way. I don't get hurt when I don't give power over me to someone else. Please don't take this as me not trusting you, though God knows it wouldn't be unreasonable not to, considering we've known each other less than 48 hours. I wouldn't be here if I didn't trust you, at least on an instinctual level. And maybe that makes me the naive fool everyone is forever telling me I am. I just need to know more. You want me to submit, to give you ultimate power over me. How does that work exactly? I mean, what will you demand of me? I have to know everything, or I'll just scare myself silly imagining the worst-case scenario.
I never want you to be afraid of me, Angel, he said quietly. Never that. I will not hurt you. I have exacting standards and expectations. They may seem extreme, but in my world they are necessary evils. Her expression was faintly puzzled. I never want you to feel caged, but I also realize life with me will be an extreme change for you, and you'll need time to adjust. Any time, and I mean every time you leave this apartment or go anywhere at all without me, you'll have a man on you, and only one of my most trusted. You will be protected at all times. Her eyes widened in alarm, but he plunged ahead before she freaked herself out more than she was already. I'll want you available to me at all times. There will be times when I want you with me when I have to go out. When I'm home, you'll be here with me. When you aren't with me, I'll want to know where you are and who you're with at all times. I will not be pleased if you forget to inform me of your plans. She swallowed nervously. I've already informed your employer that you'll no longer be working there. He broke off when she gasped and shot her a warning look that silenced the protest forming on her lips. Your girls are taken care of. Their rent has been paid for the next 2 years, and I secured a written guarantee from their landlord of no increase in rent for the next 10 years. And tomorrow, I need you to get your parents' bank account number as well as the routing number, so I can wire the necessary funds so that they will no longer have any financial worry. And neither will you continue to work yourself to the bone to provide for them. Evangeline's jaw was clenched tight, and she trembled from head to toe. Whether in anger or just emotion, he wasn't sure. But knowing how much pride she had, he doubted it was the latter, and most definitely the former. You stepped into my world willingly, Angel, he said softly. And therefore you agreed to my rules, my way. I promised you would be taken care of, and never want for anything, and that extends to the people who matter to you. Tears glittered brightly, hanging on her dark lashes, such a contrast to her honey blonde hair and mesmerizing blue eyes.
It's easy to see what I get out of this arrangement, she said in a strangled tone. But what do you get, Drake? Because from where I'm sitting, you aren't getting the better end of the bargain by a long shot. In fact, I don't see that you're getting anything at all. So why would you do all of this?
You, Angel. I get you. All of you. And believe me, you're damn wrong about you getting the better end of the bargain. The way I see it,
I'll be forever trying to catch up, because having you is worth more than all the money in the world." He saw her look of shock and the instant eruption of chill bumps on her arms. "All you need to do is be you, babe. And from what I already know, that isn't going to be a problem, because you don't have a fake bone in your body. And by being you, you're going to be mine. And I protect and take care of what is mine. Give me your body, your submission, your obedience, your trust, and you, and everything will be all right. I promise you that." "I don't know what to say," she said helplessly. "You've already said enough. You told me yes. You've given me your trust. And to be honest, enough has been said tonight already. Right now, I'm going to take you into the bedroom and make you mine." 13. Drake stood and then simply slid his arms underneath her body and lifted her effortlessly into his hold and strode toward the bedroom. He laid her down on the bed with reverence that brought a knot to her throat. He followed her down, molding his mouth to hers in a hot, breathless kiss that was all-consuming. He broke away, only to rain a trail of kisses down her jaw to just below her ear and nibble lightly at the sensitive skin, eliciting a cascade of chill bumps down her body. Then he licked at her lobe before sucking it gently between his teeth, nipping with just enough force to send shivers of desire down her spine. He leaned up again, and his face hovered directly over hers, so their eyes met, and she could see the burning intensity in his dark gaze. "You are beautiful, Angel. And before tonight is over, you'll not only know how beautiful you are, you'll feel it, too." Oh my God. This man was lethal. Slowly, as if she were the most precious thing in the world, he undressed her, piece by piece. Each time another item was divested, he would dip his mouth and explore the newly exposed region. She was gasping and arching into his touch, and she still wasn't fully unclothed. When her bra loosened, she experienced a brief moment of panic. Her breasts were just average, not firm, and they wouldn't be perky without the aid of a push-up bra. She'd purchased one only because in her line of work, displaying what few assets she had was to her advantage. They weren't saggy, they were just there and a little squishy. Ugh. "What the hell is going through your head right now?" Drake murmured as he stared into her eyes. "You don't want to know," she muttered. "Stop thinking," he ordered in a commanding tone that had her quivering to her core. His eyes glittered, and she got her first true glimpse of the dominant man she'd given herself to. "Just feel," he said, his voice softening from the dominant alpha male to what could only be described as a purr. "Okay," she whispered. His head lowered, and she sucked in her breath, waiting, aching, dying for the moment when his mouth closed over her nipple. She let out a wail of both pleasure and frustration when instead he flicked his tongue over the already rigid peak, tonguing it to further rigidity. Then he turned and gave the other nipple equal attention, his movements practiced and unhurried. God. They'd been making love all of 2 minutes, and he was already a million times better than Eddie, whose idea of foreplay had been biting, painfully, into each nipple, fingering her roughly, and then spreading her legs and thrusting when she was in no way ready for him. She knew that if Drake spread her thighs and thrust into her right this moment, she would be wet and more than ready. Finally she got her wish, and his mouth closed tight around her nipple, sucking gently at first,
and then harder with rhythmic pulls, until her vision went blurry.
"Oh, God, Drake, you have to stop. Please don't stop."
She knew she wasn't making a bit of sense, but she was nearly delirious with ecstasy, and all he'd done was kiss her lips, her neck, and her breasts. He chuckled, his warm breath vibrating against her nipple, making it stiffen even more. "Which is it, my angel? Stop or don't stop?"
"I don't know,"
she wailed.
"I don't know what to do, Drake. Help me, please."
He lifted his head and looked deep into her eyes, his expression somber and so very sincere. "Trust me, baby. I'll always have you. I'll always guide you. I'll always show you exactly what to do. You just have to let yourself go and trust me to get you there." She palmed his face in her hands and lifted her head to kiss him, her first act of aggression.
"I do, Drake. God help me, but I do. I feel safe with you. I've never felt so safe in my life."
A savage fire blazed in his eyes, and she knew her words pleased him, that it was exactly the right thing to do and say. "Lie back, angel, and let me love you. We have all night, and I plan to take my sweet time pleasuring my lady." She closed her eyes against the sudden wash of emotion. In that moment, she felt wanted, cherished, like she mattered, that she wasn't average and a nobody. Drake made her feel so very special, and she didn't have the words to describe how very precious he made her feel. No man had ever looked at her like he did. No man had ever stood up for her, stood by her side, and had her back. It was more than she could take in. She was completely and utterly overwhelmed. "Are you with me, baby?" he whispered. "I want you with me all the way."
"Oh, yes, Drake. I'm with you. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else but right here and right now."
He shuddered against her, and then lifted himself off her just enough to divest himself of his clothing, and she stared with unabashed wonder at the beauty of this man. Her gaze traveled from the top of his body, over the broad expanse of his chest, and finally to his taut abdomen that sported a delicious six-pack. But when her eyes drifted lower still to the whirl of hair at his groin and the enormous, turgid erection, they were wide with shock. Eddie wasn't a small man, and it had hurt when he penetrated her. But Drake? He made Eddie look like a prepubescent teenager, and she swallowed nervously as she contemplated the fact that if Eddie had hurt her a lot, and Drake was much larger, how on earth would she be able to take him? His cock was swollen and rigid, straining upward toward his navel, almost lying flat against his abdomen. At her best guess, he had to be at least 8 inches in length, and she couldn't even fathom how thick he was. Surely this wasn't possible. And yet she was fascinated by the sheer maleness of him, his muscled, broad chest, his thickly roped thighs and bulging biceps. He towered over her, well over 6 feet, making her feel delicate and so much smaller. He could squash her like a bug without even intending to. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Her initiation into sex had been a disaster, and the man about to make love to her was much larger than her first lover. "Angel, look at me," he said in a gentle tone that held none of the dominance of before. "I will never hurt you. Please don't fear me. You've only had the bad, and now I'm going to give you the sweet. You said you trusted me, so trust me to make this good for you, for both of us." His words fell like a cleansing rain, soothing her fears and apprehension. "Sorry," she said, attempting to replace her grimace with a smile. "I'm not exactly an expert at this, but even I know you're bigger than the average male." She hesitated for a moment, holding her breath, deciding whether she wanted to risk ruining such a poignant moment. But he needed to know what she was thinking. He deserved to know. He'd been nothing but understanding and patient. She owed him her honesty. "The first time hurt, a lot, and he was a fraction of the size of you. It's not that I don't trust you. I just worry that I won't be able to physically accommodate you without it hurting even more. I want you with my every breath, more than I want to breathe, more than I've wanted anything in my life. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little afraid. Because I want it to be perfect with you, Drake. Because you are so very perfect." His entire gaze softened, and she let out a sigh of relief that she hadn't angered him by bringing up her first lover while in Drake's bed. His kiss was warm and full of everything Eddie's had lacked. For several long seconds, he leisurely explored her mouth, lapping gently at her lips, paying particular attention to one corner. When he drew slightly away, his eyes were serious, but full of warmth and sincerity. "It's not the size that matters, Angel. What matters is that the man ensures his woman is ready and prepared, and yes, able to take him. And I promise you, I will make sure you are all of those things before I ever take that final step. And if at any time I do something that hurts you, then it ends immediately. And I expect you to tell me you're hurting because I will be very pissed off if you think you have to endure pain to please me. Understand?" She smiled so broadly that her cheeks ached and tears burned her eyelids. "Now can we get back to the really, really good parts?" "I thought you'd never ask," he said huskily. He pressed his lips to hers again, making love to her mouth, kissing her long and leisurely, tasting every part of her tongue, absorbing her essence, breathing her air, giving her his. Then he slowly traveled down her body, lavishing kisses, nips, suckling her nipples, until she was mindless, her desperation growing by the second. When he tracked lower still and put one firm hand between her thighs to part them, she sighed long and hard, remembering the night in his office, when he'd given her the mother of all orgasms using only his tongue. Using his fingers, he traced a line down the seam of her folds and then gently parted them, baring her clit and pussy to his sight, and his seeking tongue. She moaned deep in her throat. That first time had been urgent, overwhelming, like a bomb going off. This time he lapped, licked, suckled, and teased, drawing out and prolonging her pleasure for what seemed like an eternity. He slid a finger inside her vagina, softly stroking the walls, reaching deeper to press gently on her G-spot, something she thought was a myth. Sudden wetness soaked his finger, and he issued a growl of satisfaction that vibrated over her clit that he was laving with his tongue. She was going to orgasm, and she wanted him inside her, whether he fit or not. She twisted restlessly, silently begging him to possess her, to sink so far inside her that they were no longer two people. Just one. "Just a little longer, my angel," he murmured against her clit. "I want to make damn sure I don't hurt you." She nearly screamed. "Hurt me! I don't care! Just make this ache go away!" He carefully inserted a second finger, stretching her and stroking back and forth until she became even wetter. And then he withdrew his fingers and lowered his mouth to her opening and tongued her entrance, nearly causing her to orgasm on the spot. He circled the opening, licking and lightly sucking, and then he slid his tongue inward, tasting her from the inside out. She was panting, her entire body tightening in anticipation of something truly extraordinary. Then his mouth left her, and her keen of disappointment was sharp in the room. His hand calmed her. "Just a moment, Angel. I have to protect you." A moment later, he spread her thighs even further and positioned himself on his knees between them, grasping his enormous erection with one hand, while he continued to stroke her until he was satisfied she was ready. "Nice and easy," he soothed. "There is no hurry. If you need me to stop, say so. But I'm going to go slow and give you time to adjust." She felt the blunt head of his penis press against her entrance, and she instinctively arched upward, wanting to take more of him. But he held her hips firmly against the mattress to prevent her from doing so. But he paused and gazed down at her, fierce possession etched in every facet of his face. "This is your first time, Angel. This is what counts. It's your first time with me, and you're going to get respect and reverence, and your gift will be cherished as it should have been. I want you to forget everything that came before me. And as this is your first time with me, it's also my first time with you. Don't think that doesn't mean anything. It means everything." Something shifted deeply inside her, her heart going tight and then softening, allowing an opening that had never been there before, that she'd never allowed anyone access to. Emotion overwhelmed her, and she was incapable of responding, even if she wanted to. But what could she possibly say on the heels of something as special as what he had just given her? Himself. Absolution from what she considered the worst mistake of her life. Forgotten. It no longer existed here in his arms. He was right. This was her first time to make love. He pressed forward slowly, agonizingly slow. But as he gained more depth, she now understood why he'd gone to such lengths to prepare her. Even as wet as she was, she had no idea how he was going to get all the way in. Several times he paused and remained still and used his thumb to caress her clit, causing her to spasm around his cock. She wasn't sure who was groaning, him or her, but his face was a wreath of strain, eyes closed, head thrown back, as if he were experiencing the sweetest of pleasures or the most piercing pain. Maybe both. It gave her an immeasurable amount of satisfaction that she, Evangeline Hawthorne, average and nothing special, could bring this beautiful man, who could have any woman in the world, such exquisite pleasure. "Hold on to me, Angel," he said in a strained voice. "Wrap your legs around my waist and tilt your sweet little ass up, so I have a better angle." Eager to comply with his wishes, she quickly did as he instructed, and he pushed forward another inch, eliciting a gasp from both of them. "Do it, Drake," she whispered. "You won't hurt me. You'll never hurt me. Take me. Make me yours. Please, I need you. So much. I need you. I need this." He groaned and seemed to wage an inner war with himself, but her pleas, or maybe that she'd said she needed him, seemed to push him over the edge, and he surged forward in a forceful lunge that seated him to the balls deep inside her. Her eyes flew open as she was bombarded with 100 different overwhelming sensations, and not one of them was pain. She tightened her legs around him. She dug her nails into his shoulders, and she arched upward to take as much of him as she could. Still, He thrust back and forth in a slow rhythm, sinking as deep as he could before withdrawing until the tip on his head barely breached her opening, and then he would languidly glide back to his fullest depth. Evangeline had never felt anything more beautiful in her life, and she never would. She knew that as surely as she knew the sun rose every morning. Her orgasm was blooming like a flower unfurling under a ray of sunshine, and she felt Drake tense above her and knew he was as close as she was. The night he'd brought her to orgasm in his office had been a fast climb to an overwhelming explosion that had left her shattered. This was something so much sweeter, yet no less intense or shattering to her senses. This wasn't merely physical, as it had been then. Her heart was already fast becoming involved, and she was helpless to stop it.
"Together," she whispered. "I'm so close, Drake. I won't last much longer."
"Then let go. We'll go together," he whispered in her ear. The world blurred around her, but the one thing that remained sharply in focus was Drake's face above hers, him kissing her with breathless passion and tenderness shining in his eyes. Finally it was too much, and she latched on to Drake, wrapping every part of her body around him as she began to shatter into a million pieces, like stars scattered haphazardly across a clear night. He emitted a hoarse shout, and then carefully lowered himself onto her body, his hips still gently pumping into her body, until finally they stilled, and they lay quiet and breathless in the aftermath of something Evangeline had no words for something that defied explanation. Now she knew what it was supposed to be like, and her only regret was that Drake hadn't been her first. But no, he told her this was the first. He was the first. Eddie was forgotten, never to be remembered again. Now there was only Drake. "Be right back, my angel," he whispered. "Need to get rid of the condom, but you don't move." As if she could. She was utterly boneless and couldn't move if she tried. A few seconds later, Drake crawled into the bed with her and turned them on their sides so they faced each other. He cupped her cheek and caressed softly. "It won't always be like this. But you needed it this way this time. The way it should have been your first time, instead of that asshole hurting you, taking his pleasure and giving none in return. You should have been handled with care and cherished and made love to as tenderly as a woman ever was. I meant what I said. I want you to consider this your first time and forget the other dickhead ever existed." Oh, but the man had a way of slipping right past her barriers and setting her world to rights, as crazy as that sounded, considering he'd done nothing but upend her world ever since entering it. She snuggled into his arms, warm and sated, and couldn't resist running her hands over the muscled walls of his chest and abdomen, over his shoulders and well-defined arms that bespoke a strict training regimen. This was no man who spent all his time behind a desk, eating good food without care for his body. He stroked his hand through her long tresses, pausing every once in a while to press a kiss to her temple, her forehead, her lips, and even her eyelids. As some of the hazy euphoria subsided, his earlier words floated back to her, and she cocked her head back so she could look at him in the dim light cast only by one lamp in the room. "Drake?" "Yes, Angel."
"What did you mean?"
He kissed her softly before pulling away. "About what?"
"When you said it wouldn't always be like this. What did that mean?"
He cupped her jaw, his eyes suddenly serious. You know what I am, what I want, and what I expect. She nodded. I only meant that our lovemaking won't always be as it was tonight. I enjoy a variety of methods of sex. Rough, soft, hard, sweet. Bondage, spanking, you at my complete mercy, me in control at all times. I enjoy kink. I like the idea of my woman being available to me at all times. And after tonight, there will be no condoms. When I come, it'll be inside you, not a damn rubber. I'll provide you my most recent lab results, and I'll set up an appointment immediately so you have birth control. Her eyes lowered a moment, but he caught her chin and tipped it back upward, question hovering in his gaze.
What if I disappoint you, Drake? She asked hesitantly. You know I'm not experienced, and that I have no experience in your world, or with your expectations.
He smiled and kissed her again. First, I'm going to delight in teaching you everything you need to know to please me, just as I'll learn what pleases you. And second, as long as you give me what you gave me tonight, your surrender, your sweetness, your complete and utter submission, you will never disappoint me, Angel. You shine, baby, from the inside out, and it's the most beautiful fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. You won't disappoint me. It simply isn't possible. I, on the other hand, will likely disappoint you, frustrate you, and anger you on a regular basis. I'm a demanding bastard, and my demands will, at times, be extreme. But if you stick with me, Angel, if you stay with me and tough it out, and if you don't take back the trust you've granted me, I guarantee you're going to enjoy the ride. 14. Once again, Evangeline awoke, snuggled warmly in Drake's bed, only to find it empty. As she'd done the morning before, she reached over to feel any lingering warmth from his body, only to find the sheets chilled, though the indentation of his body was still present. She sighed, wondering if the man ever slept. He obviously kept unusual hours, although he had been home at 6 the previous evening. Was that an exception for her? Or was his being at his club at 4 in the morning the exception because she'd kept him waiting? Who knew? But after last night and her agreeing to, well, she wasn't entirely certain what she'd embarked on. Oh, he'd been clear enough on his expectations and the kind of relationship they'd have, but there were still a million questions circling her mind. What sane person wouldn't be questioning such a circumstance? But then a sane person wouldn't be in a man's bed for the second morning in a row, barely even knowing the man in question, much less having agreed to submit to him in all things. Her hand brushed over something hard against the softness of the sumptuous sheets, and she frowned, sitting up. She pulled the covers up to cover her breasts, and then laughed. Who was she hiding herself from? There was no one here. She eyed the box with trepidation, recognizing it as being almost identical in shape and size to the gift he'd presented her with the night before. Her hand went automatically to the necklace he'd given her that still hung around her neck. Her heart sank. Was this another outrageously expensive gift? There was a note beside it, but she couldn't bring herself to read it before opening the box that sat there as if taunting her. She made quick work of it this time and opened the jeweler's box to reveal a stunning pair of diamond solitaire earrings. Oh my God. All she could do was stare in absolute befuddlement. They were huge. She had no idea what constituted a carat, but these had to be in the multiple-carat class of diamond earrings. She hadn't seen rings with diamonds this big. And she was supposed to wear them? What if one fell off? What if she lost one? She could probably buy a house back home with what these earrings cost. It made her faintly ill to be holding something so valuable in her hands, and she hastily set them away and picked up the note. Jax will come by the apartment at 1 o'clock to pick you up and bring you to the club. Dress casual, but bring something dressy and sexy to change into later. You'll spend the day with me and come home with me from the club late tonight. I hope you like the earrings. You outshine them any day of the week, but I want my angel to sparkle. Plan to have lunch and dinner with me. She sagged. Was he purposely keeping her off balance by throwing a new man at her every turn? Or was he simply introducing her to each of the men he insisted would accompany her any time he wasn't with her? She stared at the glittering diamonds, and knew now she'd have to wear them or risk angering him by rejecting his gift. She would just pray one didn't fall off, or she didn't misplace them when she took them off at the end of the evening. Then when she checked the time, she panicked. Drake had told her Jax, whoever he was, would be there at 1. It was 10 past 1 now. She never slept this late. Even after a long shift, she was always up before the others. There were too many things to do, too many responsibilities to take care of. Unbidden, something Drake had said the previous evening came to her mind. He'd wanted her parents' account number and routing number. She had them, of course, but how was she going to explain the sudden influx of money into their account? Never once had she lied to her mother, but she was sorely tempted to tell her something outlandish, like she'd won the lottery or something equally absurd. She was well on her way to a full-scale panic attack when she heard a voice in the distance.
"Yo, Evangeline! Jax here. Drake wanted me to pick you up at 1. You need to get a move on. The boss doesn't like to be kept waiting."
She jumped and nearly shrieked, but clamped a hand over her mouth to prevent sound from escaping. Her heart was racing from the unexpected fright. And then she got pissed. She was really tired of hearing that Drake didn't like to be kept waiting.
"You tell Drake that he'll just have to get over it," Evangeline yelled crossly. "I'll be ready when I'm ready, and not before."
A deep male chuckle was her only response. Despite her bravado, she scrambled out of bed, turning in circles as she tried to figure out what to do first. Shower. Right. Then she'd figure out what to wear. She would have to figure out how to tackle the issue of her parents when she got to the club, because she didn't have time for that kind of a phone call right now. She was in and out in 5 minutes, hastily combing through her wet hair and towel-drying the strands as much as possible. Then she headed for the closet, where all her things had been put. Casual. Okay, she could do casual. Casual she was well acquainted with. It was the dressy part that she was clueless about. What exactly did Drake consider dressy? She chose a pair of outrageously expensive but oh so very comfortable jeans that made her sigh when she pulled them on. Then she grabbed one of the lacy push-up bras she'd chosen and turned her attention to what top she should wear. The last couple of days had been cooler, though summer hadn't quite given way to fall yet, and she remembered that Drake's office felt like a meat locker, so she picked a short-sleeved cashmere sweater with a plunging neckline with folds that discreetly covered everything it should. As for the shoes, she went straight for the sparkly pair of flats that she simply hadn't been able to resist. And then remembering his directive, she hurried into the bedroom and gingerly unfastened the earrings from the holder in the box and slid them into her ears. Nervously, she went to the mirror to check her appearance and stood there staring back at a woman she didn't recognize. Her hair was disheveled, and her lips were still faintly swollen from Drake's passionate kisses. Most notably, there was a glow to her cheeks and to her eyes that suggested a well-satisfied woman. She looked almost pretty. Then she chastised herself for already getting caught up in this make-believe world she'd been transported to, and reminded herself that she was still the same average Evangeline. More expensive clothing and jewelry didn't miraculously transform her into something she wasn't, and it was dangerous to get caught up in the fantasy, even for the barest of moments. It was thoughts like these that would set her up for a horrendous reality check and a fall right back into the world she really belonged in. Knowing she had limited time, she only applied the bare minimum makeup and a sheer lip gloss, and then finished with a few swipes of mascara to highlight what she admitted was her one redeeming quality: her eyes. But then dread took hold, because she still had to figure out what to bring to change into later. The last thing she wanted was to make a fool of herself, or worse, embarrass Drake. Short of calling him and asking him exactly what he wanted her to wear, her only other option was Jax. She groaned, but what the heck? It wasn't as if she hadn't already made a fool of herself in front of every other one of his men. No reason for Jax to be excluded. He'd probably already heard about her anyway and was cursing the fact he'd drawn the short straw today. Or maybe he'd volunteered, wanting to see the train wreck in person. Nervously, she walked out of the bedroom, peeking toward the living room to see a large man sprawled across Drake's couch, remote in hand, a drink in the other.
Mr. Jax?"
she asked cautiously. Then he turned, and she took an instinctive step back. Yes, all of Drake's men were hot badasses who didn't smile and were hard-headed, but this guy was huge. He had tattoo sleeves covering the length of both arms, and the design continued up around his neck, making her wonder if his entire upper torso was one giant work of art. He wore at least 3 earrings in each ear, and his hair was long and unruly in a total I don't give a fuck kind of way. But his eyes... Whoa. His hair was black as a raven's wing, but his eyes were crystalline blue. All she could do was stare mutely as he stared back, obviously waiting to hear what she was going to ask. For that matter, what had she been going to ask? Then he smiled, and as with the others, that smile transformed him from a man not to be fucked with to a man who would stop traffic with only that smile. He stood and walked slowly toward her, almost as if he sensed she might run back into the bedroom and shut the door.
"Just Jax. And you must be Evangeline, unless Drake has 2 gorgeous blue-eyed blondes holed up in his apartment," he said with a flirtatious grin. "Was there a problem? Do you need something?"
His voice had softened, and he stopped several feet away from her, whether by coincidence or out of deference to her obvious nervousness.
Yes. I mean, no."
She groaned and smacked her forehead. Jax laughed.
"Which is it?"
"Yes, I'm Evangeline, and no, he doesn't have 2 women in his apartment. At least he better not."
She muttered the last under her breath, but knew he'd heard when Jax's lips twitched and his eyes gleamed with amusement.
"They weren't wrong about you,"
Jax said, cocking his head sideways, as though studying her. Her gaze narrowed.
"Who? What are you talking about?"
Damn it, she knew she'd been set up as today's amusement for the new guy. He just grinned.
"What can I do for you, Miss Evangeline?"
Then she remembered the whole reason she'd come in search of Jax and wanted to die of embarrassment. She closed her eyes, her face on fire. How did she stand a chance of surviving a single day in Drake's world, much less a significant length of time? Jax softened at the sight of the gorgeous, sweet woman staring at him in obvious distress. Damn, but the others had been right. Her agitation made him want to do whatever had to be done to correct the matter. He'd laughed at Thane, Maddox, and Justice when they'd extolled her virtues and told him the impossible, that she was the real deal, too sweet and innocent for her own good, but a tigress when it came to defending people she felt were wronged. "Evangeline, what's wrong?" he asked gently. What can I do to help? Oh, shit. She looked like she was about to burst into tears. If there was one thing he couldn't handle, it was a crying woman. Instead of responding, she thrust a piece of paper at him. Puzzled, he opened it and read Drake's distinctive scrawl and then looked back up at Evangeline, who was growing more anxious by the minute. What on earth in Drake's note could cause her this much upset? It was straightforward. Typical Drake. He didn't see anything that should have caused Evangeline to react with such panic.
"What does he mean by dressy and sexy?" she asked, her voice rising with each word. "I'm not sexy, and I have no idea what his definition of dressy is, because believe me, my definition and his are miles apart. And as I'm obviously not sexy, how the hell would I know how to dress the part?"
Jax's mouth fell open. Not sexy? Was she crazy?
"I don't want to embarrass him,"
Evangeline whispered, tears filling her eyes. It was all he could do not to pull her into his arms and hug her. For God's sake, was he contemplating hugging someone? He should have known he was being set up when it was suggested that he be the one to collect Evangeline. Since she needed to meet all of Drake's men, Maddox had smugly pointed out. Jax's lips made a firm line, and then he reached out and took Evangeline's hand, tugging her behind him as he headed toward the closet. He was no fashionista, but he sure as hell knew what looked good on a woman, especially a woman like Evangeline. Hell, she'd look good in a sackcloth. What the hell was wrong with Drake that his woman didn't think she was sexy? Because if Evangeline belonged to Jax, not a single day would go by that she wouldn't know exactly how desirable she was. "You stand there," he directed, planting Evangeline in the middle of the huge walk-in closet. "Now, what you have on now is perfect for casual. You totally rock that look. I expect Drake will be in a foul mood whenever another man has to come into his office." She looked at him like she had no clue what he was talking about. Jax nearly shook his head. Hell, the others hadn't been fucking with him about Drake's woman. They'd been telling him the honest truth. Dressy and sexy for a night at the club means something a little more glittery, fun, even daring. Though he wondered if he should have included that last part. It might get his ass kicked by Drake if his woman showed up in something too revealing, and Jax and the others had to spend the entire evening beating other men's asses for ogling Evangeline's sweet ass.
"You mean something like this?"
she asked softly, reaching toward one of the hangers. Her fingers glided over the silver and white silk material, and he could see the longing in her eyes. At that moment, it wouldn't have mattered if it was the wrong thing for her to wear. There was no way he was going to tell her no. "Absolutely," he said with a firm nod. "You got shoes to go with that, or do we need to make a stop and pick up a pair? Drake will understand." Her eyes widened in alarm.
"Oh no, I have shoes. Besides, I'm already late, and as everyone is constantly reminding me, Drake doesn't like to be kept waiting, so he's probably already angry."
Jax frowned. "Now, wait a minute, sugar. It's true that Drake is an impatient son of a bitch and he doesn't like to be kept waiting, but he will not be angry with you and he damn sure won't hurt you. Besides, I'll simply tell him I got held up and was late getting here to pick you up." She smiled, and for a moment he forgot to breathe. Holy hell. But this woman was death on men and didn't have a fucking clue.
"That's sweet of you, Jax, but I would never allow you to take the blame for me oversleeping and then having a meltdown because I'm too gauche to know what I'm supposed to wear or how to act. If Drake is going to get mad at anyone, it will be me and not anyone else."
Her jaw was set in a stubborn line that told him she meant business.
"I have the shoes over here," she said, bending over and rummaging through several boxes, before producing a pair of iridescent high heels
that would look killer on her already gorgeous legs. Then she frowned. I should probably bring makeup and toiletries. Do we have time for me to pack a quick bag?
Sugar, you take all the time you need. I'll just wait in the living room.
He was almost to the door when she called out to him. Oh, Jax, I almost forgot. Can you do something for me, please?
Hell, she could ask for damn near anything, and he'd do it or die trying. Sure thing. Just name it.
There's a box of cupcakes on the bar in the kitchen. Can you get it for me? I was going to just keep them here for Drake, but since we're going to the club and there are plenty to go around, I thought I'd bring them for the guys.
He was at a momentary loss of words. Cupcakes? She was bringing the guys at Impulse cupcakes? Drake might never live this one down, so it was with glee that he cheerfully agreed to collect the box and wait for her in the kitchen. Evangeline carefully put the dress into one of Drake's garment holders, grabbed an overnight bag and stuffed the shoes and all her toiletries and makeup inside, and then hurried into the kitchen to see Jax stuffing what was left of a cupcake into his mouth. When he heard her, he looked up, ignoring her accusing look and the hand on her hip. Holy shit. These are fucking awesome. Where did you buy them?
She fidgeted uncomfortably. I made them. His eyes bugged out.
You made them?
She ducked her head but nodded. I like to cook and bake.
Oh my God, I'm in love, he groaned. Any chance you can forget that you were bringing the box for all the guys and let me take it home with me?
She grinned. No, but I'll pretend you didn't already have one, so you can have another when we get to the club.
Good, I'm starving. Haven't had a chance to eat yet.
Evangeline frowned and put her stuff down on the counter, and then shoved a startled Jax around to the other side of the bar and made him sit.
What are you doing? He asked, clearly baffled.
Feeding you. I have leftovers from the dinner I made Drake last night. It won't take but a few minutes to warm up, and as you said, we're already late, so it's a few more minutes, right? Traffic was so terrible.
Jax laughed. I like you already.
It won't be as good as it was last night, she said in an apologetic tone. But it won't be bad, promise.
You actually cooked dinner for Drake?
Yeah. I thought I screwed up and pissed him off. He had placed an order with a delivery service for 7, but I misunderstood when he said he'd be home at 6 and that we were eating in. I assumed he wanted me to cook, so it was kind of awkward. Until he tasted my cooking, she added with a grin. A few minutes later, she set a plate of leftover fish and the sides, minus a baked potato, in front of Jax and blinked as he literally inhaled it.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Jax muttered. You're a goddess. If that was supposed to be not as good as last night, then it's a wonder Drake survived and is alive and working today. Because that was heaven in my mouth. Is there anything you can't do? A beautiful, sweet, compassionate woman and she can cook? Why do I never find them first? He said mournfully. Evangeline flushed with pleasure over the obvious sincere compliment, but then she swiftly took the plate and set it in the sink. Okay, we better get going or Drake is going to strangle both of us, she said, only half joking. On cue, Jax's phone rang and he groaned. That's the boss wondering where the hell his lady is. Yeah, you need to tell him about the horrible traffic jam we're in, she said, with a perfectly straight face. Jax laughed, and then said the strangest thing. Oh man, Drake is going to supply the guys with the most amusement we've encountered in a damn long time. 15. Drake stifled the urge to look at his watch again, knowing that Silas and Hatcher would pick up on the fact that he wasn't focused on what he should be focused on, which was the current handling of an issue that needed to be acted upon quickly. And Maddox, damn the man's hide,
who perpetually lurked in the shadows, a mere raised voice away, would know exactly where Drake's mind was, and it wasn't on one Eddie Riker. For that matter, Justice and Thane were currently sitting on Drake's sofa, for reasons unknown to Drake, leaning back as if they had nothing better to do than be on permanent break. He'd addressed their purpose for being here as soon as he dealt with the most pressing issue. "So what do you want done, Drake?" Silas asked in his quiet, unruffled tone. Silas was an enigma, one that Drake would never admit to not having ever figured out. He knew enough about the man he considered one of his most trusted and valued partners to not worry that his loyalty would ever lie elsewhere, and he knew, only from what he'd been able to dig up as public record, that Silas's childhood had been the worst kind of hell. But he didn't know much else. If it were anyone but Silas, that wouldn't sit well with Drake at all. He didn't hire men who wore shadows like others wore clothing. But in Silas he saw a kindred soul, and he also saw a man who placed great value on a man's word, particularly his own. In all the years they'd worked together, he'd never known Silas to break his word once given, regardless of circumstance. And Drake would know otherwise. He'd made it his business to know everything about the men he trusted. Except, he thought ruefully, he'd made an exception with Silas, since no one knew anything about the man other than what he chose for them to know. Drake glanced at Hatcher, whose expression was bland and unruffled, though his fists were clenched at his sides, a sure sign of his irritation. Drake frowned at the tell. Men who broadcast their mood, thoughts, or intentions were the ones most likely to get themselves killed. "You will handle this, Silas," Drake said, making a sudden reverse decision, when before he'd fully intended to give the assignment to Hatcher. Though he had implicit trust in Silas when it came to taking care of problems that arose, this task was beneath his abilities. Any of his men could do what needed to be done, and though he suffered no conscience over using any of the men he partnered with, and had made very wealthy men, he had to admit that every once in a while he grew concerned with the considerable burden that Silas, for the most part, bore alone as Drake's clean-up and take-out-the-trash man. Silas was too valuable, too integral to Drake's many less-than-above-board assignments. If Silas knew that it had even crossed Drake's mind to shield his muscle man, it would be a betrayal. Silas placed much emphasis on loyalty and carrying out any task Drake put to him, regardless of how dirty his hands got in the process. But then the entire reason Drake chose Silas for that particular role was that he could simply turn it off, do the job impersonally, and without emotion or suffering a fit of conscience. Two things Drake demanded of all his men, but especially Silas. Silas wouldn't question Drake's decision, or his motives. But if he had, he would have simply been honest about the fact that of all his men, Hatcher had been with him the shortest period of time, which meant he still had to prove his mettle, not only with Drake, but with his partners and brothers. He shot Hatcher another quick glance, satisfied that at least he showed no outward reaction to Drake's decision. But then he could hardly blame the man for his anger toward Eddie, when Drake wanted nothing more than to hunt the little bastard down and kill him himself. But this wasn't about Eddie, directly. Eddie had already received a message very loud and clear, courtesy of Silas, Jax, and Justice, to give Evangeline Hawthorne a wide berth in the future. One he was still, no doubt, recovering from. Except he'd shown up in Stephen Cavender's nightclub the night before. And not only had he been allowed entrance, but he'd also availed himself of his VIP status and all the perks that accompanied VIP treatment. Drake had done his homework on Eddie, and had only grown more disgusted, if such a thing were possible. He didn't have money, or a job for that matter, or the ambition to do anything more than live off his parents' largesse and toss around money without a second thought in his bid to impress women and men alike. He wanted something he had no hope of ever receiving: respect. He was a parasitic leech, and there was no doubt in Eddie's mind that once he'd set his sights on Evangeline, it was a fait accompli, and she'd fall into his lap like a ripe plum, just ready to be bitten into. He'd certainly picked the wrong woman when he chose Evangeline, and was barking up the wrong tree entirely. Evangeline wanted, needed, craved a forceful, dominant man, and he doubted she'd even realized it yet. Eddie, even if he had been satisfactory in bed, would have failed her on every other level that it was possible to fail a woman. He was weak, spineless, and unapologetic about his lifestyle and what his parents' fortune gave him by proxy. As an only child, he'd been shamelessly spoiled, and he knew nothing about the real world or where Drake and his men and Evangeline had come from, what they had made themselves into. He was a whiny, petulant prick who expected nothing more than to crook his finger at a woman and have her clinging to him like a lifeline. Until Evangeline, and she had not only stung his pride by making him put on all his charm to seduce her, but she'd made a fool of him, and worse, he knew it, though he'd never admit to such a thing. He'd been on a mission to take Evangeline's virginity, and to toss her the day after, never to be thought of again. "Just how big a lesson did you teach our good friend Eddie?" Drake asked Silas in a swift shift in thought. "Because I'm thinking if he was out partying at Cavender's all night, he didn't get half of what he deserved." His statement ended in a snarl that suddenly had Maddox materializing in the far corner of the room where the nearly hidden doorway stood. He watched the goings-on through narrowed eyes, as if deciding whether he needed to intervene. "I'm surprised he was walking," Silas said in his characteristic detached, unemotional tone. Drake scowled. "Are you saying he has magic healing powers, then?" His sarcasm lay heavy over the now quiet room. Hatcher merely shrugged. "A man will do a lot when his pride is involved. After the first several doors were shut in his face, he probably got desperate. And we all know Cavender is a greedy whore who'd sell his mother for the right price. How Eddie got in and whether he was ambulatory wouldn't be of consequence to him, only that he was seen and not shunned. And just as Cavender can be bought, I doubt the women who Eddie usually keeps company with don't give a fuck that he looks like he'd been hit by a semi-truck, just as long as he keeps them happy. And gives them carte blanche with his parents' money. Which is precisely why I want you to go have a chat with Cavender," Drake said pointedly to Silas. Silas nodded. "Report back to me." Fuck. He almost forgot himself, and the fact that he would be with Evangeline for the rest of the day. And night. "I'll touch base with you tomorrow," he amended. "I expect the matter to be resolved by then." Again, Silas only nodded. "Should have just dumped the asshole in the Hudson," Maddox said darkly, speaking up for the first time. A gasp from the elevator made all four men swivel in that direction. Evangeline stood next to Jax, who was shaking his head as if to say they were all stupid fucks for forgetting themselves. Hell. Just how much of their conversation had she heard? But Evangeline never once looked in Drake's direction. She focused only on Maddox, clear indecision in her eyes. But to Maddox's credit, he didn't skip a beat. He strode toward her, took the things she was holding in her hands, and promptly dumped them into Silas's bewildered arms, something Silas had no liking for, because it drew attention to him when he would have silently slipped away, as he did around all newcomers. And then Maddox hugged Evangeline and smacked her noisily on the cheek. "How's my favorite kidnappee?" he teased. Drake had to rein in his temper over Maddox's spontaneous display of overdone affection. He knew well why he'd done it. If Drake hadn't allowed himself to be distracted, something he found himself guilty of with increasing frequency ever since Evangeline had walked into his club that first night, then he would have damn well known she and Jax were on their way up in the elevator. Hell, he would have known the moment they hit the entrance to the club. When Evangeline continued to regard Maddox warily, he sent her a look of indulgence and laughed. "Don't go getting all timid on me now, sweetheart. You've already shown me your claws. Don't worry, I didn't really dump anyone into the Hudson. It was merely wishful thinking on my part. One has that kind of reaction when their accountant informs them, after filing an extension and paying estimated taxes due because all my K-1s from my investments don't come in until well after April 15th, that I owe substantially more than he first estimated. Even Silas blinked in reaction to how convincing Maddox sounded. Not lost on Drake was the fact that Maddox had purposely used terms Evangeline wouldn't possibly be familiar with, given her economic status and, well, rich or poor, no one loved the IRS. Evangeline laughed, the melodious sound easing the tension in the room. "You poor baby. I have something to make you all feel better," she teased, just as he'd teased her. Drake's teeth were now baring themselves. Evangeline was here, over an hour late, and he didn't buy Jax's trumped-up excuse about a fucking traffic jam. But she was here, which meant that everyone else should not be here. And yet here they all stood. He realized then just how much of a distracted idiot he was. His men knew Evangeline was coming into the club today. Those who hadn't met her were no doubt dying of curiosity, and those who had just wanted an excuse to see her again. Suddenly Maddox's threat of dumping someone in the Hudson sounded very appealing. Only in this case it was going to be a lot of someone's. Evangeline reached for the box Jax was holding, and he adopted a wounded puppy look that had Drake wanting to beat his head on the desk. Were his men turning into complete pussies? For fuck's sake. "Hand it over or you don't get one," Evangeline said, her attempt at sounding menacing making Thane and Justice chuckle. Jax sighed and made an elaborate show of reluctantly handing over the box. Or was it a covered plastic food container? Evangeline cracked the lid, reached inside, and, to Drake's eternal surprise, drew out one of the cupcakes she'd given him for dessert last night. She held it temptingly under Maddox's nose. "All better now?" He narrowed his eyes. "That depends on whether you poisoned them or not." "If I did, it's nothing more than you deserve. I'm sure your accountant would thank me." Another round of laughter sounded, and Drake leaned back in his chair, any effort to disguise his irritation now gone. Not that anyone paid him any attention. "Are those cupcakes?" Justice asked incredulously. He and Thane were both eyeing Maddox and Evangeline as if they'd sprouted a third head. Drake supposed he could see the humor in the fact that a woman bearing cupcakes had walked into Drake's inner sanctum where no woman had ever been before, much less bearing fucking cupcakes. Evangeline turned in Thane and Justice's direction, but Jax cleared his throat. Evangeline rolled her eyes and then handed him one of the baked treats. Drake had a bad feeling that his angel was going to have his men trained like dogs by handing out puppy treats whenever she came near. Then she walked over to where Thane and Justice were lounging on the leather couch and dutifully handed over a cupcake. What she did next astounded Drake. She first walked over to Hatcher, who glanced nervously between her and Drake, as if gauging Drake's reaction, or perhaps determining whether he should even be speaking to Drake's woman. "Hi," she said in a shy voice as she held out a cupcake. "I'm Evangeline." Hatcher took the cupcake and smiled at her. "Hello, Evangeline. I'm Hatcher." But when she turned her attention to Silas, who had since melted into the farthest corner, one that was so dimly lighted that Drake was surprised she'd located him with such ease, it seemed the entire room held their breath. She walked right up to the big man, who stood as still and silent as a statue, and issued a shaky smile. Drake realized then that for all her false bravado, she was, in fact, terrified. All of his earlier irritation fled, as pride surged in his veins. Evangeline was doing just as he'd asked her, to walk into his world and accept it. And him. And she'd obviously sensed that by accepting him, she was accepting his men as an extension of himself. His jealousy evaporated because she was doing this, all of it, for him. He sat back, a small smile on his lips, as he watched Evangeline tilt her head to look up at Silas's much taller frame. Then she simply reached into the container, pulled out a cupcake, and held it out for Silas to take. "Hi," she said, repeating her earlier introduction to Hatcher. "I'm Evangeline. I promise I didn't poison your cupcake. Just Maddox's. And," she leaned forward, whispering conspiratorially, "I made sure his had sprinkles and pink frosting." Laughter sounded behind her, but she kept her solemn attention on Silas as he slowly reached out, his palm up. She gently set the cupcake down in his hand, and he stood there, in bewilderment, a perplexed look in his eyes, as if he had no idea what to do with Evangeline.
"That makes two of us, brother."
"We're having fucking cupcake parties now?" Xander's voice boomed over the quiet room with the effect of a gunshot. Evangeline jumped, knocking the cupcake from Silas's hand. As it fell to the floor, it landed on his pants, leaving a glob of frosting. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," Evangeline said in a stricken voice, even as she hurried to scrape the frosting from Silas's knee. "I hope I didn't ruin your pants. That was so clumsy of me." Mortified tears sprang to Evangeline's eyes, and her embarrassed flush extended from her cheeks all the way down her neck. She no longer looked at any of the men in the room. Instead, her gaze was solidly focused downward as she scrubbed ineffectually at the mess on Silas's pants. Drake cursed, wanting to murder Xander on the spot for the damage he'd inadvertently done. For a few brief moments, Evangeline had overcome her shyness and uncertainty and had begun to relax around Drake and his men. Now she looked as though she'd like nothing more than for the floor to open beneath her and swallow her whole. Silas sent Xander a killing stare, and then to everyone's eternal shock, he leaned down and carefully took hold of Evangeline's hand that was still brushing frantically at his pants.
"Evangeline," he said quietly. "It's all right. It wasn't your fault. If Xander had anything resembling manners, he wouldn't have barged in here and scared you half to death. You can be sure I'll send him the dry cleaning bill."
Drake sent Xander his own murderous glare, one that promised retribution. Xander's look of puzzlement only served to enrage Drake further, because the stupid fuck had no idea what he'd just destroyed in 3 seconds' time. Evangeline's expression remained worried, tears still glistening in her eyes, and she nearly dropped the container she held in her other hand because she was trembling so much. Silas rescued it and set it aside before reclaiming her hand so that he held both in his. Now that Silas's grip ceased the shaking in her hands, the quiver of her chin was more pronounced. It looked as if it was taking every bit of her control for her not to burst into tears and flee the room as fast as she could. Drake couldn't bear her obvious despair, and opened his mouth to bark a command that would clear the room in seconds. But before he could speak, Silas tightened his grasp on Evangeline's hands and stared down directly into her eyes, sincerity radiating from him.
"If there's another left, I'd love to have one," Silas said, as if she were offering him the moon.
Drake watched as every single one of his men's mouths dropped open, as Silas effectively soothed Evangeline's fear and embarrassment with a few simple words and a comforting touch. Evangeline's smile would have lit up an entire city block as she reached for another cupcake and delivered it into Silas's waiting hand. Then Silas sent Xander a withering glare over her head.
"You owe the lady an apology," Silas said, his voice like ice.
"Drake's lady."
"Aw, hell," Xander swore. I guess I just ruined my chances for a cupcake.
Drake saw Evangeline sneak a glance into the container, and for a moment he thought she was going to give Xander one. But instead, she picked up the cupcake and turned the container upside down, signaling that there were no more. "Sorry," she said quietly, "but this one is for Drake." The others snickered, and Maddox looked at Xander with a somber expression.
Trust me, dude. You do not want to get on the bad side of this one.
Drake ignored the goings-on as Evangeline hesitantly entered his space, walking behind his desk to stand in front of his chair that he'd pivoted around to watch her exchange with Silas. "I'm sorry I was late," she whispered. "We weren't really in a traffic jam. I overslept."
Drake fought his smile, but then gave up, not giving a fuck who saw his reaction to the angel standing in front of him holding a cupcake.
"I know," he whispered back, absurdly pleased that she wasn't even capable of such a small deception. A small smile curved her lips, one quirking upward a little higher than the other. "If I give you the last cupcake, am I forgiven?" He drew her in between his splayed knees, the cupcake still in her upturned palm.
"That depends on whether you'll lick the icing off my lips when I'm done."
A blush scorched her cheeks, but she needn't have worried. His men had disappeared the moment Evangeline had approached his desk. They might be irreverent fools for the most part, and they'd certainly stretched the limits of Drake's patience by occupying his office when they knew Evangeline was coming in, but they knew full well when to make their exit. When Evangeline hastily looked around and realized what Drake had already known, she relaxed, and a devilish glint entered her eyes. She swiped one finger over the top of the cupcake, leaving a dollop of frosting on the tip. Then she reached over before he realized what she was up to, and smeared the frosting right across his mouth. He blinked in surprise, and then yanked her forward until she tumbled into his lap, the cupcake completely forgotten. She stared up at his lips and whispered, "Yum." She almost pulled off the naughty vixen act, but then she promptly ruined it by blushing to the roots of her hair, causing Drake to throw back his head and laugh. As afternoons went, this was by far the most disordered, chaotic, and as far from the usual boring ritual one he'd had in a very long time. All thanks to an impish, golden-haired, blue-eyed angel and a Tupperware container of cupcakes. 16. Evangeline hesitated, knowing she'd impulsively thrown down the gauntlet, and she couldn't very well take a napkin and wipe the frosting from his mouth. She was faintly horrified at what she'd done, but it had been a compulsion she couldn't ignore. His teasing had instantly given her the image of kissing and licking every bit of the delicious frosting from that hard mouth, and, before she could think better of baiting the lion, she acted. Who was this woman she'd never thought existed? She was acting like a sultry temptress, and while one part of her was a little mortified, the other part of her was applauding the initiative she'd taken. The look in Drake's eyes had told her that she hadn't made a mistake, and now he was waiting, an air of expectancy surrounding him, for her to finish what she'd started. Tentatively, she cupped the hard line of his jaw, and then leaned in, her tongue darting to the corner of his mouth, where more of the icing had collected in a blob. She flicked, removing the sweet-tasting substance, and Drake groaned, giving her courage to continue. She pressed her mouth to his, smearing the icing on her lips, even as her tongue came out, licking delicately over the male flesh. Then she slid her tongue inward, so he could taste the frosting they now shared. She sucked in his quick exhale, savoring it before continuing with her slow, sensual removing of the frosting. She covered every inch of his mouth, licking and sucking, until there was nothing left but their lips fused solidly together. With one last leisurely lick, she broke away, breathless, her gaze seeking his in anticipation of his reaction. His eyes glittered dangerously, and she shivered, wondering just what she had provoked. That look made her feel deliciously hunted, like she was prey, and he was a predator poised to pounce. He hoisted her up until she was on her feet, and then stood, pushing her back a short distance. Facing her, he wordlessly reached down and unfastened his slacks, shoving them down his hips. Then he reached into his boxers and pulled out his straining cock. All she could do was stare at his enormous erection, her breath held in anticipation. Excitement, nervousness, and a host of other sensations scuttled around in her belly until she felt light-headed. "Take your fingers and coat every inch in the frosting," he said. Shocked, all she could do was stare incredulously at him, not at all sure what she'd gotten herself into. She was frozen and incapable of moving. All it appeared she was capable of was standing there with her mouth gaping open. His eyes narrowed, and she knew she'd displeased him, which left her with an odd sense of failure that she didn't at all like. "Are you questioning me?" he asked in a dangerously quiet tone.
No, she stammered out. But what if someone walks in?" she asked in a desperate, hushed tone, as if the walls had ears, and from what she'd observed so far, they did indeed seem to have just that. He frowned, his look of displeasure intensifying, along with the sinking sensation in her chest. "First, no one would dare intrude when I'm alone with my woman. And furthermore, if I tell you to suck my cock and someone does walk in, I expect you to keep doing exactly as I've instructed. Do you understand?" She bit into her bottom lip to quell the instant protest on her lips. Instead, she slowly nodded her acceptance. "Who do you belong to, Angel?" he asked in a harsh tone. You, she whispered. "Who owns you? Who are you to always obey without question?" Oh, God. What had she done? And was this truly what she wanted? The sane part of her screamed no, that she was crazy for even contemplating it. The impulsive part of her reminded her that she had signed on for this fully aware of Drake's demanding, dominant nature. It wasn't as though he hadn't been clear enough in his expectations. He couldn't have been more blunt. "You, Drake," she said, relieved that she sounded stronger and steadier than before. He reached out to cup her chin firmly in his hand. "Then you get on your knees and put your mouth where I told you." Dutifully, she sank to her knees and then shakily reached for the cupcake, swiping a goodly amount onto her fingers. Her touch was tentative as she smeared the sticky substance down the length of his extended cock. Satisfied that she'd done as he'd asked, she tossed the cupcake into the wastepaper basket near Drake's desk, and then turned back, eyeing his erection with new appreciation. She knew he was big. Her body had protested his intrusion when he'd made love to her, but she'd been too mindless with pleasure to really pay attention to his size. But now, she wasn't so sure she was going to be able to pull this off. He had to know she'd never done this. Surely he did. "Evangeline," he said, his voice not as terse as it had been before. She glanced up at him, swallowing nervously. "I'll guide you. If I wanted a woman who was an expert at giving head, there are any number of women I could have. But your innocence is a turn-on like none I've ever experienced. I like that I'm the only man who has felt your sweet mouth around his cock. Relax.
I promise that my being inside your mouth will be nothing short of perfection." Buoyed by his words, and absurdly happy that he wanted her, that he liked her inexperience, she leaned forward, placing her hands on his thighs only for him to gently pry them away and lower them to her own thighs. "Keep your hands down. I'll direct your movements. All you have to do is relax and trust me." She realized in that moment, misgivings and all, that she did trust him, and she couldn't even say why. God only knew the rocky, tumultuous start of their, whatever this was between them, didn't lend itself to blind trust, but she felt safe with him, and some part of her knew he wouldn't hurt her. After ensuring her hands were in their proper place, she leaned up on her knees and tentatively swirled her tongue around the bulbous head of his cock, licking it clean. Then she opened her mouth wider and began to slide him further into her mouth, working her tongue around his girth so that no spot was left untouched. To her dismay, he was only halfway in when she felt the tip brush against the back of her throat. She'd been right. There was no way she could take all of him. Not without making an embarrassing spectacle of herself and gagging. How humiliating would that be? She had no knowledge of deep-throating, something she'd only heard of by listening in on her friends' more bawdy conversations. According to them, men liked women who could deep-throat very much. But then, Drake had contradicted that claim by saying if he wanted a woman who was an expert at giving head, as he described it, there were no shortage of women he could call on. He'd told her he wanted her. That had to mean something, right? "Relax, Angel," Drake said gently. "I like it long and slow. Getting off quickly in such a sweet mouth would be a crime. Take a deep breath. I'll guide you. Breathe through your nose. I won't overwhelm you." His words had a calming effect, and she instantly relaxed. His fingers tangled into her hair, and he palmed her head with his hands, holding her firmly as he took over. He thrust forward, his instructions replaying in Evangeline's mind. He paused a moment, and she peeked up at him from underneath her lashes to see his face creased in ecstasy. He withdrew, and then pushed in again, deepening his thrust. She felt a moment of fleeting panic and forced herself to breathe out through her nose and relax. For several long minutes, he leisurely thrust in and out, each time gaining more depth as he allowed her to become accustomed to the experience and his considerable size. She sensed the change in him immediately and knew he was nearing his breaking point. His grip on her head tightened, and his movements became less gentle. He was hot and silky and so very hard in her mouth, sliding over her tongue again and again. "I'm going to fuck your mouth, Angel, and I'm going to fuck it hard." Before she had time to react to the statement, he began thrusting harder, fucking her mouth just like he'd fuck her pussy. She didn't have time to react, or overthink, or even panic. She was too focused on staying as relaxed as possible and remembering to breathe. It took every ounce of her strength not to choke or gag, but she was determined not to disappoint him. A tiny burst of liquid escaped on her tongue, surprising her, and she knew he was very close. "Swallow it, Angel. Do not let one drop escape the mouth I'm about to come in." She shuddered at his words, her entire body tingling, her nipples and clit swollen and aroused. So much so that a single touch would catapult her into orgasm. She'd never performed oral sex on a man, much less swallowed his ejaculate, and he'd given her strict orders not to allow a single drop to escape her lips. She closed her eyes, giving in to Drake's urgent demands and simply giving herself into his care, knowing she wouldn't fail as long as he was in control. He thrust hard,
at one point his balls bumping her chin. His entire body was rigid, and his hands were making a tangled mess of her hair. He couldn't seem to remain still, his fingers and hands constantly stroking and caressing her head as he murmured words of encouragement and praise. And then he thrust hard, harder than any of his previous thrusts, and she felt an explosion of hot liquid hit the back of her throat and quickly fill her mouth. Remembering his strict order, she hastily swallowed, and then swallowed again, as more replaced what was already gone. He continued to thrust, though his movements had slowed and lacked his earlier urgency. Semen bathed her tongue, the insides of her cheeks and the very back of her throat, filling her with the very essence of him. And she swallowed it all, ensuring that nothing escaped. When he finally began to pull from her mouth, she lovingly bathed him with her tongue, wiping it clean of his release, just as she'd licked every bit of frosting from it before. Then he reached down and carefully pulled her to her feet. She was shaking, her senses shattered by what had just occurred. She'd never really had any interest in going down on a man. It just seemed too messy, too much work, and, well, not very pleasant. But Drake had changed her opinion on that matter in only a few minutes. She loved that she could bring him so much pleasure, that in fact, in her own way, she had a measure of power over him. "Go get cleaned up," he said in a husky voice. "The bathroom is through there." He pointed in the direction of a door. "You won't be disturbed. Go ahead and change into the clothes you brought for tonight, and I'll have food brought up so that we can eat when we get hungry." 17. Evangeline felt like a fairy princess as she surveyed herself in the mirror, critically going over her makeup, how the dress fit, her hair that she'd pulled atop her head and had fashioned loose curls to fall gently down her neck. Try as she might, she couldn't find fault with her appearance. God only knew she'd spent enough time fussing over every single aspect of it. Time to face the music. Memories of the last time she'd come into this club still had the power to shame her. Nothing had changed except her status as Drake's woman. Did that suddenly make her above average? As the saying went back home, you can put lipstick on a pig, but you still end up with a pig. Certainly the dress was to die for, and cost more than the dress she'd chosen that night. But it wasn't as though Evangeline had tried to walk into the club in a designer knockoff. She tried to look for any discernible difference that made her suddenly more worthy of being at Impulse. But she was at a loss. But at least she didn't have to worry about being thrown out, getting assaulted, or Eddie showing up to ruin the evening. She'd already figured out that Drake hadn't lied when he said he protected what was his. A light shiver skittered over her body as Maddox's words filtered through her mind. He'd been very serious when he'd told Evangeline that Eddie would never harm her or come within a mile of her. The look in Maddox's eyes had been menacing, and she absolutely believed him. But she didn't want to dwell on the how he was so certain and to what lengths he'd gone to ensure such confidence when he'd assured her that Eddie would no longer pose a problem for her. Drake owned a club, but she'd gleaned from words dropped here and there that Drake had multiple business interests. She wasn't altogether certain she wanted to know what all he dealt in, that he required the security detail he utilized, and hired men who looked like they could snap a man's neck with a mere look. No, she didn't want to know. Some things were better left unsaid, unknown. Maybe that made her a bad person, unethical, not to mention stupid and naive. But all she wanted to focus on was whatever this thing between her and Drake was, and seeing where it took them. He'd been angry. No, angry was too harsh a word. Annoyed was perhaps a better description when she'd hesitated and appeared to question his authority after agreeing to obey his dictates and submit to him. And yet she'd been aroused by the authority so evident in his voice. Did it make her crazy? Had he managed to uncover a part of herself she hadn't known existed, would have likely never have known if not for him? She simply couldn't imagine responding to another man the way she'd come to life at his touch. Every single one of his men was incredibly hot in his own unique way, and yet she felt nothing more than appreciation for their sheer masculine beauty. They didn't cause her to have extremely erotic fantasies. Knowing she'd taken far too much time changing and arranging her hair and applying makeup, and that Drake was probably annoyed, again, she gave herself one last once-over and smoothed her dress before taking a deep breath and slipping her heels on. Her hand hovered over the doorknob as she gathered her courage to walk back into Drake's office, praying he approved and would be pleased with her appearance. Swallowing back a gulp and straightening her spine, thrusting her chin up so she at least gave the impression of poise and confidence, she opened the door and walked as calmly as she could toward Drake. But inside she was a seething mass of nerves. As soon as the door opened and Drake came into view, his gaze locked on her, and fire burned in his eyes. He was silent, but his look said it all. He took in every aspect of her appearance, his gaze making a slow perusal from head to toe that had her cheeks burning every bit as much as his eyes. "You look magnificent," he said in a low, husky, sexy-as-hell voice that made all her girly parts tighten and tingle. "My angel has transformed into quite the temptress. I'm tempted to change my plans for you for the evening and keep you here all to myself. I don't like the idea of sharing such an enchantress with anyone. I'd much prefer to have you in my lap so I could lick and taste and touch you the entire night." She flushed with pleasure and delight at the sincerity in his voice and the possessiveness. She'd never considered herself a woman who would be attracted to a man so forbiddingly possessive. But the idea that he considered her his and was over-possessive of what he now considered his called to a part of her previously undiscovered. She liked it. A lot. What woman wouldn't like belonging to a man like Drake Donovan and being pampered, spoiled, and cherished to such an extreme? "The dress suits you. It was made for you. And those heels. I'm going to fuck you in nothing but those heels later. But babe, no dress, makeup, or shoes can make a woman like you more beautiful than you already are. You shine, no matter what you have on, and especially when you have nothing on at all. There's not a woman who exists who'd look as good as you do in that dress and those heels. It's all you. Don't ever forget that." There was no hint of anything but complete conviction in his words and in his expression. And God, the ownership she saw so clearly in his eyes made her knees wobble. The image of him fucking her in just her heels made her clit swell and pulse to the point of discomfort. This was a man who could have any woman in the world, and yet he'd chosen her. She didn't understand it, couldn't even fathom it. But at the moment, she was caught up in a fairy tale and had no desire to question the fact that this gorgeous man thought she was beautiful and that he wanted her. Not another woman. Her. Evangeline Hawthorne. Just an ordinary girl. Nothing special about her, and yet he made her feel wanted and special. She closed the distance between them and leaned down so their lips hovered a mere breath away. "I'm glad you approve," she whispered. And then she kissed him, uncaring of the fact that she'd have to reapply her lip gloss. Right now she had to kiss him, had to show him what his words had meant to her. She fed hungrily at his mouth, sucking at the tip of his tongue when his lips parted, and then delving deeper so she could taste him, consume him. A low growl rumbled from his throat, vibrating over her tongue, sending shivers dancing down her spine. She slowly drew away, and he frowned, as if he was in no way finished with her yet. But she wanted to drown in his gaze again, and bask in the desire and approval in his dark eyes. Approve is hardly an apt description, Angel. I'm not sure whether you're an angel or a demon in an angel's guise. I've never been so affected by a mere kiss.
Me either,
she whispered. He smiled then. Tell me, Angel, just how many men have you kissed? She flushed and looked away in embarrassment. He cupped her jaw and gently guided her gaze back to his. I didn't ask to shame you. I'm hoping to hell that you're going to tell me that you've only kissed one other man, because he sure as hell doesn't count, which would make me the first that means anything. Because the thought of that pleases me a hell of a lot, and I don't give a damn about your inexperience. I want to be the man to teach you pleasure and eroticism. I want, in time, for you to forget all about Eddie Riker and believe that I was your first in all aspects of lovemaking. Her heart did funny things, momentarily robbing her of breath. Then she smiled, not knowing how devastating that smile was on the male population.
Eddie who?
She asked lightly. He growled and became the aggressor, kissing her until she was panting for breath. Now that is what I want to hear, he said, as he stroked his thumb over her swollen mouth.
And for the record, Drake, you were the first, she said softly. What Eddie did could hardly constitute anything but a quick lay, where he took his pleasure and gave me none. You are the only man to have ever given that to me.
He looked extremely satisfied with her response. He loosened his hold on her and allowed her to step back, his gaze still drifting appreciatively over her body, giving her a decadent thrill. He really did like what he saw. There was no faking his response to her, and it was such a heady sensation. Like she was having the most wonderful dream, one she never wanted to awaken from. Go and get comfortable, he said. The food will be up shortly, and then afterward I'll have 2 of my men escort you down. I want you to enjoy your night, as you should have the first time you came to my club. She turned quickly before he could see the dismay on her face. She remembered all too well the reactions of the other patrons. Just because she was Drake's woman now didn't change who and what she was, and she would still be judged and deemed unworthy, no matter how Drake saw her. Evangeline. His voice halted her, just as she was about to sink into one of the comfortable-looking armchairs that sat at an angle to his desk. She turned, her expression inquiring. It will be okay, he said softly. She briefly closed her eyes, determined not to ruin her makeup by allowing herself to get upset over that night all over again.
You have no idea how horrible that night was for me, Drake. Before Eddie even made his appearance.
Drake's eyes narrowed. Explain what you mean. She sighed, wishing she'd just kept her thoughts to herself, and she damned her compulsion to blurt out the truth, no matter how awkward or embarrassing. Nobody wanted to hear her train of thought. and yet she forever just vomited out the unvarnished truth. "Evangeline," he prompted. Damn it, but he wasn't going to drop it. She was already acquainted with the particular tone he'd just used when saying only one word. Her name. It wasn't a request. It was an order, and one she felt compelled to obey, despite her overt discomfort over rehashing the events of that night. She let out another resigned sigh and reached deep within for strength and composure. As soon as I stepped out of the cab, people were judging me. The people in line, even the damn bouncer dude, or whatever his title is. The guy who mans the door and either lets people in or tells them to get in line. But he didn't even tell me to get in line. He told me to leave. And every single person in that long-ass line was smirking and looking at me like I was a moron for even trying to get into a place like Impulse. Then when I showed the guy who told me to leave my VIP pass, he looked like he'd just swallowed a lemon, and the people in line weren't subtle about their outrage that someone like me was being allowed in while they were standing on the sidewalk waiting. They looked at me like I was some sort of bug. Others just outright laughed. She paused to take a break, surprised at the anger that still simmered over that whole humiliating experience. Once I got inside, it wasn't any better. Everyone was staring at me like I was some alien who'd arrived in a UFO. They were smug, amused, snotty, and I felt like I was under a microscope. The only person who was nice to me was the bartender. He was sweet and nice. He treated me like a normal person, like I was every bit as good and welcome as the others, while the rest of the people in the front bar treated me like I'd crashed a party I wasn't invited to. It was horrible. I'd already decided to just leave. I was stupid for allowing my girlfriends to talk me into ever going, but then Eddie made his appearance, with a woman velcroed to his side, whose look very clearly told me, I'm prettier than you, classier than you, better than you, and I can satisfy my man, unlike you, who were a disaster in bed. And my stupid pride wouldn't allow me to walk out because I didn't want him to think I was ashamed or embarrassed to run into him. So I stood there, hoping he wouldn't notice me. No such luck, she muttered. There is no possible way for a man not to notice you, Angel. Unless he's dead, Drake said dryly. You sell yourself far too short. But I'm going to work on that. She shuddered and continued on as if he hadn't spoken. It was horrible. The entire night was just horrible. And now I'm supposed to walk out there and endure it all over again? Pretend that night didn't happen and everyone around me isn't judging me, laughing at me and wondering how I even got past the gatekeeper in the first place? If she hadn't been so raw from reliving that night all over again, the look on Drake's face would have terrified her. He was coldly furious, his eyes flat and his jaw clenched so tight that it had to be painful. None of that will happen tonight, he said in a soft voice that held a hint of menace. All of my employees know your status and that you are to be given whatever you request, and that you are to be treated with the utmost respect. My men will be close at all times, and rest assured, if anyone disrespects you in any way, they will be dealt with, and it won't be pretty. Furthermore, if anyone crosses the line with you or so much as looks at you wrong, I want to know about it immediately. I want your word, Evangeline. You will tell one of my men so they can notify me and the issue will be resolved swiftly. I will not tolerate any disrespect directed at you. Okay, she said in a shaky voice, having learned that Drake wanted words, not gestures or nods. His voice gentled, as did his expression and his eyes. I want you to have a good time tonight, Angel.
I'm not such an asshole that I would set you up for embarrassment, nor would I ever put you in a position where you would be uncomfortable or awkward. I have a surprise planned for you, and I think it's one you will like, and as such, I think you'll forget all about the first time you came to Impulse. She sank into the sumptuous leather chair as she processed his cryptic statement and cast a curious glance his way. He smiled. I want you to have fun tonight, Angel. From all I've gathered, you've not had much fun in your life. You've been too busy working and providing for others. Her heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help the smile or the warmth that suddenly invaded her chest at the sweet gesture. And speaking of which, I still need the name of your parents' bank and their account number, as well as the routing number. I'll have my assistant call and get wiring instructions tomorrow morning. But first, I thought you'd like to call them and apprise them of the situation, so the deposit doesn't come as a surprise. Panic immediately replaced the euphoria she'd just experienced.
Oh my God, Drake! What do I tell them? How do I suddenly explain a wire transfer that obviously didn't come from me? What will they think? It will look suspicious, not to mention it will put all kinds of questions into their minds about me and what I'm doing or what I've done to warrant such a sudden influx of money.
She could feel the heat invading her cheeks. Shame. How to explain Drake and her relationship with a man she'd known for just a few days?
What if they think I'm a drug dealer or a prostitute? She asked in horror.
In her tiny hometown, if someone suddenly came into money under mysterious circumstances, the gossip mill would be in full force, and that was the last thing she wanted for her parents. If it were only she who would suffer, she wouldn't care. But she did care about how her parents were treated and what was said about them. And she did care what her parents thought of her.
What am I, exactly?
Evangeline whispered, as she continued to stare at Drake in complete meltdown.
Your mistress? A paid companion?
Then she stopped and buried her face in her hands, uncaring of the fact that she'd have to do a serious retouch of her makeup.
This is not me, she choked out. This is not the person I am. Letting someone else, let alone someone I barely know, step in and take care of my problems for me. I could take hating myself or even being ashamed, but there is nothing I wouldn't do for my mother and father. But I do care if they are disappointed or ashamed of me, because they would never want me to do anything that goes against the way I was brought up in order to help them.
She expected anger, even fury, etched into Drake's features and sparking in his eyes, when she finally summoned the courage to remove her hands from her face. But she saw none of those things. In that moment, an inexplicable bond formed between them, one of understanding and pride. Neither spoke, both aware of the connection, not on a physical level, but on an emotional level. They might live in completely different worlds, but things like pride and a sense of self-worth were universal, and in that area they were on common ground. Just two people with something in common. No financial or social divide. People. Just people. Experiencing and respecting things that had no barriers. Would you prefer I call them and explain, Angel? He asked softly. It was tempting. God, it was so tempting. She hated conflict, avoided it at all costs, because it ate at her for days, even weeks, after the conflict had subsided. But she had to retain control over some part of her life, having lost every other aspect of it in her brief acquaintance with Drake. And she was many things, self-admittedly a coward, and one who kept her head solidly buried in the sand. But she'd be forever shamed if she was too afraid to face the two most important people in her life.
No,
she said more firmly the second time.
She sucked in a deep breath. This is something I have to do. I owe them an explanation, and it should come from me, not from a man who is a complete stranger to them. That is not who or what they raised me to be. Above all else, they taught me to take responsibility for my actions and never to hide behind others. I may hide from myself, but I will never be accused of hiding behind another person.
Again, there was a deep flare of respect in his eyes, making them appear deeper and darker than normal. And in that moment, she realized that Drake's approval, his respect, meant a hell of a lot more than it should, given the fact she barely knew the man.
"Did you remember to bring your new cell phone, or do you need to use mine?" he asked mildly, as though she weren't about to make a call that had the potential to send her into an epic meltdown.
I brought it,
she said, even as she glanced hurriedly around the room, her befuddled mind trying to remember where she'd put her purse.
"If you're looking for your handbag, you took it into the bathroom with you."
She flashed him a grateful look, and then surged upward before she lost her courage and all but ran into the bathroom, where her bag rested on the counter next to the sink. She fumbled for the phone, realizing she hadn't entered her contacts into the new one. Not that she had many. In her present state, she would be doing well to punch in her parents' number by memory. She was sliding her fingers over the glossy surface of the touchscreen, frowning in concentration, when she walked back into Drake's office. Returning to the chair she'd just abandoned, she sank into it as she lifted the phone to her ear. Her gaze lifted and met Drake's, and she felt a drowning sensation, like